Architectural governance. A Shariah-compliant blueprint for a corruption-resistant society. A proposed constitutional framework for merit-based stewardship, institutional accountability, and ethical governance. Muhammad Tipu Sultan. First edition. 2026. Publication notice. This work is a proposed constitutional manuscript presented for public reading, scholarly consideration, and civic discussion. It is not a binding legal instrument, fatwa, or official constitutional enactment. The institutional mechanisms proposed in this work are presented as administrative mechanisms intended to implement Islamic constitutional principles. They are not presented as divinely mandated institutional forms. Copyright, c. 2026 Muhammad Tipu Sultan. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without prior written permission, except for brief quotations used in reviews, scholarly discussion, or lawful fair use. Indeed, Allah commands justice, excellence, and giving to relatives, and forbids immorality, wrongdoing, and oppression. Quran 16:90. Formal introduction for public release. This work is presented as a proposed constitutional framework for public reading, scholarly consideration, and civic discussion. It is not offered as a binding legal instrument, a fatwa, or an official constitution of any state. Rather, it is an intellectual and administrative proposal, an attempt to examine how enduring Islamic constitutional principles may be translated into modern institutional architecture capable of reducing corruption, strengthening accountability, and preserving public trust. The central concern of this manuscript is the relationship between morality and institutional design. Corruption is often described only as a failure of personal character. Personal morality is essential, but public integrity also depends upon the structure of institutions. Where authority is concentrated, financial decisions are hidden, oversight is weak, and public office becomes a path to personal advantage, corruption becomes easier to conceal and harder to correct. A constitutional framework must therefore do more than call for virtuous leadership. It must design institutions that make misuse of authority progressively more difficult. The proposal developed in these pages is rooted in foundational Islamic principles: the sovereignty of Allah, public office as Amanah, justice as the purpose of governance, Shura as consultation, Muhasabah as accountability, Maslahah as public welfare, and the Maqasid al-Shariah as constitutional objectives. These principles are treated as enduring foundations. The specific mechanisms proposed in the manuscript are treated differently. They are administrative proposals open to critique, refinement, amendment, or replacement through lawful constitutional processes. This distinction is essential. The manuscript does not claim that a constitutional council of 40 scholars, a rotating constitutional public jury, AI-assisted auditing, autonomous constitutional cabinets, or any other proposed institution is itself a divinely mandated form. These mechanisms are presented as possible instruments of Shariah, human administrative arrangements designed to serve justice, stewardship, consultation, accountability, and public welfare within the realities of contemporary governance. Modern governments operate in conditions that earlier societies could not have imagined: digital records, artificial intelligence, global finance, cybersecurity threats, complex public procurement, transnational corporations, mass urbanization, and rapid technological change. These realities do not weaken Islamic constitutional principles. They increase the need to apply those principles with intellectual discipline, administrative competence, and institutional foresight. For this reason, the manuscript approaches governance as architecture. It asks how authority should be distributed, how public wealth should be protected, how oversight should remain independent, how judicial accountability should be preserved, how technology should assist administration without replacing human responsibility, and how constitutional continuity can survive changes in leadership. The objective is not ideological uniformity or political partisanship. The objective is a corruption-resistant constitutional order grounded in stewardship. Readers will find proposals for a multi-layered system of constitutional accountability, scholarly review, civic participation, AI-assisted administrative monitoring, independent audit, a constitutional judiciary, and a tri-pillar government divided among civil, treasury, and defense institutions. These proposals are intended to prevent excessive concentration of authority while ensuring that public administration, public finance, and national security remain accountable under the Constitution. The book is therefore addressed to scholars of Islamic jurisprudence, constitutional lawyers, public administrators, economists, technologists, civic leaders, and concerned citizens. It welcomes disagreement, correction, and improvement. A constitutional proposal dealing with public authority must never fear scrutiny, it must invite it. The strength of any serious framework lies not in avoiding questions, but in being capable of responsible refinement. At its heart, this work asks a practical question: can government be designed so that honesty becomes institutionally easier, corruption becomes institutionally harder, accountability becomes continuous rather than occasional, and leadership is understood as temporary stewardship rather than ownership of power? The chapters that follow offer one possible blueprint toward that objective. Contents: Formal introduction for public release. 3 Reader's Visual Guide and Framework Maps, 6 Chapter 1, Preface. 11 Chapter 2, Historical Evolution of Governance. 15 Chapter 3, Why Governments Fail, An Institutional Perspective. 21 Chapter 4, Islamic Constitutional Philosophy. 27 Chapter 5, Constitutional Objectives of Shariah, Maqasid al-Shariah. 33 Chapter 6, Constitutional Rights and Responsibilities. 40 Chapter 7, Stewardship Governance. 47 Chapter 8, The Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars. 54 Chapter 9, The Rotating Constitutional Public Jury. 61 Chapter 10, AI-Assisted Constitutional Administration. 68 Chapter 11, The Tri-Pillar Constitutional Government. 77 Chapter 12, The Civil Cabinet. 84 Chapter 13, The Treasury Cabinet. 91 Chapter 14, The Defense Cabinet. 99 Chapter 15, The Constitutional Compliance Agreement. 107 Chapter 16, The Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission. 114 Chapter 17, The Constitutional Judiciary. 122 Chapter 18, Selection, Appointment, Rotation, and Removal of Constitutional Office Holders. 129 Chapter 19, The Constitutional Rights of Citizens and the Duties of the State. 137 Chapter 20, The Economic Constitution. 144 Chapter 21, National Development and Knowledge Strategy. 152 Chapter 22, Emergency Powers and Constitutional Continuity. 160 Chapter 23, Foreign Relations, International Cooperation and Peaceful Engagement. 168 Chapter 24, Constitutional Amendments and Institutional Evolution. 176 Chapter 25, Constitutional Implementation and Transitional Framework. 184 Chapter 26, Constitutional Commentary and Explanatory Notes. 192 Chapter 27, General Conclusions and Vision for the Future. 201 Chapter 28, Fundamental Rights and Constitutional Guarantees. 209 Appendix A, Constitutional Compliance Agreement. 213 Appendix B, Constitutional Oaths of Office. 216 Appendix C, Constitutional Organizational Architecture. 223 Appendix D, Constitutional Workflow and Decision Processes. 230 Appendix E, Anti-Corruption Constitutional Architecture. 239 Appendix F, Constitutional Glossary. 248 Appendix G, Comparative Constitutional Analysis. 258 Appendix H, Proposed Constitutional Model. 265 Appendix I, Asset-Backed National Currency System. 272. Bibliography. 277. Reader's Visual Guide and Framework. Maps. This visual guide is added for public accessibility. It summarizes the manuscript's constitutional architecture, major institutions, and core terms without altering the legal or scholarly substance of the proposed framework. Table 1, Public Reading Map of the book. Section Core Focus: How it helps the reader. Chapters 1 to 5 Purpose, History, Institutional explains why governance must be failure, Islamic constitutional designed around justice, trust. Philosophy, Maqasid accountability, and public welfare. Chapters 6 to 10 Rights, Stewardship, Constitutional shows the ethical and procedural counsel of 40 scholars, public safeguards before the tri-pillar. Jury, AI-assisted administration structure is introduced. Chapters 11 to 18 Civil, Treasury, Defense, defines the operating architecture, compliance agreements, audit of government and the mechanisms. Commission, Judiciary, for accountability. Appointments and removal. Chapters 19 to 28 Rights, Economic Constitution, explains how the framework would national development, emergency function across public policy. Powers, Foreign Relations, Continuity, Rights, and Reform. Amendments, Implementation. Commentary. Appendices: AI Compliance Instruments, Oaths, provides practical reference architecture, workflow, anti-material for civic, scholarly, and corruption design, glossary, policy discussion. Comparisons, Model Constitution. Asset-backed currency. Figure 1, Governance as constitutional architecture, principles, institutions, oversight, and public outcomes. Figure 2, Maqasid al-Shariah as a constitutional objective map. Equal slices are illustrative only and do not rank. The objectives. Table 2, Core principles at a glance. Principle meaning in the manuscript: institutional expression. Hakamiyya: ultimate sovereignty belongs to all, human authority remains Allah. Delegated, limited, and accountable. Amanah: public office is a fiduciary trust. Oaths, compliance agreements, custody of public wealth, post-tenure accountability. ADL: justice is the primary objective of due process, judicial review, authority. Equality before law, anti-oppression safeguards. Shura: consultation through informed scholarly review, civic deliberation. Participation, documented reasoning. Muhasabah: continuous accountability and audits, reporting, review, correction. Investigation, lawful removal. Maslahah: public welfare and public interest. Policy evaluation, institutional review, long-term development. Strategy. Figure 3, the tri-pillar constitutional government, civil, treasury, and defense as autonomous constitutional. Pillars. Figure 4, responsibility categories listed for each tri-pillar institution in the manuscript. Figure 5, multi-layer accountability through principles, professional review, civic verification, technology-assisted monitoring, and enforcement safeguards. Table 3, Tri-pillar responsibilities. Pillar: primary constitutional key, anti-corruption value. Responsibility. Civil cabinet: civil administration, public prevents civilian administration services, infrastructure, education, from controlling treasury or healthcare, environmental: military authority. Stewardship, science, technology. Transportation, diplomacy, and development. Treasury cabinet: Bait al-Mal, taxation, budgeting, separates public finance from day procurement oversight, reserves, today executive administration. Fiscal policy, accounting, and financial transparency. Defense cabinet: national defense, strategic security, prevents military authority from military readiness, border administering civilian government. Protection, and protection against or controlling public finance. External threats. Table 4, AI-assisted administration, permitted and prohibited uses. Permitted administrative assistance, prohibited constitutional substitution. Randomized selection, eligibility verification, conflict determining criminal guilt, issuing judicial judgments. Screening, procurement monitoring, audit support, enacting legislation, exercising military command. Document management, statistical analysis, fraud, replacing constitutional officers, interpreting religious alerts, compliance reporting. Doctrine, issuing binding constitutional rulings, suspending constitutional rights. Purpose, improve consistency, transparency, and principle. Responsibility cannot be delegated to detection. Software. Figure 6, Constitutional Stewardship Workflow from Selection to Rotation. Table 5, Common Public Questions answered by the Framework. Question where the manuscript responds. Who checks public officials? Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, Public Jury. Audit and Integrity Commission, Judiciary, AI-assisted. Administrative Monitoring. Who protects public wealth? Treasury Cabinet, Bait al-Mal, Procurement Oversight. Fiscal Transparency, Independent Audit. Who prevents military dominance? Defense Cabinet is limited to defense and remains separate from civil and treasury authority. How does technology help without ruling? AI assists with records, alerts, and procedures, while final authority remains with accountable human institutions. How does the model evolve? Amendment, periodic institutional review, rotation. Scholarly critique, and implementation/transitional. Procedures. Chapter 1. Preface. Indeed, Allah commands justice, excellence, and giving to relatives, and forbids immorality, wrongdoing, and oppression. Quran 16:90. Purpose of this work. This manuscript presents a proposed constitutional framework for a modern Muslim society that seeks to strengthen public governance through institutional integrity, accountability, stewardship, and justice. It is not intended to replace the Quran, the Sunnah, or the rich body of Islamic jurisprudence. Rather, it proposes one possible constitutional architecture through which enduring Islamic principles may be implemented within the administrative realities of the 21st century. Throughout history, Muslim civilizations developed diverse governmental structures while remaining rooted in the same foundational religious principles. The form of government varied according to historical circumstances, geography, and societal needs. This work continues that tradition by exploring how modern institutional design, transparent administration, and technological tools may be employed to better fulfill the objectives of Islamic governance. The central premise of this manuscript is straightforward. Corruption is not merely a moral failure, it is frequently the predictable consequence of institutional architecture. Where institutions concentrate authority, obscure accountability, or reward personal interest over public trust, corruption becomes increasingly probable regardless of the character of individual leaders. Conversely, institutions that disperse authority, enforce transparency, rotate responsibilities, and maintain continuous oversight reduce opportunities for abuse while encouraging ethical governance. The objective of this work is therefore not simply to advocate for virtuous leaders, but to propose constitutional mechanisms that reduce the ability of any individual or institution to misuse public authority. Foundational principles. This proposed constitutional model rests upon several foundational principles. First, ultimate sovereignty belongs solely to Allah. Human beings possess no independent sovereignty over one another. Every governmental authority therefore exercises power only as a delegated trust subject to divine accountability. Second, public office constitutes an Amanah, a sacred fiduciary trust, not a privilege, entitlement, or source of personal enrichment. Every office holder serves as a custodian of public interests and remains accountable for the manner in which that trust is discharged. Third, justice, ATL, forms the primary objective of governmental authority. The legitimacy of institutions depends not upon popularity alone but upon their capacity to administer justice fairly, consistently, and transparently. Fourth, consultation, Shura, remains essential to legitimate governance. This manuscript therefore proposes institutional mechanisms intended to preserve informed consultation while minimizing opportunities for factionalism, patronage, and political polarization. Finally, accountability, Muhasabah, extends beyond tenure. Public office neither grants immunity nor extinguishes responsibility. Every holder of public authority remains accountable before both society and ultimately before Allah. Institutional innovation. The institutional mechanisms proposed throughout this manuscript, including a constitutional council of 40 scholars, rotating public juries, AI-assisted administrative auditing, autonomous constitutional cabinets, and continuous integrity verification, are proposed administrative institutions rather than religious obligations. They should be understood as examples of Shariah, administrative arrangements designed by human beings to advance the higher objectives of Islamic law while remaining subordinate to its principles. Accordingly, these mechanisms are open to refinement, amendment, replacement, or improvement through constitutional processes, provided that the underlying principles of justice, accountability, consultation, stewardship, and public welfare remain preserved. The role of technology. Modern societies possess administrative capabilities unavailable to previous generations. Artificial intelligence, secure digital records, distributed auditing systems, cryptographic verification, and transparent public databases provide unprecedented opportunities to strengthen institutional accountability. This manuscript therefore proposes that technology should function only as an administrative instrument. Technology must never replace human moral responsibility, judicial authority, scholarly interpretation, or constitutional legitimacy. Artificial intelligence may assist in auditing, detecting irregularities, randomizing oversight assignments, verifying procedural compliance, and improving administrative transparency. Final constitutional authority, however, always remains with qualified human institutions established under the Constitution. A framework for discussion. This manuscript should be understood as an invitation to scholarly discussion rather than a claim of constitutional perfection. Many aspects of institutional design remain open to legitimate debate among scholars of Islamic jurisprudence, constitutional law, political science, economics, public administration, and information technology. Constructive criticism, refinement, and scholarly review are therefore welcomed and encouraged. The objective is neither ideological uniformity nor political advocacy. Rather, the objective is to encourage thoughtful exploration of constitutional institutions capable of reducing corruption, strengthening justice, protecting public trust, and advancing the welfare of society in a manner consistent with Islamic constitutional values. The vision. The aspiration of this work is neither utopian nor revolutionary. Its purpose is practical. To explore whether governance can be redesigned so that honesty becomes institutionally easier, corruption becomes institutionally more difficult, accountability becomes continuous rather than episodic, and leadership becomes recognized not as ownership of authority but as temporary stewardship exercised on behalf of society under the ultimate sovereignty of Allah. If these objectives can be advanced even imperfectly, then constitutional architecture may become one of the most powerful instruments available for promoting justice, protecting public trust, and strengthening civilization. The chapters that follow present one possible blueprint toward that objective. Chapter 2. Historical evolution of governance. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trusts to whom they are due, and when you judge between people, judge with justice. Quran 4:58. Introduction. Human civilization has continuously sought methods of organizing society in order to preserve justice, maintain public order, protect property, and resolve disputes. Throughout history, governance has evolved through numerous political structures, each reflecting the social, economic, and technological realities of its era. No political system has proven permanently immune to corruption, institutional decay, concentration of power, or administrative inefficiency. Kingdoms have collapsed through tyranny. Republics have fallen through factionalism. Democracies have struggled with political polarization, financial influence, and short-term electoral incentives. Even governments established with sincere intentions have frequently deteriorated as institutions gradually became subordinate to personalities. The recurring lesson of history is that good intentions alone do not guarantee good governance. Institutions must be deliberately designed to restrain human weakness while encouraging public virtue. 2.1 Governance as a human responsibility. Islam recognizes governance as a profound public trust rather than an instrument of privilege. Political authority exists to establish justice, protect society, and preserve the public interest. The Quran repeatedly emphasizes justice, consultation, accountability, honesty, and stewardship as enduring principles of governance. However, it does not prescribe a single immutable governmental structure for all societies and all historical periods. Consequently, Muslim civilizations have historically developed diverse administrative institutions while remaining committed to the same foundational ethical principles. This distinction is significant. The principles remain permanent. Administrative institutions may legitimately evolve. 2.2 Early Islamic governance. The earliest Muslim community under the Prophet Muhammad established the ethical foundations of governance through justice, adl, consultation, Shura, trust, Amanah, equality before the law, accountability, protection of public welfare. Following the Prophet, the rightly guided caliphs administered government using institutions appropriate to their time while remaining guided by these principles. As Muslim civilization expanded geographically, administrative complexity increased substantially. New institutions emerged to address taxation, public finance, judiciary, military administration, infrastructure, education, trade, and diplomacy. The underlying constitutional values remained relatively stable even though administrative mechanisms continued to evolve. 2.3 Evolution across Islamic civilization. Successive Muslim dynasties introduced administrative innovations suited to changing circumstances. Among these developments were organized ministries, judicial systems, treasury administration, public endowment, waqf, management, tax administration, census systems, postal networks, infrastructure management, educational institutions. These institutions differed considerably across regions and historical periods. Their existence demonstrates an important constitutional principle. Administrative mechanisms are not immutable simply because they are governmental. Rather, they exist to implement higher constitutional objectives. 2.4 Modern governance. Contemporary nation-states face challenges largely unknown to earlier civilizations. These include global financial systems, multinational corporations, digital communications, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, complex regulatory environments, international trade, mass urbanization, environmental sustainability. Governments therefore require administrative capacities that could not have been anticipated centuries ago. This reality does not diminish Islamic constitutional principles. Instead, it requires thoughtful application of those principles within modern institutional contexts. 2.5 The limitations of institutional models. History demonstrates recurring weaknesses across multiple forms of government. Absolute monarchies frequently concentrated excessive authority in hereditary rulers. Military governments often subordinated civil institutions to security priorities. One-party systems frequently restricted institutional accountability. Representative democracies have often struggled with electoral polarization, campaign financing, lobbying influence, and incentives that encourage short-term political decisions over long-term public welfare. These observations are not intended to suggest that every government of a given type shares the same characteristics. Rather, they illustrate recurring institutional challenges identified in political science and constitutional history. The lesson is that no constitutional structure should be assumed immune from corruption merely because of its form. 2.6 Governance as institutional architecture. This manuscript approaches governance from an architectural perspective. Instead of asking, who should govern? It first asks, how should institutions be designed so that misuse of power becomes progressively more difficult regardless of who governs? Institutional architecture influences incentives. Where authority is concentrated, opportunities for abuse generally increase. Where oversight is independent, transparent, and continuous, abuse becomes more difficult to conceal. Constitutional design therefore becomes an essential instrument of corruption prevention. 2.7 The role of constitutional design. A well-designed constitution should seek to distribute authority rather than centralize it. Separate administrative responsibilities. Create independent oversight. Require transparent financial management. Encourage consultation. Establish judicial independence. Maintain continuity during leadership transitions, preserve accountability beyond tenure. These objectives form the foundation for the institutional proposals developed throughout this manuscript. Conclusion. The history of governance demonstrates that civilizations succeed not merely because they produce exceptional leaders but because they establish durable institutions capable of preserving justice across generations. Islam provides enduring constitutional principles. Every generation bears responsibility for designing administrative institutions capable of implementing those principles within its own historical circumstances. The chapters that follow therefore shift from historical foundations toward the constitutional philosophy underlying the proposed institutional framework presented in this work. Chapter 3. Why Governments Fail, an Institutional Perspective. And do not consume one another's wealth unjustly or offer it in bribery to the authorities in order that they might aid you to consume a portion of the wealth of the people in sin while you know it is wrong. Quran 2:188. Introduction. Political history demonstrates that no civilization is permanently protected from institutional decline. Throughout the ages, governments founded upon noble ideals have often deteriorated because the institutions themselves gradually became vulnerable to corruption, concentration of authority, administrative opacity, and the pursuit of private interests over the public good. This chapter argues that corruption should not be viewed solely as a moral deficiency of individuals. Rather, it is frequently the predictable outcome of institutional structures that inadequately restrain the misuse of authority. The central proposition of this manuscript is therefore, the quality of governance is shaped not only by the character of leaders, but by the architecture of the institutions within which they govern. 3.1 Human nature and public authority. Islam recognizes both the dignity and the fallibility of human beings. Individuals are capable of remarkable integrity and sacrifice, yet they are also susceptible to greed, pride, fear, tribalism, favoritism, and the temptations associated with power. A constitutional system should therefore neither assume universal virtue nor presume universal corruption. Instead, it should acknowledge human limitations and establish institutions that encourage ethical conduct while limiting opportunities for abuse. Good governance should not depend solely upon exceptional individuals. It should remain functional even when ordinary human weaknesses exist. 3.2 The concentration of power. One of the recurring causes of governmental failure is the excessive concentration of authority. When legislative, executive, financial, military, or judicial powers become concentrated within a small number of individuals or institutions, several predictable risks emerge: reduced transparency, weakened oversight, diminished accountability, institutional dependence, increased opportunities for corruption, greater difficulty correcting administrative errors. Concentrated authority often produces concentrated incentives. Without effective safeguards, these incentives may gradually undermine public confidence in government. 3.3 Personalization of government. Healthy constitutional systems distinguish between institutions and individuals. Governments become unstable when public institutions become identified primarily with particular personalities rather than enduring constitutional principles. When leadership becomes personalized, succession becomes uncertain. Institutional memory weakens. Political loyalty may replace professional competence, administrative continuity becomes vulnerable. Disagreement becomes increasingly personalized rather than principled. A durable constitutional order should ensure that institutions remain stronger than the individuals temporarily entrusted to administer them. 3.4 Financial incentives and corruption. Corruption frequently arises where personal financial interests intersect with public authority. Examples include conflicts of interest, preferential contracting, misuse of public resources, bribery, patronage, nepotism, unauthorized personal enrichment. Effective constitutional systems therefore establish structural protections, including transparent budgeting, independent financial audits, public disclosure requirements, procurement oversight, conflict of interest regulations, lawful investigation of alleged misconduct. These mechanisms are not substitutes for personal morality, they reinforce it by increasing accountability and reducing opportunities for abuse. 3.5 Electoral incentives and long-term governance. Many contemporary political systems rely heavily on periodic elections to establish legitimacy. Elections can provide an important means of public participation and accountability. At the same time, political scientists have observed that frequent electoral competition may also create incentives for short-term policy decisions. Continual campaigning. Political polarization. Emphasis on popularity over long-term planning, allocation of public resources for electoral advantage. This manuscript does not argue that elections are inherently ineffective. Rather, it explores whether complementary institutional mechanisms rooted in merit, stewardship, and continuous accountability could strengthen governance while reducing some of these structural incentives. 3.6 Institutional capture. Even well-designed institutions may gradually become vulnerable to capture by political, economic, bureaucratic, or social interests. Institutional capture occurs when organizations intended to serve the public increasingly prioritize the interests of a particular group rather than the constitutional objectives they were created to achieve. Preventing capture requires more than replacing individuals. It requires institutions that continually renew themselves through transparent oversight, periodic review, independent auditing, balanced distribution of authority, regular constitutional evaluation. 3.7 Corruption as an architectural problem. The central thesis of this work is that corruption should be approached primarily as an architectural challenge. Where institutional design permits hidden decision-making, overlapping authority, weak oversight, or inadequate accountability, corruption becomes progressively easier regardless of the moral intentions of individual office holders. Conversely, when constitutional structures emphasize transparency, separation of powers, continuous auditing, independent review, and fiduciary responsibility, opportunities for corruption become significantly more difficult to exploit. Architecture cannot eliminate unethical behavior. It can, however, reduce opportunities, increase detection, and strengthen accountability. 3.8 Toward institutional stewardship. If public office is understood as Amanah, then every governmental institution must likewise function as a trustee rather than an owner of public authority. This principle extends beyond individual leaders. Cabinets, ministries, courts, financial institutions, and oversight bodies should all be designed to exercise authority on behalf of society rather than for institutional self-preservation. Institutional stewardship therefore becomes a constitutional principle governing not only people but the design of government itself. Conclusion. History repeatedly demonstrates that civilizations do not decline solely because they lack capable individuals. They decline when institutions permit private interests to displace public trust. Accordingly, constitutional reform should focus not only on selecting better leaders but also on designing stronger institutions. The chapters that follow introduce the constitutional philosophy that underpins the proposed governance architecture presented throughout this manuscript, explaining how principles such as Amanah, Shura, Adl, Muhasabah, and Maslahah may be reflected in modern institutional design while remaining distinct from the specific administrative mechanisms proposed in this work. Chapter 4. Islamic Constitutional Philosophy. O you who believe! Stand firmly for justice, as witnesses for Allah, even if it be against yourselves, your parents, or your relatives. Quran 4:135. Introduction. Every constitutional system rests upon a philosophy that defines the origin of authority, the purpose of government, the relationship between rulers and citizens, and the standards by which political power is judged. Some constitutions derive legitimacy primarily from the will of the majority. Others derive it from monarchy, nationalism, ethnicity, revolutionary ideology, or political parties. This proposed constitutional framework begins from a different premise. It holds that ultimate sovereignty belongs exclusively to Allah, while governmental authority is exercised by human beings as a temporary trust, Amanah, subject to both constitutional accountability and moral responsibility. Accordingly, the legitimacy of government depends not merely upon the manner in which leaders assume office, but upon whether public authority is exercised in accordance with justice, stewardship, consultation, accountability, and the public welfare. This chapter establishes the constitutional philosophy upon which the remainder of this manuscript is constructed. 4.1 Hakamiyya Divine Sovereignty. The cornerstone of this proposed constitutional framework is the doctrine of Hakamiyya, the recognition that ultimate sovereignty belongs solely to Allah. Human beings neither create absolute morality nor possess unrestricted political authority over one another. Instead, all governmental authority is delegated, conditional, and accountable. This principle fundamentally distinguishes ownership of power from stewardship of responsibility. The state therefore possesses no independent sovereignty apart from the trust placed upon it to administer justice according to constitutional principles. Government does not own society. Government serves society. 4.2 Amanah Public office as sacred. Trust. One of the defining characteristics of Islamic governance is the concept of Amanah. Public office is not private property. It is not a reward. It is not inherited privilege. It is not commercial opportunity. Every public office represents a trust placed upon an individual for the benefit of the community. Consequently, every office holder assumes fiduciary obligations including honesty, transparency, competence, impartiality, financial integrity, faithful administration of public resources. Failure to discharge these obligations constitutes not merely administrative failure but breach of constitutional trust. 4.3 Adl Justice as the primary constitutional objective. Justice occupies a central position within Islamic constitutional thought. The legitimacy of government depends upon its commitment to justice rather than upon the status or popularity of those who govern. Justice requires equality before the law, impartial administration, protection of rights, fair judicial procedures, accountability, proportionality, protection against oppression. No constitutional institution should be exempt from these principles. Justice binds rulers and citizens alike. 4.4 Shura Constitutional Consultation. Consultation, Shura, represents an essential principle of legitimate governance. Its purpose is not merely to collect opinions. Rather, Consultation seeks informed deliberation, collective wisdom, and responsible decision-making. This manuscript therefore proposes institutional mechanisms intended to strengthen meaningful consultation while reducing opportunities for factionalism, patronage, and political polarization. The precise institutional forms may evolve. The constitutional principle of consultation remains enduring. 4.5 Muhasabah Accountability. No constitutional order can preserve justice without effective accountability. Islamic governance recognizes accountability on multiple levels. Personal accountability before Allah. Legal accountability before independent courts, administrative accountability before constitutional institutions, public accountability through transparent oversight. This proposed framework therefore treats accountability as continuous rather than periodic. Public authority remains subject to review throughout tenure and, where lawful grounds exist, after tenure has concluded. No office confers permanent immunity. 4.6 Maslahah Public Welfare. Government exists to promote the welfare of society. Public policy should therefore seek to protect religion, life, intellect, family, property, while encouraging social stability, economic opportunity, education, public health, environmental stewardship, and scientific advancement consistent with constitutional principles. Administrative institutions should be evaluated according to whether they genuinely advance these objectives. 4.7 Separation between principles and institutions. A central methodological principle of this manuscript is the distinction between constitutional principles and administrative mechanisms. The constitutional principles discussed in this chapter are presented as enduring. The institutional mechanisms proposed in subsequent chapters including the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the rotating Constitutional Public Jury, AI-assisted auditing, the Civil Cabinet, the Defense Cabinet, the Treasury Cabinet, are proposed administrative institutions designed to implement these constitutional principles. They are not presented as immutable components of Shariah. Future generations may improve, modify, or replace these institutions provided that the underlying constitutional objectives remain protected. This distinction preserves both constitutional stability and institutional adaptability. 4.8 Stewardship rather than political ownership. Perhaps the most significant philosophical departure proposed in this manuscript concerns the nature of political office itself. Many political systems encourage the perception that government is something to be won, possessed, defended, or controlled. This constitutional framework rejects that understanding. Authority is never owned. Authority is temporarily entrusted. Leadership therefore becomes stewardship rather than political possession. Public institutions likewise become custodians rather than beneficiaries. The state exists to serve the people. The office exists to serve the Constitution. The Constitution exists to uphold justice under the sovereignty of Allah. Conclusion. Islamic constitutional philosophy provides enduring principles rather than rigid administrative blueprints. Justice, stewardship, consultation, accountability, public welfare, and divine sovereignty constitute the permanent foundations upon which constitutional institutions should be built. The chapters that follow begin translating these principles into a proposed institutional architecture intended to strengthen transparency, reduce corruption, preserve continuity, and reinforce public trust through carefully designed constitutional mechanisms appropriate to a contemporary Muslim society. Chapter 5. Constitutional Objectives of Shariah. Maqasid al-Shariah. We have certainly sent our messengers with clear proofs and sent down with them the scripture and the balance so that mankind may uphold justice. Quran 57:25. Introduction. A constitution cannot be evaluated solely by the institutions it establishes. It must also be judged according to the objectives it seeks to achieve. Within Islamic jurisprudence, these higher constitutional objectives are commonly described as the Maqasid al-Shariah, the overarching purposes that the law seeks to preserve and promote. Although Islamic scholars have expressed these objectives in different ways throughout history, there is broad recognition that Shariah exists to protect essential interests necessary for the flourishing of both individuals and society. This proposed constitutional framework adopts the Maqasid not merely as legal principles but as constitutional benchmarks against which every institution, law, regulation, policy, and administrative decision should be measured. The proposed institutional mechanisms described in later chapters derive their legitimacy not from novelty but from their ability to advance these constitutional objectives. 5.1 The Constitution as an instrument of public welfare. The primary purpose of government is neither political dominance nor administrative expansion. Government exists to facilitate justice, preserve stability, safeguard rights, administer public resources responsibly, and promote conditions under which individuals and communities may flourish. Every governmental institution should therefore answer a single constitutional question. Does this institution advance the objectives of justice and public welfare, or does it merely preserve governmental power? Institutions that cease serving society gradually lose their constitutional purpose. 5.2 Protection of religion, Hifz al-Din. The first constitutional objective concerns the protection of religion. This principle recognizes the importance of preserving the religious foundations of society while ensuring that public institutions conduct themselves with integrity, sincerity, and respect for constitutional values. Government itself cannot manufacture faith. Nor should it attempt to replace individual religious responsibility. Instead, constitutional institutions should create an environment in which religious life may flourish without coercion, corruption, or political manipulation. Religion must never become merely an instrument of political legitimacy. Likewise, political authority should never claim religious infallibility. 5.3 Protection of life, Hifz al-Nafs. The sanctity of human life occupies a central position within Islamic constitutional philosophy. Every governmental institution bears responsibility for protecting life through effective justice, public security, healthcare, disaster preparedness, environmental stewardship, food security, responsible national defense, lawful policing. Policies that unnecessarily endanger life contradict one of the most fundamental constitutional purposes of government. 5.4 Protection of intellect, Hifz al-Aql. Civilizations advance through knowledge, education, critical thinking, scientific inquiry, and intellectual integrity. Accordingly, constitutional institutions should encourage universal education, research, technological innovation, academic freedom within constitutional principles, ethical scientific development, evidence-based public administration. The proposed governance framework therefore views education not merely as a public service but as a constitutional investment in future generations. A knowledgeable society becomes more resistant to corruption, misinformation, and manipulation. 5.5 Protection of family and future generations, Hifz al-Nasl. Strong societies depend upon healthy families and responsible intergenerational stewardship. Government should therefore promote policies that strengthen family stability, child welfare, education, responsible economic opportunity, public safety, community cohesion. Every generation inherits public institutions from those who came before. Constitutional governance must therefore consider not only present citizens but also those yet to be born. This principle encourages long-term policy making rather than governance driven solely by immediate political incentives. 5.6 Protection of property, Hifz al-Mal. Public trust depends heavily upon secure property rights, honest commercial practices, and responsible financial administration. Accordingly, constitutional institutions should protect lawful private property, public assets, Bayt al-Mal, charitable endowments, waqf, contractual integrity, transparent procurement, fair taxation consistent with constitutional principles. Corruption affecting public finances represents more than administrative misconduct. It constitutes a violation of one of the primary constitutional objectives of Shariah. 5.7 Balancing the Maqasid. Constitutional decision-making frequently requires balancing multiple legitimate interests. For example, economic development should not unnecessarily compromise environmental sustainability. National security should not unnecessarily undermine justice. Administrative efficiency should not weaken accountability. Technological innovation should not diminish human dignity. The Maqasid therefore function collectively rather than independently. No single objective should routinely override all others. Instead, constitutional institutions should seek balanced solutions that preserve the greatest possible degree of public welfare. 5.8 Institutional Evaluation. One of the distinguishing features of this proposed framework is that every governmental institution should undergo periodic constitutional evaluation. The relevant question is not simply whether an institution performs its assigned tasks efficiently. Rather, constitutional review should ask whether the institution advances the Maqasid. Examples include: does the Treasury strengthen protection of public wealth? Does the judiciary strengthen justice? Does the education system strengthen knowledge? Does public health protect life? Does financial oversight reduce corruption? Institutional performance should therefore be measured according to constitutional objectives rather than bureaucratic activity alone. 5.9 Measuring constitutional success. Many governments evaluate success primarily through economic indicators such as gross domestic product, taxation, or fiscal growth. While these measures remain important, they do not by themselves reflect constitutional health. A society may become wealthier while simultaneously becoming less just. Similarly, technological advancement alone does not guarantee ethical governance. This manuscript therefore proposes a broader constitutional framework of performance indicators, incorporating measures such as integrity of public institutions, judicial independence, reduction in corruption, educational advancement, public trust, financial transparency, social stability, stewardship of public resources. Economic prosperity should complement, not replace, constitutional integrity. Conclusion. The Maqasid al-Shariah provide the constitutional compass for this proposed governance framework. Rather than prescribing every administrative detail, they establish enduring objectives toward which all constitutional institutions should strive. The chapters that follow begin translating these objectives into practical institutional mechanisms intended to strengthen justice, transparency, stewardship, accountability, and public welfare while reducing opportunities for corruption through constitutional design rather than reliance upon individual virtue alone. Chapter 6. Constitutional Rights and Responsibilities. O you who believe, stand firmly for justice as witnesses for Allah, even if it be against yourselves, your parents, or your close relatives. Quran 4:135. Introduction. A constitution establishes governmental institutions, but it must also define the relationship between the state and the people. Within this proposed constitutional framework, rights and responsibilities are understood as complementary rather than opposing concepts. Rights protect individuals from injustice. Responsibilities preserve the welfare of society. Neither can exist sustainably without the other. This chapter proposes a constitutional model in which government itself remains subject to the same constitutional principles that bind every citizen. No office, institution, or individual stands above the Constitution. Article 6.1 Equality before the law. Every person is equal before the Constitution and the law. No distinction shall be made in the administration of justice based upon wealth, political influence, family, ethnicity, social status, public office. Government officials remain fully subject to judicial review and constitutional accountability. Public office shall never constitute immunity from lawful investigation or judicial proceedings. Article 6.2 Sanctity of Human Life. The protection of human life constitutes one of the highest constitutional obligations of the state. Accordingly, governmental institutions shall promote public safety, health care, emergency response, disaster preparedness, environmental protection, food security, lawful national defense. The use of governmental authority affecting life shall always be exercised according to constitutional safeguards and applicable law. Article 6.3 Protection of property. Lawfully acquired property shall be protected. Public property shall likewise receive constitutional protection. Public officials act only as custodians of state resources. No office holder acquires ownership of public assets by virtue of office. The misuse, diversion, or unlawful appropriation of public resources constitutes a breach of constitutional trust. Article 6.4 Due process. Every individual is entitled to fair legal process. No person shall be subjected to criminal punishment, administrative sanction, or deprivation of rights except through procedures established by law. Constitutional guarantees include independent judicial review, opportunity to be heard, access to legal representation, impartial adjudication, reasoned decisions, lawful appeal procedures. Justice requires both fairness and transparency. Article 6.5 Human dignity. Every individual possesses inherent human dignity. Government shall conduct itself in a manner consistent with respect for human dignity in legislation, administration, judicial proceedings, law enforcement, public services. Public institutions exist to serve society with dignity rather than to dominate it. Article 6.6 Freedom of lawful economic activity. Citizens shall be free to engage in lawful commerce, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship consistent with constitutional principles. Government should encourage productive enterprise, technological advancement, honest trade, scientific research, responsible investment, fair competition. Economic opportunity strengthens both individual dignity and national prosperity. Article 6.7 Access to knowledge. Education represents a constitutional investment in future generations. The state shall encourage literacy, scientific research, technological innovation, professional education, vocational training, ethical scholarship. Knowledge strengthens constitutional governance by enabling informed citizenship and reducing vulnerability to corruption and misinformation. Article 6.8 Duty of public officials. Every holder of public office assumes fiduciary obligations toward society. Public officials shall discharge their duties honestly, avoid conflicts of interest, disclose assets where required by law, preserve confidentiality where constitutionally appropriate, protect public resources, remain accountable throughout and after tenure. Public office exists solely for public service. Article 6.9 Duties of citizens. Citizens likewise possess constitutional responsibilities. These include obeying lawful constitutional authority, respecting the rights of others, protecting public property, paying legally established public obligations, cooperating with lawful investigations, participating in the welfare of society, promoting honesty and justice. A constitutional society depends upon responsible citizenship as well as responsible government. Article 6.10 Constitutional loyalty. Loyalty shall be owed first to constitutional principles rather than to individuals, political movements, or temporary office holders. Every public institution shall preserve allegiance to justice, stewardship, accountability, consultation, constitutional order, public welfare, This principle protects the state from becoming dependent upon particular personalities. Article 6.11 Protection against abuse of power. Every governmental institution shall operate under constitutional limitations. Accordingly, authority shall be exercised only within lawful jurisdiction. Governmental decisions shall remain subject to review where provided by law. Independent oversight institutions shall investigate allegations of constitutional misconduct. No institution may exercise authority beyond its constitutional mandate. The Constitution protects society not only from lawlessness but also from excessive governmental power. Article 6.12 Mutual Constitutional Trust. The constitutional order rests upon reciprocal trust. Citizens entrust authority to public institutions. Public institutions must continuously earn that trust through transparency, integrity, competence, justice, accountability. Where trust is lost, constitutional legitimacy gradually weakens. Accordingly, every governmental institution bears an ongoing obligation to preserve public confidence through ethical conduct and faithful administration. Conclusion. Rights and responsibilities together establish the constitutional relationship between the state and society. The purpose of these provisions is not merely to protect individual liberty nor solely to strengthen governmental authority. Rather, they seek to establish a constitutional balance in which both citizens and institutions are jointly responsible for preserving justice, public trust, and the common welfare. The following chapter begins translating these constitutional principles into the institutional architecture proposed by this manuscript, starting with the concept of stewardship governance, in which public authority is exercised as a temporary fiduciary trust rather than a political entitlement. Chapter 7. Stewardship Governance, Amanah. Governance. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trusts to whom they are due, and when you judge between people, judge with justice. Quran 4:58. Introduction. Every constitutional system must answer one fundamental question. What is the true nature of public authority? Throughout history, governments have often treated political office as a possession to be acquired, defended, expanded, and retained. Political competition has frequently transformed public office into an object of personal ambition, party advantage, dynastic succession, or economic influence. This proposed constitutional framework rejects that conception. Instead, it adopts the principle of Amanah governance, under which every public office is regarded as a temporary fiduciary trust held on behalf of society under the ultimate sovereignty of Allah. Authority is therefore never owned. Authority is entrusted. Article 7.1 Public office as a fiduciary trust. Every constitutional office exists solely to serve the public interest. No office holder acquires proprietary rights over governmental authority, public institutions, public finances, national assets, constitutional powers. The office belongs neither to the individual nor to the institution. It belongs to the constitutional order established for the benefit of society. Article 7.2 The Custodian Principle. Every constitutional office holder shall serve as a custodian, trustee, rather than as a ruler in the proprietary sense. The constitutional role of the custodian includes administering public affairs, protecting constitutional institutions, preserving justice, implementing lawful public policy, safeguarding public resources, ensuring institutional continuity. The custodian serves the Constitution rather than exercising unrestricted personal discretion. Article 7.3 Non-Beneficiary Rule. One of the defining characteristics of stewardship governance is the non-beneficiary principle. Accordingly, no public official may use constitutional authority to obtain improper personal advantage through financial gain, preferential contracts, family favoritism, political patronage, misuse of confidential information, Abuse of governmental influence. Public authority shall never become an instrument of personal enrichment. Article 7.4 Separation between office and office holder. The Constitution recognizes a clear distinction between the office itself and the individual temporarily occupying that office. Consequently, governmental property remains public property, institutional authority remains constitutional authority, official records remain public records subject to lawful protection, administrative decisions remain institutional decisions rather than personal directives. Leadership changes shall not interrupt constitutional continuity. Article 7.5 Fiduciary obligations. Every constitutional office holder assumes continuing fiduciary obligations, including honesty, competence, impartiality, confidentiality where required by law, transparency where required by law, prudent administration of public resources, faithful execution of constitutional responsibilities. Failure to uphold these obligations may constitute a breach of constitutional trust. Article 7.6 Constitutional Oath. Before assuming office, every constitutional office holder shall affirm an oath acknowledging the sovereignty of Allah, the supremacy of the Constitution, faithful discharge of public duties, protection of justice, preservation of public trust, avoidance of conflicts of interest, commitment to constitutional accountability. The oath establishes both legal and moral responsibility. Article 7.7 Continuous accountability. Accountability shall not be limited to elections, appointments, or periodic reviews. Rather, constitutional accountability shall operate continuously through independent auditing, financial disclosure where required, judicial oversight, institutional review, constitutional inspection, lawful public reporting. The objective is not constant suspicion but continuous constitutional integrity. Article 7.8 Stewardship of public wealth. Public resources constitute a trust belonging to society. Every office holder shall therefore administer taxation, public expenditures, infrastructure, natural resources, public investments, strategic reserves, solely for lawful public purposes. Waste, negligence, or intentional misuse of public resources constitutes a violation of constitutional stewardship. Article 7.9 Stewardship of future generations. Government does not exist solely for present citizens. Every constitutional decision should consider its effects upon future generations. Long-term stewardship includes sustainable economic policy, environmental responsibility, responsible public borrowing, infrastructure maintenance, scientific development, educational investment. The Constitution therefore encourages intergenerational responsibility rather than short-term political incentives. Article 7.10 Institutional continuity. Government must remain stable regardless of changes in leadership. Accordingly, institutions shall preserve operational continuity, succession procedures shall be clearly defined, administrative records shall be securely maintained, constitutional authority shall transfer without interruption. No office holder shall possess authority to suspend constitutional government for personal advantage. Article 7.11 Constitutional culture. Stewardship governance extends beyond legal rules. It seeks to cultivate a constitutional culture in which public service is regarded as an honor, a responsibility, an act of service, a fiduciary obligation, a moral commitment. Public institutions should therefore reward integrity, competence, professionalism, and faithful service rather than personal loyalty or political patronage. Article 7.12 Stewardship as the foundation of government. This proposed constitutional framework regards stewardship as the organizing principle of government. Justice becomes the purpose. Amanah becomes the method, Accountability becomes the safeguard. Public welfare becomes the objective. Every constitutional institution proposed in the following chapters, including the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the rotating Constitutional Public Jury, the Civil Cabinet, the Treasury Cabinet, the Defense Cabinet, and the Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission, derives its legitimacy from its capacity to uphold these principles. Conclusion. Stewardship governance represents the philosophical transition from political ownership to constitutional trusteeship. In this framework, leadership is not viewed as a prize to be won, but as a temporary trust to be faithfully discharged. By separating authority from personal ownership and embedding fiduciary obligations within every constitutional office, the proposed system seeks to make ethical governance not merely a matter of individual character, but a defining feature of institutional design. The next chapter introduces the first major institutional mechanism of this proposed constitutional architecture, the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, a merit-based constitutional body intended to strengthen informed governance, ethical oversight, and institutional continuity while remaining accountable to the constitutional principles established in the preceding chapters. Chapter 8. The Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars. And consult them in matters of public concern. Then, when you have decided, put your trust in Allah. Quran 3:159. Introduction. Every constitutional system requires institutions capable of providing informed judgment, preserving constitutional continuity, and protecting society from impulsive or arbitrary governance. This proposed constitutional framework establishes a Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars as the principal constitutional advisory and oversight institution responsible for safeguarding the integrity of government through knowledge, merit, ethical leadership, and institutional accountability. The Council is not conceived as a clerical hierarchy, a hereditary body, or a political party. Rather, it is proposed as a merit-based constitutional institution composed of individuals possessing exceptional intellectual competence, professional achievement, moral integrity, and demonstrated public service. The number 40 is proposed as an institutional design choice intended to balance diversity of expertise with administrative efficiency. It is not presented as a religious requirement and may be amended through constitutional procedures. Article 8.1 Constitutional Status. The Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars shall serve as an independent constitutional institution. Its purpose is to safeguard constitutional integrity, provide informed constitutional deliberation, review major national policies, supervise institutional continuity, strengthen long-term strategic planning, reduce opportunities for corruption through collective oversight. The Council shall not exercise unlimited executive authority, judicial authority, or legislative supremacy. Its authority derives solely from the Constitution. Article 8.2 Nature of membership. Membership is based upon demonstrated merit rather than political popularity. Selection shall prioritize individuals possessing exceptional records of scholarship, scientific achievement, engineering, medicine, economics, law, public administration, finance, technology, education, national service, ethics. The objective is to assemble a multidisciplinary body capable of evaluating complex national challenges from multiple perspectives. Article 8.3 Qualification Standards. Illustrative constitutional qualifications may include advanced academic achievement or equivalent internationally recognized, expertise, substantial professional experience, demonstrated integrity, adala, constitutional literacy, financial transparency, absence of serious criminal convictions, subject to applicable law, demonstrated public service, independence from conflicts of interest. Academic qualifications alone shall not be sufficient. Character and integrity remain essential constitutional requirements. Article 8.4 Constitutional Responsibilities. The Council shall review constitutional compliance, evaluate long-term national strategy, advise constitutional institutions, review appointments where assigned by the Constitution, oversee institutional stewardship, recommend constitutional reforms, preserve administrative continuity during transitions. The Council exists to strengthen governance, not to centralize power. Article 8.5 Collective Decision Making. No individual scholar shall possess unilateral constitutional authority. The Council shall deliberate collectively. Institutional decisions should encourage evidence-based reasoning, consultation, Shura, respectful disagreement, documented deliberation, transparent constitutional justification. Consensus should be pursued wherever reasonably possible. Where consensus cannot be achieved, constitutional procedures shall determine decision-making requirements. Article 8.6 Independence. Members of the Council shall perform their constitutional responsibilities independently. They shall neither represent political parties, accept instructions from private interests, act on behalf of commercial organizations, exercise authority for personal benefit. Their primary constitutional loyalty remains to Allah, the Constitution, justice, stewardship, public welfare. Article 8.7 Mandatory rotation. To prevent institutional stagnation and concentration of influence, Council membership shall rotate according to constitutional procedures. Rotation serves several constitutional objectives: encouraging renewal, introducing new expertise, preventing entrenched authority, strengthening accountability, reducing institutional capture. The Constitution should establish clear terms of office while preserving orderly succession. Article 8.8 Transparency. Subject to national security, privacy, and other lawful limitations, Council proceedings should emphasize transparency. Accordingly, constitutional opinions should be published where appropriate, conflicts of interest should be disclosed. Financial interests should be reported where required by law. Constitutional reasoning should be documented. Transparency strengthens public confidence without compromising legitimate confidentiality. Article 8.9 Relationship with other institutions. The Council shall neither replace the judiciary, executive administration, the Treasury Cabinet, the Defense Cabinet, independent constitutional commissions. Instead, it functions as one component within a broader constitutional architecture. Each institution remains subject to constitutional limitations and independent oversight. No constitutional body shall become institutionally supreme except the Constitution itself. Article 8.10 Stewardship rather than rule. The Council is established to preserve constitutional stewardship rather than political control. Its members are trustees of constitutional integrity. They are not constitutional proprietors. The Council therefore exercises influence through knowledge, consultation, constitutional review, and ethical leadership rather than personal authority or political dominance. Article 8.11 Continuous constitutional review. The Council shall periodically evaluate whether constitutional institutions continue to fulfill their intended purposes. Such reviews may examine effectiveness, transparency, accountability, financial integrity, institutional efficiency, consistency with constitutional principles, advancement of the Maqasid al-Shariah. Recommendations for reform should strengthen constitutional governance while preserving institutional stability. Article 8.12 The Council as a constitutional safeguard. The Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars represents the first institutional safeguard within the proposed governance architecture. Its purpose is not to govern society directly but to strengthen the quality of constitutional governance through informed deliberation, multidisciplinary expertise, ethical oversight, and continuous institutional review. By distributing constitutional responsibility among a diverse body of qualified individuals rather than concentrating authority in a single office, the proposed framework seeks to reduce opportunities for arbitrary decision-making and encourage long-term stewardship. Conclusion. The Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars serves as the intellectual and ethical cornerstone of the proposed governance architecture. It embodies the principle that constitutional leadership should be guided by knowledge, integrity, consultation, and public trust rather than personal popularity or political competition. The following chapter introduces the second institutional safeguard, the rotating constitutional public jury, a proposed body of 1,600 citizens designed to strengthen community-based character verification, continuous accountability, and constitutional oversight while remaining independent of partisan influence. Chapter 9. The rotating constitutional public jury. And cooperate in righteousness and piety, but do not cooperate in sin and aggression. Quran 5:2. Introduction. No constitutional system can preserve integrity through government institutions alone. Constitutions ultimately depend upon the moral character, civic responsibility, and constitutional participation of the society they govern. This proposed constitutional framework therefore introduces a rotating constitutional public jury, consisting of 1,600 citizens, serving as an independent constitutional verification body. Unlike conventional juries that determine legal guilt in individual cases, this proposed institution performs a fundamentally different constitutional function. Its purpose is not to govern. Its purpose is not to legislate. Its purpose is not to replace courts. Rather, it serves as an independent constitutional mechanism for continuous civic verification, character assessment within the constitutional selection process, institutional accountability, and preservation of public trust. The proposed composition of 1,600 jurors, 40 assigned to each of the 40 scholars, is an institutional design proposal intended to provide broad societal participation while minimizing opportunities for organized influence. Article 9.1 Constitutional Status. The rotating constitutional public jury shall constitute an independent constitutional institution operating separately from the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the Civil Cabinet, the Treasury Cabinet, the Defense Cabinet, the Judiciary. Its constitutional purpose is to strengthen institutional accountability through structured civic participation. Article 9.2 Purpose. The public jury exists to provide independent character verification, constitutional community oversight, continuous institutional review, integrity reporting, public confidence in constitutional appointments. It does not administer criminal justice. It does not determine legal guilt. It does not exercise executive authority. Its role remains advisory and constitutional within the limits prescribed by this Constitution. Article 9.3 Composition. The proposed public jury shall consist of 40 jurors assigned to each constitutional scholar, creating a total body of 1,600 jurors. The Constitution may amend these numbers in future should experience demonstrate superior institutional arrangements. The constitutional objective is broad participation rather than numerical rigidity. Article 9.4 Eligibility. Eligibility shall be based upon objective constitutional criteria established by law. Illustrative requirements may include legal competence, demonstrated honesty, established reputation within the community, compliance with constitutional obligations, absence of serious criminal convictions, subject to applicable law, willingness to serve impartially. Additional qualifications may be established through legislation consistent with constitutional principles. Article 9.5 Community verification. One proposed element of this constitutional framework is the use of community-based verification as one indicator of public trustworthiness. For a Muslim society, legislators may choose objective criteria reflecting demonstrated civic responsibility and ethical conduct. The manuscript discusses regular participation in communal religious life as one possible indicator within such a framework. However, no single characteristic should alone determine eligibility or constitutional suitability. Character assessment should instead rely upon multiple objective indicators, including integrity, public service, lawful conduct, and constitutional compliance. This multi-factor approach reduces arbitrariness while preserving fairness. Article 9.6 AI-assisted random selection. Jurors shall be selected using transparent administrative procedures designed to minimize human manipulation. This manuscript proposes that constitutional legislation may employ independently audited digital systems, including artificial intelligence, to randomize selections from qualified pools. Verify eligibility requirements. Detect conflicts of interest. Maintain transparent records. Publish procedural explanations. Artificial intelligence functions solely as an administrative instrument. Final constitutional responsibility always remains with human constitutional institutions. Article 9.7 Mandatory rotation. Membership shall rotate periodically according to constitutional law. Rotation serves several objectives. Preventing entrenched influence. Broadening public participation. Reducing opportunities for organized patronage, strengthening independence. Maintaining institutional renewal. No citizen should continuously occupy the same constitutional oversight position. Article 9.8 Independence. Jurors shall perform their constitutional responsibilities independently. They shall neither represent political organizations, receive instructions from government officials, act on behalf of commercial interests, participate for personal advantage. Constitutional service represents temporary public stewardship rather than political representation. Article 9.9 Transparency and confidentiality. Public confidence requires transparency. Institutional integrity requires confidentiality where appropriate. Accordingly, constitutional procedures should remain publicly documented, selection criteria should be publicly available. Conflicts of interest should be disclosed. Confidential personal information shall remain protected according to law. The Constitution seeks an appropriate balance between openness and individual privacy. Article 9.10 Relationship with the Constitutional Council. The public jury and the Constitutional Council serve complementary constitutional functions. The Council contributes professional expertise, strategic judgment, and constitutional deliberation. The public jury contributes structured civic verification, community confidence, and continuous constitutional oversight. Neither institution is constitutionally superior to the other. Each strengthens the constitutional legitimacy of the other through independent participation. Article 9.11 Constitutional safeguards to preserve institutional integrity. Jurors shall disclose relevant conflicts of interest. Attempts to improperly influence jurors shall constitute constitutional offenses as defined by law. Institutional records shall remain auditable. Oversight procedures shall undergo periodic constitutional review. The objective is to make undue influence progressively more difficult through constitutional design. Article 9.12 Civic stewardship. The rotating constitutional public jury embodies the principle that constitutional responsibility extends beyond government institutions. Citizens themselves become participants in preserving constitutional integrity. Rather than limiting civic participation to periodic elections alone, this proposed framework seeks to encourage continuous, structured, and accountable constitutional engagement. Through rotation, transparency, independence, and community participation, the public jury functions as an additional safeguard against institutional capture while strengthening public trust in constitutional governance. Conclusion. The rotating constitutional public jury represents the second major safeguard within the proposed constitutional architecture. Together with the Constitutional Council of 40 scholars, it creates a dual-layer system of professional expertise and structured civic oversight. These institutions are intended to complement one another while remaining independently accountable under the Constitution. The following chapter introduces the third safeguard of the proposed framework, AI-assisted constitutional administration, explaining how modern technology may strengthen transparency, procedural integrity, auditing, and institutional accountability without replacing human judgment, judicial authority, or constitutional responsibility. Chapter 10. AI-assisted constitutional administration. Indeed, Allah commands justice, excellence, and fulfilling trusts. Quran 16:90. Introduction. The emergence of advanced computing, artificial intelligence, cryptographic verification, and digital public administration presents constitutional systems with opportunities unprecedented in human history. For the first time, governments possess the technical capability to automate administrative processes, continuously audit financial transactions, detect conflicts of interest, verify compliance, and preserve permanent public records with extraordinary precision. These capabilities, however, introduce constitutional responsibilities as well as opportunities. Technology must never become the source of political authority. Artificial intelligence possesses neither moral responsibility nor constitutional legitimacy. Accordingly, this proposed constitutional framework adopts the principle that artificial intelligence shall assist governance but shall never govern. Technology exists to strengthen transparency, consistency, accountability, and institutional efficiency while remaining subordinate to constitutional law and human responsibility. Article 10.1 Constitutional status of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence shall be recognized solely as an administrative instrument. It shall possess no constitutional authority, no judicial authority, no legislative authority, no executive authority, no independent legal personality. All constitutional authority remains vested in human institutions established under this Constitution. Article 10.2 Constitutional objectives. AI-assisted constitutional administration exists to strengthen transparency, procedural consistency, institutional accountability, administrative efficiency, financial integrity, constitutional compliance, protection of public records. Technology serves constitutional governance. It does not replace constitutional governance. Article 10.3 Permitted administrative functions. Subject to constitutional law, AI systems may assist with randomized constitutional selections, verification of eligibility requirements, conflict of interest detection, procurement monitoring, public expenditure auditing, regulatory compliance, document management, statistical analysis, fraud detection, constitutional reporting. These functions remain administrative rather than governmental. Article 10.4 Prohibited functions. Artificial intelligence shall not determine criminal guilt, issue judicial judgments, enact legislation, exercise military command, replace constitutional officers, interpret religious doctrine, issue binding constitutional rulings, suspend constitutional rights. Every exercise of constitutional authority requires accountable human decision-makers. Article 10.5 Transparency of algorithms. Where AI systems perform constitutional administrative functions, their governing procedures should be transparent to the extent compatible with national security, cybersecurity, protection against system manipulation, lawful confidentiality. Citizens should understand the purpose of AI systems, the data being processed, applicable oversight procedures, Available mechanisms for review. Opaque constitutional administration undermines public trust. Article 10.6 Human oversight. Every significant AI-assisted administrative decision shall remain subject to human review. Appropriately authorized constitutional officers retain responsibility for approving final administrative actions, reviewing disputed outcomes, correcting system errors, ensuring compliance with constitutional principles. Responsibility cannot be delegated to software. Article 10.7 Constitutional audit of AI systems. AI systems employed by government shall undergo periodic independent constitutional audits. Audits should examine accuracy, security, procedural fairness, cybersecurity, reliability, transparency, legal compliance. Independent review protects both citizens and government from technological misuse. Article 10.8 Data integrity. Public administration depends upon trustworthy information. Accordingly, constitutional information systems should maintain authenticated records, secure archives, tamper-evident logging, controlled access, disaster recovery, long-term preservation. Government records constitute public trust assets. Their integrity is therefore a constitutional responsibility. Article 10.9 Privacy and confidentiality. Technological capability shall not diminish constitutional protections for privacy. Government shall collect only information reasonably necessary for lawful constitutional purposes. Personal information shall be securely protected, lawfully processed, retained only as authorized by law, protected against unauthorized disclosure. Citizens retain constitutional dignity in both physical and digital environments. Article 10.10 AI-assisted constitutional selection. This manuscript proposes that artificial intelligence may assist administrative selection processes where constitutional law requires randomization, eligibility verification, conflict screening, transparent procedural documentation. Examples include selection of public jury members, assignment of review panels, scheduling of institutional audits, rotation of oversight responsibilities. The objective is to reduce opportunities for favoritism, patronage, and administrative manipulation. Article 10.11 Cybersecurity as constitutional infrastructure. Modern constitutional governance depends upon secure digital infrastructure. Accordingly, government shall maintain systems designed to protect constitutional records, financial systems, electoral or appointment processes where applicable, national security information, judicial databases, public registries. Cybersecurity becomes not merely a technical issue but a constitutional obligation. Article 10.12 Continuous constitutional monitoring. AI systems may assist in identifying administrative irregularities through continuous monitoring of procurement, public expenditures, institutional performance, regulatory compliance, financial anomalies, unusual transactional patterns. Detection does not constitute proof. Rather, automated systems generate alerts requiring human investigation according to due process. Article 10.13 Ethical principles for government AI. Government AI systems should be designed according to constitutional principles of justice, impartiality, accountability, transparency, explainability, proportionality, security, respect for human dignity. Technology should reinforce constitutional ethics rather than replace them. Article 10.14 Constitutional Technology Commission. The Constitution may establish an independent Constitutional Technology Commission responsible for certifying government AI systems, supervising algorithmic audits, Publishing technical standards. Reviewing cybersecurity policies. Advising constitutional institutions on emerging technologies. The Commission operates independently of the executive administration while remaining accountable to the Constitution. Article 10.15 Technology in service of stewardship. Artificial intelligence represents one of the most significant administrative innovations available to modern constitutional government. Properly governed, it can substantially strengthen transparency, consistency, financial integrity, institutional accountability, and public confidence. Improperly governed, it risks concentrating power, reducing transparency, and weakening human responsibility. This proposed constitutional framework therefore adopts a simple principle. Technology shall serve stewardship. Stewardship shall never be surrendered to technology. Conclusion. AI-assisted constitutional administration forms the third institutional safeguard of the proposed governance architecture. Combined with the Constitutional Council of 40 scholars and the rotating constitutional public jury, it creates a three-layer system of professional oversight, civic participation, and technological transparency. Each layer independently reinforces constitutional accountability while remaining subordinate to the enduring principles of Hakimiyyah, Amanah, Shura, Muhasabah, and Maslahah. The next chapter introduces the structural heart of the proposed constitutional system, the tri-pillar constitutional government, comprising the Civil Cabinet, Treasury Cabinet, and Defense Cabinet, each operating as an autonomous constitutional institution designed to prevent concentration of power and institutional capture. Chapter 11. The Tri-Pillar Constitutional Government. And do not let the hatred of a people prevent you from being just. Be just, that is nearer to righteousness. Quran 5:8. Introduction. One of the principal causes of constitutional failure throughout history has been the concentration of governmental authority. When legislative influence, executive administration, public finance, military command, intelligence services, and regulatory authority become concentrated within a single institution or office, the opportunities for institutional capture increase substantially. This proposed constitutional framework therefore adopts an alternative architectural approach. Rather than organizing government as a single executive hierarchy, it distributes constitutional authority among three autonomous constitutional pillars, each possessing clearly defined responsibilities, independent oversight, and constitutional limitations. Together these institutions form the tri-pillar constitutional government. Their purpose is not administrative duplication. Their purpose is constitutional resilience. Each pillar provides an independent balance against the others while remaining subordinate to the Constitution. Article 11.1 Constitutional Structure. The government shall consist of three constitutionally autonomous institutions. The Civil Cabinet. Responsible for civil administration, legislation, national development, public services, infrastructure, education, health, transportation, environmental stewardship, science, technology, and foreign affairs. The Treasury Cabinet. Responsible for the management of public finances, Bayt al-Mal, taxation, budgeting, procurement oversight, national reserves, fiscal policy, public accounting, and financial transparency. The Defense Cabinet. Responsible exclusively for national defense, strategic security, military readiness, border protection, and constitutional protection against external threats. Each pillar shall exercise only those powers expressly granted by the Constitution. Article 11.2 Constitutional Equality of the three pillars. No constitutional pillar shall possess inherent superiority over another. The Civil Cabinet shall not control the Treasury. The Treasury shall not command the armed forces. The Defense Cabinet shall not administer civilian government. Each institution remains constitutionally independent while cooperating under the framework established by this Constitution. Article 11.3 Separation of constitutional authority. To reduce opportunities for corruption and institutional capture. Financial authority shall remain institutionally independent from executive administration. Military authority shall remain institutionally independent from financial administration. Civilian administration shall remain institutionally independent from military command. This separation establishes multiple constitutional safeguards against the concentration of power. Article 11.4 Mutual constitutional accountability. Although constitutionally autonomous, each pillar remains accountable through constitutional review, judicial oversight, financial audit, independent inspection, constitutional reporting, public accountability as provided by law. Autonomy shall never imply constitutional immunity. Article 11.5 Constitutional cooperation. The three constitutional pillars shall cooperate where national interests require coordinated action. Examples include disaster response, national emergencies, strategic infrastructure, cybersecurity, public health, border security, constitutional continuity. Such cooperation shall occur according to procedures established by constitutional law while preserving institutional independence. Article 11.6 Prevention of institutional capture. The tri-pillar architecture is specifically designed to reduce the possibility that any single institution may dominate the state. Accordingly, financial dependence between pillars should be minimized, appointments should remain constitutionally regulated, oversight should remain independent, constitutional audits should operate across all pillars. This architecture seeks to make systemic corruption progressively more difficult through structural design rather than reliance upon individual integrity alone. Article 11.7 Continuity of government. Each constitutional pillar shall maintain permanent institutional continuity. Changes in personnel shall not interrupt public administration, financial operations, national defense, constitutional services. Government exists as a continuous institution rather than a sequence of individual office holders. Article 11.8 Constitutional stewardship. Every constitutional pillar shall regard itself as a steward of its assigned constitutional responsibilities. The Civil Cabinet shall steward public administration. The Treasury Cabinet shall steward public wealth. The Defense Cabinet shall steward national security. None shall exercise authority beyond its constitutional mandate. Article 11.9 Constitutional transparency. Each constitutional pillar shall maintain transparent administrative procedures consistent with national security, judicial confidentiality, financial integrity, constitutional accountability. Transparency strengthens public confidence while respecting legitimate constitutional limitations. Article 11.10 Constitutional resilience. One objective of the tri-pillar architecture is to ensure that constitutional government remains functional even when one institution experiences administrative disruption. Institutional independence therefore contributes to continuity, redundancy, resilience, constitutional stability, public confidence. This architecture reduces the likelihood that failure within one institution will disable the state as a whole. Article 11.11 Stewardship. Rather than competition, the constitutional pillars shall not compete for authority. Each institution exists to fulfill a distinct constitutional trust. Performance shall therefore be evaluated according to constitutional compliance, effectiveness, integrity, transparency, public welfare, advancement of justice. Institutional success is measured by faithful stewardship rather than expansion of jurisdiction. Article 11.12 Constitutional integrity. Through distribution of power, the tri-pillar constitutional government represents the central architectural innovation of this proposed governance framework. Instead of concentrating authority into a single executive institution, Constitutional responsibilities are distributed among autonomous pillars capable of independently preserving justice, accountability, financial integrity, national security, administrative continuity. This institutional distribution seeks to transform corruption from an easily concealed administrative risk into a constitutionally difficult undertaking requiring simultaneous compromise of multiple independent institutions. Conclusion. The tri-pillar constitutional government forms the structural foundation of the proposed constitutional architecture. By separating civil administration, public finance, and national defense into autonomous constitutional institutions, the framework seeks to reduce concentration of power while strengthening accountability, continuity, and institutional resilience. The chapters that follow examine each pillar individually, beginning with the civil cabinet, its constitutional responsibilities, its limits, and its role as the principal steward of civilian government under the Constitution. Chapter 12. The Civil Cabinet. Indeed, Allah commands justice and excellence. Quran 16:90. Introduction. Within the proposed tri-pillar constitutional government, the civil cabinet serves as the principal institution responsible for the day-to-day administration of civilian affairs. Its constitutional purpose is not to rule over society but to administer the public trust entrusted to it under the Constitution. Unlike many contemporary executive systems, the civil cabinet is not conceived as the supreme authority of the state. Rather, it is one of three constitutionally autonomous pillars whose authority is carefully limited, supervised, and balanced by independent constitutional institutions. Its legitimacy derives not from political dominance but from faithful constitutional stewardship. Article 12.1 Constitutional Status. The civil cabinet shall constitute the principal civilian administrative institution of the state. It shall exercise only those powers expressly granted by this Constitution and laws enacted in conformity with it. The civil cabinet shall remain subject to the Constitution, the judiciary, independent constitutional oversight, financial audit, constitutional review. No civil cabinet shall exercise unlimited executive authority. Article 12.2 Constitutional Mission. The mission of the civil cabinet is to administer the civil affairs of the nation through justice, efficiency, transparency, competence, accountability, stewardship. Its purpose is the continuous delivery of public services while preserving constitutional integrity. Article 12.3 Areas of Responsibility. Unless otherwise assigned by the Constitution, the civil cabinet shall administer education, healthcare, transportation, infrastructure, housing, agriculture, environmental protection, communications, science and technology, labor and employment, civil aviation, maritime administration, local government, emergency management, public utilities, immigration and civil administration, foreign affairs and diplomacy. These responsibilities shall be exercised in cooperation with other constitutional institutions where appropriate. Article 12.4 The Constitutional Custodian. The civil cabinet shall be led by a constitutional custodian, who serves as the chief civilian administrator of the state. The custodian serves the Constitution, coordinates the work of the civil cabinet, represents the civil cabinet in constitutional matters, ensures continuity of administration, oversees implementation of lawful national policy. The custodian is not the owner of executive authority. He or she remains a constitutional trustee whose authority exists only within the limits prescribed by the Constitution. Article 12.5 Collective Responsibility. The civil cabinet shall govern collectively. Individual ministers remain responsible for their respective constitutional portfolios. Major constitutional decisions should be documented, deliberated collectively, supported by evidence, Consistent with constitutional objectives. Collective administration reduces excessive dependence upon any single office holder. Article 12.6 Constitutional limitations. The civil cabinet shall not command the armed forces except as expressly provided by constitutional law, administer the treasury, interfere with judicial independence, direct constitutional audit authorities, exercise powers assigned to other constitutional pillars. These limitations preserve institutional balance and prevent concentration of authority. Article 12.7 Administrative merit. Appointments within the civil cabinet should emphasize competence, professional qualifications, integrity, constitutional literacy, public service experience. Political patronage should never become the principal basis for public administration. Professional excellence strengthens constitutional government. Article 12.8 Transparency and public administration. The civil cabinet shall conduct public administration according to principles of transparency, efficiency, accountability, service to citizens, documented decision-making, lawful access to public information. Administrative opacity creates opportunities for corruption. Transparency therefore serves both citizens and government. Article 12.9 National planning. The civil cabinet shall prepare long-term national development strategies addressing education, infrastructure, healthcare, scientific advancement, industrial development, environmental sustainability, technological innovation, economic opportunity. Strategic planning should extend beyond immediate political or administrative cycles. Future generations remain constitutional stakeholders. Article 12.10 Constitutional continuity. The civil cabinet shall maintain uninterrupted public administration. Changes in leadership shall not disrupt public services, civil administration, regulatory functions, government records, constitutional obligations. Institutional continuity shall take precedence over personal leadership transitions. Article 12.11 Accountability. The civil cabinet shall remain continuously accountable through judicial review, constitutional oversight, independent auditing, financial transparency, legislative review where constitutionally established, public reporting. No minister, administrator, or custodian shall enjoy permanent constitutional immunity. Article 12.12 Stewardship of civil government. The civil cabinet exists to administer, not to dominate. Its legitimacy rests upon faithful execution of constitutional responsibilities in service of society. Its authority is limited. Its duties are substantial. Its accountability is continuous. Its guiding principles remain Amanah, stewardship; Adl, justice; Shura, consultation; Muhasabah, accountability; Maslahah, public welfare. These principles define the constitutional character of civilian administration within the proposed governance framework. Conclusion. The civil cabinet forms the administrative heart of civilian government while remaining constitutionally restrained by independent oversight, judicial review, financial separation, and institutional accountability. It is intentionally designed to function as a constitutional steward rather than a politically dominant executive. The following chapter examines the second pillar of the constitutional architecture, the Treasury Cabinet, which is proposed as an autonomous constitutional institution responsible for safeguarding the nation's public wealth, Bayt al-Mal, financial transparency, and long-term fiscal stewardship independently of civilian executive administration. Chapter 13. The Treasury Cabinet. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trusts to whom they are due. Quran 4:58. Introduction. History demonstrates that financial corruption is among the greatest threats to constitutional government. Many governments have maintained strong legal systems, capable administrations, and professional public services, yet ultimately failed because public finances became concentrated under political influence, private interests, or institutional patronage. Public wealth constitutes one of the greatest trusts, Amanah, entrusted to government. Accordingly, this proposed constitutional framework establishes the Treasury Cabinet as an autonomous constitutional pillar responsible exclusively for the stewardship of the nation's financial resources. Its constitutional independence is not intended to weaken government. Rather, it strengthens government by protecting public wealth from improper political influence while ensuring that every public expenditure remains subject to constitutional accountability. Article 13.1 Constitutional Status. The Treasury Cabinet shall constitute an autonomous constitutional institution. It shall operate independently of the Civil Cabinet, the Defense Cabinet, political organizations, commercial interests, individual office holders. Its primary constitutional responsibility is the stewardship of the financial resources entrusted to the state. Article 13.2 Constitutional Mission. The Treasury Cabinet exists to protect public wealth, administer Bayt al-Mal, preserve financial integrity, maintain fiscal stability, safeguard national reserves, ensure constitutional accountability in public finance. Public money shall never be regarded as governmental property. It belongs to the people and is administered solely as a constitutional trust. Article 13.3 Constitutional Responsibilities. The Treasury Cabinet shall administer Bayt al-Mal, the national budget, public accounting, lawful taxation, zakat administration where constitutionally assigned, public procurement oversight, sovereign investment funds, strategic financial reserves, national debt administration, fiscal reporting, financial compliance. Additional responsibilities may be established by constitutional law provided they remain consistent with this Constitution. Article 13.4 Financial Independence. To preserve constitutional integrity. The Civil Cabinet shall not directly control Treasury operations, the Defense Cabinet shall not administer national finances, Treasury officers shall not exercise civilian executive authority. Financial administration shall remain institutionally independent while cooperating with other constitutional institutions through lawful constitutional procedures. Article 13.5 Annual Constitutional Budget. Each fiscal year the Treasury Cabinet shall prepare a comprehensive constitutional budget. The budget shall include projected revenues, projected expenditures, reserve allocations, infrastructure investments, education funding, healthcare funding, defense appropriations, emergency contingency reserves, debt obligations, long-term fiscal projections. Budget preparation shall prioritize sustainability rather than short-term political advantage. Article 13.6 Bayt al-Mal. Bayt al-Mal represents the constitutional treasury of the state. Its administration shall observe the principles of Amanah, transparency, prudence, accountability, equity, public welfare. Funds entrusted to Bayt al-Mal shall be used solely for lawful constitutional purposes. Diversion of public funds for private benefit constitutes a breach of constitutional trust. Article 13.7 Public Procurement. Public procurement shall be governed by constitutional principles of transparency, open competition where appropriate, value for public expenditure, documented evaluation, conflict of interest prevention, independent review. Every significant procurement decision shall be auditable. The objective is to ensure that public resources are allocated fairly, efficiently, and in the best interests of society. Article 13.8 Financial Disclosure. Senior constitutional office holders responsible for public finance shall comply with lawful financial disclosure requirements established by constitutional legislation. These requirements may include declaration of assets, declaration of liabilities, disclosure of financial interests, reporting of potential conflicts of interest. Disclosure promotes public confidence while discouraging improper enrichment. Article 13.9 Independent Constitutional Audit. Every financial activity administered by the Treasury Cabinet shall remain subject to independent constitutional audit. Audits shall evaluate legality, financial accuracy, efficiency, compliance with constitutional procedures, stewardship of public resources, risk management. Audit institutions shall themselves remain independent from the Treasury Cabinet. Article 13.10 Public Debt. Public borrowing represents an obligation upon both present and future generations. Accordingly, debt shall be incurred only where constitutionally authorized, fiscally sustainable, transparently reported, demonstrably beneficial to the public interest. Long-term fiscal responsibility shall remain a constitutional obligation rather than a matter of political discretion. Article 13.11 Financial Technology. The Treasury Cabinet may employ secure digital systems and AI-assisted administrative tools to strengthen financial auditing, fraud detection, procurement monitoring, budget forecasting, expenditure verification, regulatory compliance. Technology shall improve financial stewardship while remaining subordinate to constitutional oversight and human responsibility. Article 13.12 Protection against political influence. One of the principal constitutional purposes of Treasury independence is to prevent public finances from becoming instruments of political advantage. Accordingly, appropriations shall follow constitutional procedures. Emergency expenditures shall remain subject to subsequent constitutional review. Financial decisions shall be documented. Exceptional expenditures shall require independent verification as prescribed by law. The Constitution seeks to ensure that fiscal decisions serve the public interest rather than temporary political interests. Article 13.13 Stewardship of national prosperity. The Treasury Cabinet shall contribute to long-term national prosperity by promoting fiscal stability, responsible investment, prudent reserve management, sustainable public finance, intergenerational equity, confidence in public institutions. Prosperity should never be measured solely by revenue generation. True constitutional prosperity reflects justice, integrity, sustainability, and responsible stewardship of public resources. Article 13.14 Constitutional character of the Treasury. The Treasury Cabinet is not merely an accounting institution. It is the constitutional guardian of the nation's financial trust. Every budget, expenditure, investment, reserve, and financial policy should reflect the constitutional principles of Amanah, stewardship, adl, justice, Muhasabah, accountability, Maslahah, public welfare, financial integrity. Public wealth belongs neither to government nor to office holders. It is held in trust for the benefit of present and future generations. Conclusion. The Treasury Cabinet constitutes the financial cornerstone of the proposed tri-pillar constitutional government. Its institutional independence is intended to protect public wealth from political capture while ensuring transparent, accountable, and sustainable financial administration. By separating fiscal authority from both civilian administration and military command, the Constitution introduces an additional structural safeguard against corruption and concentration of power. The next chapter examines the third constitutional pillar, the Defense Cabinet, whose purpose is to preserve national security while remaining institutionally independent, politically neutral, constitutionally accountable, and strictly confined to the lawful defense of the nation. Chapter 14. the Defense Cabinet, and prepare against them whatever you are able of power and of steeds of war, by which you may deter the enemy of Allah and your enemy. Quran 8:60. Introduction. Throughout history, military institutions have played an indispensable role in preserving national sovereignty, protecting territorial integrity, and safeguarding citizens from external aggression. History also demonstrates, however, that when military institutions become politically dominant, financially autonomous without oversight, or involved in civilian administration beyond their constitutional mandate, democratic and constitutional governance may be weakened. This proposed constitutional framework therefore establishes the Defense Cabinet as the third autonomous pillar of government. Its constitutional mission is intentionally narrow: to defend the nation, not to govern it. The Defense Cabinet exists to protect the Constitution, preserve national sovereignty, deter aggression, and ensure national security while remaining institutionally independent, politically neutral, financially accountable, and constitutionally subordinate to the rule of law. Article 14.1 Constitutional Status. The Defense Cabinet shall constitute an autonomous constitutional institution. It shall exercise only those powers expressly granted by this Constitution. Its constitutional authority shall extend exclusively to matters relating to national defense, territorial integrity, strategic security, military preparedness, defense research, constitutional protection against external aggression. The Defense Cabinet shall not exercise civilian governmental authority except where expressly authorized under constitutional emergency provisions. Article 14.2 Constitutional Mission. The Defense Cabinet exists to defend the sovereignty of the nation, protect constitutional institutions, safeguard territorial integrity, deter external aggression, support national resilience during emergencies, preserve strategic military readiness. Military strength shall always remain subordinate to constitutional legitimacy. Article 14.3 Political Neutrality. The armed forces shall remain politically neutral. Accordingly, the Defense Cabinet shall not participate in partisan political activity, endorse political organizations, influence constitutional appointments outside its lawful authority, interfere in civilian administration, administer public finances beyond constitutionally authorized defense. Appropriations. The loyalty of the armed forces shall be owed to Allah, the Constitution, the lawful constitutional order, the nation. Article 14.4 Separation from civil administration. To preserve constitutional balance, the Defense Cabinet shall not administer civilian ministries. Military officers shall not exercise civilian executive authority except where constitutionally authorized. Civil administration shall remain under the Civil Cabinet. This separation protects both civilian institutions and military professionalism. Article 14.5 Defense Budget. The Defense Cabinet shall receive appropriations only through constitutional budgetary procedures administered by the Treasury Cabinet. Defense expenditures shall be lawfully authorized, independently audited, documented, strategically justified. Classified expenditures necessary for national security shall remain subject to confidential constitutional oversight. Article 14.6 Constitutional Accountability. The Defense Cabinet remains accountable through constitutional law, judicial review where applicable, independent financial audit, constitutional inspection, legislative review where constitutionally established. National security shall not become a basis for permanent exemption from constitutional accountability. Article 14.7 Military professionalism. Appointments within the armed forces shall emphasize competence, professional education, integrity, discipline, constitutional loyalty, operational excellence. Promotion shall not be based upon political affiliation or personal patronage. Military professionalism strengthens both national defense and constitutional government. Article 14.8 Defense Research and Innovation. The Defense Cabinet shall encourage lawful research and development relating to national defense technologies, cybersecurity, communications, logistics, aerospace, maritime security, disaster response, strategic resilience. Scientific advancement should strengthen national security while remaining consistent with constitutional principles and applicable law. Article 14.9 National Emergency Support. During constitutionally declared national emergencies, the Defense Cabinet may assist civilian authorities in accordance with constitutional law. Such assistance may include disaster relief, humanitarian support, search and rescue, protection of critical infrastructure, logistical assistance. Emergency assistance shall remain temporary, proportionate, and subject to constitutional oversight. Article 14.10 Protection of constitutional government. The armed forces shall defend a constitutional order itself. Accordingly, no military institution shall suspend the Constitution, dissolve constitutional institutions, assume permanent governmental authority, interfere with judicial independence. The military protects the Constitution. It does not replace it. Article 14.11 Stewardship of national security. National security represents a constitutional trust. The Defense Cabinet therefore acts as a steward rather than an owner of military authority. Its responsibilities include prudent defense planning, responsible resource management, protection of service personnel, ethical command, constitutional obedience. Military power exists solely for lawful national defense. Article 14.12 Integration with the tri-pillar government. The Defense Cabinet shall cooperate with the Civil Cabinet, the Treasury Cabinet, the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the Judiciary, independent constitutional commissions, while preserving its institutional independence. This cooperation strengthens national resilience without compromising constitutional balance. Article 14.13 Ethical conduct. Members of the armed forces shall conduct themselves with honor, integrity, discipline, proportionality, respect for lawful authority, respect for applicable legal and ethical obligations governing armed conflict. Military excellence includes both operational capability and ethical responsibility. Article 14.14 Constitutional character of the Defense Cabinet. The Defense Cabinet represents the guardian of national sovereignty within the proposed constitutional architecture. Its constitutional legitimacy derives not from military power itself but from faithful stewardship exercised under the rule of law. The guiding constitutional principles of the Defense Cabinet remain: Amanah, stewardship; Adl, justice; Muhasabah, accountability; Shura, consultation; Maslahah, public welfare; professional military neutrality. Through these principles, national defense becomes an institution of constitutional service rather than political authority. Conclusion. The Defense Cabinet completes the tri-pillar constitutional government. Together, the Civil Cabinet, Treasury Cabinet, and Defense Cabinet establish three autonomous constitutional institutions designed to distribute authority, strengthen accountability, and reduce opportunities for institutional capture. This separation of responsibilities forms one of the central architectural safeguards of the proposed governance framework. The following chapter introduces the Constitutional Compliance Agreement, which every constitutional office holder must execute before assuming office. This agreement transforms public service from a position of privilege into a legally enforceable fiduciary trust, establishing measurable constitutional obligations, continuous compliance requirements, and post-tenure accountability. Chapter 15. The Constitutional Compliance Agreement. O you who believe, fulfill your covenants. Quran 5:1. Introduction. A constitution establishes institutions. Laws establish procedures. However, constitutional integrity ultimately depends upon the conduct of those entrusted to administer public authority. This proposed constitutional framework therefore introduces the Constitutional Compliance Agreement, CCA, a legally binding fiduciary covenant executed by every constitutional office holder before assuming public office. The Constitutional Compliance Agreement transforms public office from a position of privilege into a measurable constitutional trust. Unlike conventional oaths, which are often symbolic, the Constitutional Compliance Agreement establishes enforceable legal obligations, measurable performance standards, continuing disclosure requirements, fiduciary duties, and post-tenure accountability. It is intended to become one of the principal anti-corruption safeguards within the constitutional architecture. Article 15.1 Constitutional Requirement. No individual shall assume constitutional office unless he or she has executed the Constitutional Compliance Agreement. Execution of the agreement constitutes formal acceptance of constitutional authority, constitutional limitations, fiduciary obligations, continuous accountability, lawful constitutional oversight. Public office is accepted voluntarily. Acceptance includes acceptance of constitutional responsibility. Article 15.2 Legal nature. The Constitutional Compliance Agreement shall constitute a constitutional covenant, a fiduciary agreement, a public trust instrument, a legally enforceable declaration of constitutional obligations. The agreement supplements but does not replace the Constitution itself. Article 15.3 Core Constitutional Commitments. Every office holder shall affirm, I accept this office solely as an Amanah entrusted to me under the Constitution. I acknowledge that authority belongs ultimately to Allah. I accept that I serve as a temporary constitutional custodian. I shall neither misuse public authority nor seek improper personal benefit through public office. I accept continuous constitutional accountability throughout and after my tenure. Article 15.4 Fiduciary duties. Every constitutional office holder accepts continuing duties including honesty, loyalty to the Constitution, prudent stewardship, financial integrity, impartiality, professional competence, transparency where required by law, confidentiality where constitutionally required. These obligations continue throughout service. Article 15.5 Conflict of interest. Every office holder shall disclose conflicts of interest in accordance with constitutional law. Where conflicts arise, the office holder shall disclose the conflict, abstain from affected decisions where appropriate, comply with constitutional ethics procedures. Failure to disclose material conflicts may constitute a constitutional violation. Article 15.6 Financial disclosure. Constitutional legislation may require periodic declarations of assets, liabilities, beneficial interests, significant gifts where permitted by law, financial relationships capable of creating conflicts of interest. Disclosure strengthens public confidence while facilitating constitutional oversight. Article 15.7 Performance review. Public office shall remain subject to periodic constitutional review. Performance evaluations may consider constitutional compliance, administrative effectiveness, stewardship of public resources, integrity, transparency, implementation of constitutional duties. Evaluation exists to strengthen constitutional governance rather than political advantage. Article 15.8 Continuous compliance. The Constitutional Compliance Agreement remains effective throughout the entire period of public service. Compliance shall be supported through constitutional audits, financial reviews, ethics oversight, independent inspection, lawful investigative procedures. The objective is early detection of institutional risk rather than retrospective punishment alone. Article 15.9 Post-tenure. Accountability. Constitutional responsibility does not automatically end upon leaving office. Where credible evidence of constitutional misconduct emerges after tenure has concluded, former office holders remain subject to lawful investigation, judicial proceedings, recovery of unlawfully obtained public assets where authorized by law, constitutional sanctions imposed through due process. The conclusion of public service shall not extinguish legal accountability. Article 15.10 Due process. No constitutional sanction shall be imposed solely upon allegation. Every office holder shall remain entitled to notice of allegations, independent investigation, impartial judicial proceedings, legal representation, opportunity to present evidence, appeal procedures established by law. The Constitution protects both accountability and justice. Article 15.11 Constitutional ethics. Register. The Constitution may establish a secure constitutional ethics register containing executed compliance agreements, declarations of constitutional service, financial disclosure records where authorized, conflict of interest declarations, compliance certifications, disciplinary outcomes where lawfully publishable. The register shall remain protected against unauthorized alteration. Article 15.12 Constitutional sanctions. Where constitutional violations are established through lawful judicial process, sanctions may include removal from office, temporary or permanent disqualification from constitutional office, restitution of unlawfully obtained public assets, financial penalties authorized by law, criminal prosecution where applicable, publication of judicial findings where appropriate. Sanctions shall always be proportionate and imposed only through due process. Article 15.13 Constitutional culture. The Constitutional Compliance Agreement seeks to establish a culture in which public office is understood as a trust rather than a privilege, a duty rather than an entitlement, a responsibility rather than a reward, a temporary stewardship rather than permanent authority. The agreement therefore serves not merely as a legal document but as a constitutional declaration of public ethics. Article 15.14 Stewardship through measurable accountability. The Constitutional Compliance Agreement represents the practical expression of Amanah within constitutional governance. Rather than relying exclusively upon personal morality, the Constitution embeds fiduciary responsibility into measurable legal obligations capable of independent verification. By combining constitutional duties, financial transparency, continuous oversight, post-tenure accountability, and judicial due process, the agreement seeks to transform ethical governance from an aspiration into an enforceable constitutional standard. Conclusion. The Constitutional Compliance Agreement provides the legal foundation for personal accountability within the proposed constitutional architecture. It complements the institutional safeguards established in previous chapters by ensuring that every constitutional office holder formally accepts measurable fiduciary obligations before exercising public authority. Together with the tri-pillar government, the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the rotating constitutional public jury, and AI-assisted constitutional administration, it forms another layer of protection against corruption and abuse of power. The following chapter introduces the Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission, an independent institution responsible for continuous auditing, ethics oversight, institutional inspections, and the preservation of constitutional accountability across every branch of government. Chapter 16. The Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission. And do not conceal testimony, for whoever conceals it his heart is indeed sinful. And Allah is knowing of what you do. Curran 2:283. Introduction. No constitutional system can preserve integrity unless every institution remains subject to independent review. History demonstrates that corruption often flourishes not because governments lack laws, but because no institution possesses sufficient independence to investigate misconduct wherever it occurs. This proposed constitutional framework therefore establishes the Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission, CAIC, as a permanently independent constitutional institution. Unlike ordinary auditing agencies that focus primarily on financial records, the Commission possesses a broader constitutional mandate, safeguarding institutional integrity. Conducting constitutional audits. Monitoring fiduciary compliance. Investigating systemic corruption. Protecting public trust. Preserving constitutional accountability. The Commission shall function independently of the Civil Cabinet, Treasury Cabinet, Defense Cabinet, Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, and Judiciary while remaining fully subject to the Constitution itself. Article 16.1 Constitutional Status. The Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission shall constitute an independent constitutional institution. Its independence shall be protected from political influence, executive direction, financial coercion, military authority, private commercial interests. The Commission shall exercise only those powers expressly granted by this Constitution. Article 16.2 Constitutional Mission. The Commission exists to preserve constitutional integrity through independent auditing, institutional inspection, ethics oversight, corruption prevention, compliance verification, constitutional reporting. Its objective is preventive oversight rather than punitive administration. Article 16.3 Scope of jurisdiction. The Commission may audit and review every constitutional institution, including the Civil Cabinet, the Treasury Cabinet, the Defense Cabinet, constitutional commissions, public agencies, state-owned enterprises, public procurement authorities, constitutional office holders. No institution shall be exempt from constitutional audit solely by virtue of its status. Article 16.4 Types of constitutional audits. The Commission may conduct financial audits, reviewing revenues, expenditures, procurement, reserves, and public accounting. Compliance audits, evaluating adherence to constitutional procedures and statutory obligations. Integrity audits, assessing conflicts of interest, ethical compliance, fiduciary conduct, and stewardship. Performance audits, determining whether constitutional institutions effectively fulfill their constitutional responsibilities. Systemic risk audits, identifying institutional weaknesses capable of creating opportunities for corruption or administrative failure. Article 16.5 Constitutional independence. Commission members shall not hold executive office, serve in political organizations while in office, participate in procurement decisions, administer public funds outside Commission operations. Their sole constitutional responsibility is independent oversight. Article 16.6 Access to information. Subject to constitutional protections for national security, judicial independence, and lawful confidentiality, the Commission shall possess authority to examine financial records, procurement files, administrative decisions, constitutional reports, audit documentation, compliance records. Failure to cooperate with lawful constitutional audits may constitute a constitutional violation. Article 16.7 Constitutional technology. The Commission may employ secure digital systems and AI-assisted administrative tools for anomaly detection, procurement analysis, fraud indicators, statistical auditing, conflict of interest monitoring, compliance verification, Technology shall assist auditors but shall never replace constitutional judgment. Article 16.8 Public Reporting. The Commission shall periodically publish constitutional integrity reports. These reports may include institutional performance, financial transparency, audit findings, systemic recommendations, integrity indicators, constitutional compliance assessments. Information affecting national security or protected privacy shall be handled according to law. Transparency strengthens constitutional legitimacy. Article 16.9 Recommendations. The Commission may recommend administrative reforms, legislative improvements, enhanced internal controls, ethics measures, financial safeguards, procedural revisions. Recommendations shall not automatically possess legal force unless adopted through constitutional procedures. Article 16.10 Protection of whistleblowers. Individuals who report suspected constitutional misconduct in good faith shall receive protection under constitutional law. Such protection may include confidentiality, protection from retaliation, secure reporting procedures, legal safeguards. False or malicious allegations knowingly made shall remain subject to lawful consequences. Article 16.11 Relationship with the judiciary. The Commission is not a court. It shall not determine criminal guilt. Where evidence suggests criminal misconduct, the Commission shall refer matters to the appropriate constitutional authorities for investigation and judicial proceedings. The judiciary alone determines legal liability. Article 16.12 Relationship with the Constitutional Council. The Constitutional Council provides constitutional wisdom. The Commission provides constitutional verification. Neither institution controls the other. Each independently strengthens constitutional accountability. This separation prevents concentration of oversight authority. Article 16.13 Institutional Learning. The Commission exists not merely to discover failures but to improve institutions. Accordingly, constitutional audits should identify best practices, operational improvements, governance innovations, opportunities for modernization, lessons learned from previous reviews. Continuous improvement represents an essential constitutional objective. Article 16.14 Annual Constitutional Integrity Report. Each year, the Commission shall publish a comprehensive State of Constitutional Integrity Report. The report may assess institutional transparency, corruption indicators, fiscal stewardship, public procurement, constitutional compliance, public confidence, implementation of previous recommendations. This report provides society with an objective assessment of constitutional health. Article 16.15 Stewardship through independent oversight. The Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission represents the institutional conscience of the proposed constitutional framework. It exists not to govern, prosecute, or legislate, but to ensure that every constitutional institution remains faithful to the principles of Amanah, stewardship, ADL, justice, Muhasabah, accountability, Maslahah, public welfare, transparency, institutional integrity. By making every institution continuously auditable, independently reviewable, and constitutionally accountable, the Commission transforms oversight from an occasional event into a permanent feature of governance. Conclusion. The Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission forms another major safeguard within the proposed governance architecture. Together with the Constitutional Council of 40 scholars, the rotating Constitutional Public Jury, AI-assisted constitutional administration, the tri-pillar government, and the Constitutional Compliance Agreement, it creates multiple independent layers of oversight designed to reduce opportunities for corruption through institutional design rather than reliance on individual virtue alone. The following chapter introduces the constitutional judiciary, which serves as the final guardian of the Constitution, responsible for interpreting constitutional provisions, protecting fundamental rights, resolving disputes between constitutional institutions, and ensuring that every exercise of public authority remains subject to the rule of law. Chapter 17. The Constitutional Judiciary. O you who believe! Stand firmly for justice, as witnesses for Allah, even if it be against yourselves. Quran 4:135. Introduction. Justice is the foundation upon which every constitutional order ultimately rests. Without an independent judiciary, constitutional rights become unenforceable, governmental authority becomes difficult to restrain, and public confidence gradually erodes. Accordingly, this proposed constitutional framework establishes an independent constitutional judiciary as the final guardian of the Constitution. The judiciary does not govern. It does not administer. It does not manage public finances. It does not command the armed forces. Its constitutional responsibility is singular: to administer justice impartially according to the Constitution and the law. The judiciary therefore serves as the final institutional safeguard, ensuring that every constitutional authority remains accountable under the rule of law. Article 17.1 Constitutional Status. The judiciary shall constitute an independent constitutional institution. Judicial authority shall be exercised free from political influence, executive direction, financial coercion, military interference, private commercial influence. Judges owe allegiance solely to Allah, the Constitution, the law, justice. Article 17.2 Constitutional Mission. The judiciary exists to uphold justice, interpret the Constitution, resolve disputes, protect constitutional rights, preserve the rule of law, ensure lawful exercise of governmental authority. Justice remains the primary constitutional obligation of every court. Article 17.3 Judicial Independence. No constitutional institution shall direct a court concerning the outcome of any judicial proceeding. Accordingly, judges shall decide cases independently. Judicial decisions shall be based upon law and evidence. Constitutional interpretation shall remain free from political instruction. Judicial tenure and removal procedures shall be established by constitutional law to preserve independence while maintaining accountability. Judicial independence protects both citizens and government. Article 17.4 Structure of the judiciary. The judiciary may consist of Constitutional Court, Supreme Court, Courts of Appeal, Trial Courts, Administrative Courts, Specialized Courts established by constitutional law. The precise organization may evolve according to constitutional legislation. Article 17.5 Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court shall possess jurisdiction to interpret the Constitution, resolve constitutional disputes, review constitutional validity of legislation where authorized, determine disputes between constitutional institutions, protect constitutional order. Its decisions shall guide the interpretation of this Constitution. Article 17.6 Due Process. Every individual appearing before a court shall receive impartial adjudication, opportunity to be heard, access to legal representation, reasoned judicial decisions, access to lawful appeals, protection against arbitrary judicial action. Justice requires fairness of both procedure and outcome. Article 17.7 Equality before the courts. Every person shall stand equal before the judiciary. No distinction shall be made based upon office, wealth, political influence, family status, institutional position. Constitutional office holders remain fully subject to judicial review. Article 17.8 Judicial review of government. The judiciary may review governmental actions to determine whether they comply with the Constitution, constitutional legislation, procedural fairness, lawful administrative authority. Where governmental action exceeds constitutional authority, courts may grant remedies provided by law. Article 17.9 Judicial Review of Constitutional Institutions. Every constitutional institution remains subject to judicial review. This includes the Civil Cabinet, the Treasury Cabinet, the Defense Cabinet, constitutional commissions, constitutional office holders. No institution enjoys constitutional immunity from lawful judicial scrutiny. Article 17.10 Protection of Rights. The judiciary shall protect the constitutional rights recognized under this Constitution. Courts shall ensure that governmental authority remains consistent with justice, due process, equality before the law, constitutional limitations, lawful procedure. Protection of rights strengthens both individual liberty and constitutional stability. Article 17.11 Judicial Ethics. Every judge shall uphold the highest standards of integrity, impartiality, independence, professional competence, confidentiality where required by law, constitutional fidelity. Judicial authority is itself an Amanah entrusted to those called upon to administer justice. Article 17.12 Public confidence. Justice must not only be done. Justice should also be seen to be done. Accordingly, judicial reasoning should ordinarily be published, court procedures should remain transparent except where confidentiality is required by law. Judicial appointments should follow constitutional procedures, conflicts of interest shall be disclosed. Public confidence represents one of the judiciary's greatest constitutional assets. Article 17.13 Relationship with other constitutional institutions. The judiciary neither governs nor administers. It respects the constitutional functions of the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the Public Jury, the Civil Cabinet, the Treasury Cabinet, the Defense Cabinet, the Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission. Likewise, every constitutional institution shall respect judicial independence. Mutual respect preserves constitutional balance. Article 17.14 Final Guardian of the Constitution. The judiciary serves as the final constitutional safeguard. Where disputes arise concerning constitutional authority, constitutional rights, or constitutional obligations, the judiciary provides peaceful resolution according to law. Its authority derives not from political power but from constitutional legitimacy. Through impartial adjudication, the judiciary preserves public confidence in the constitutional order. Article 17.15 Stewardship of Justice. The judiciary embodies the constitutional principles of ADL, justice, Amanah, stewardship, Muhasabah, accountability, Shura, through lawful procedure where applicable, Maslahah, public welfare, rule of law. By ensuring that every person and every institution remains accountable before the law, the judiciary becomes the constitutional guardian of justice itself. Conclusion. The constitutional judiciary completes the core institutional architecture of the proposed governance framework. Together with the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the rotating constitutional public jury, the tri-pillar constitutional government, the Constitutional Compliance Agreement, and the Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission, it forms a comprehensive system of distributed constitutional authority and independent oversight. The next chapter examines the selection, appointment, rotation, and removal of constitutional office holders, establishing transparent merit-based procedures designed to prevent patronage, preserve institutional continuity, and ensure that public office remains a temporary fiduciary trust rather than a permanent source of political power. Chapter 18. Selection, appointment, rotation, and removal of constitutional office holders. Indeed, the best one you can hire is the one who is strong and trustworthy. Quran 28:26. Introduction. No constitutional architecture can remain stronger than the process by which its leaders are selected. History repeatedly demonstrates that institutions designed to protect justice eventually weaken when appointments become influenced by political patronage, family connections, financial influence, ideological loyalty, or personal ambition rather than merit and integrity. Accordingly, this proposed constitutional framework adopts a merit-based constitutional selection system founded upon the principles of competence, kifayah, integrity, adala, stewardship, Amanah, consultation, Shura, continuous accountability, Muhasabah. The purpose of the appointment process is not merely to identify capable individuals, but to preserve constitutional legitimacy through transparent, verifiable, and independent procedures. Article 18.1 Constitutional Principles of Appointment. Every constitutional appointment shall be governed by the following principles: merit before popularity, integrity before influence, competence before seniority, public trust before political loyalty, constitutional stewardship before personal ambition. Appointments shall always serve the Constitution rather than individual interests. Article 18.2 Eligibility for constitutional office. Every candidate for constitutional office shall satisfy qualifications prescribed by constitutional law. Illustrative qualifications include demonstrated integrity, constitutional literacy, proven professional competence, sound judgment, financial transparency, absence of serious criminal convictions, subject to applicable law, demonstrated record of public or professional service. Additional qualifications may be established according to the requirements of each constitutional office. Article 18.3 Multi-stage selection process. Appointments shall proceed through multiple independent stages. Illustratively, Stage 1 Professional qualification. Verification of education, professional experience, competence, and technical qualifications. Stage 2 Integrity review. Assessment of fiduciary conduct, conflicts of interest, financial transparency, and ethical record. Stage 3 Constitutional review. Evaluation by the Constitutional Council according to constitutional standards applicable to the office. Stage 4 Civic verification. Review through the rotating constitutional public jury where constitutionally required. Stage 5 Formal appointment. Completion of constitutional appointment procedures and execution of the Constitutional Compliance Agreement. No single institution shall exercise exclusive control over appointments. Article 18.4 AI-assisted administrative verification. Artificial intelligence may assist administrative verification by confirming documentation, detecting inconsistencies, screening conflicts of interest, randomizing review assignments, maintaining secure constitutional records. Artificial intelligence shall not determine constitutional suitability. Final decisions remain exclusively human constitutional responsibilities. Article 18.5 Constitutional Oath. Every constitutional office holder shall publicly affirm, I acknowledge that public office is an Amanah entrusted to me under the sovereignty of Allah and the authority of this Constitution. I shall faithfully discharge my duties with justice, integrity, impartiality, competence, and stewardship, seeking neither improper personal benefit nor unlawful advantage. The oath shall precede assumption of constitutional authority. Article 18.6 Fixed constitutional terms. Every constitutional office shall possess a fixed term established by constitutional law. Fixed terms serve several constitutional objectives: institutional renewal, prevention of permanent authority, regular constitutional review, Leadership succession. Reduction of institutional dependency upon individuals. No office shall exist as a lifetime appointment unless expressly provided by the Constitution. Article 18.7 Mandatory rotation. Rotation represents a constitutional safeguard rather than a criticism of individual office holders. Periodic rotation. Prevents concentration of influence. Broadens institutional experience. Encourages innovation. Reduces opportunities for patronage. Strengthens constitutional resilience. Rotation shall occur according to transparent constitutional procedures. Article 18.8 Succession planning. Every constitutional institution shall maintain a documented succession plan. Succession planning shall ensure uninterrupted government, preservation of institutional knowledge, orderly transfer of authority, operational continuity. Government must remain stable regardless of personnel changes. Article 18.9 Removal from office. Removal from constitutional office shall occur only through lawful constitutional procedures. Illustrative grounds may include serious breach of constitutional duties, corruption established through due process, persistent incapacity, gross misconduct, violation of the constitutional compliance agreement, conviction for offenses prescribed by law. Removal shall never occur arbitrarily. Article 18.10 Right of defense. Every office holder facing removal shall possess the constitutional right to receive notice of allegations, examine supporting evidence, present a defense, legal representation, impartial adjudication, appeal where provided by law. Justice protects both society and the accused. Article 18.11 Temporary suspension. Where immediate protection of constitutional integrity requires interim action, constitutional law may authorize temporary suspension from office pending investigation. Suspension shall not constitute proof of misconduct, shall remain subject to judicial oversight, shall be limited in duration according to law, shall preserve due process. Article 18.12 Post-tenure review. Completion of constitutional service does not extinguish accountability. Where credible evidence emerges after an office holder leaves office, constitutional institutions may initiate lawful review according to due process. Where violations are established by competent judicial authority, constitutional remedies may include recovery of unlawfully obtained public assets, disqualification from future constitutional office where authorized by law, civil or criminal proceedings as applicable. Public trust survives the conclusion of public service. Article 18.13 Constitutional Register of Office Holders. The Constitution may establish a permanent constitutional register recording appointments, terms of office, constitutional oaths, compliance certifications, declared conflicts of interest where required by law, lawful disciplinary outcomes. The register preserves institutional continuity and historical accountability. Article 18.14 Constitutional meritocracy. This proposed constitutional framework seeks to replace competition for political popularity with competition for constitutional excellence. Public office should become attractive not because it offers privilege, but because it offers an opportunity for meaningful public service. Meritocracy, however, requires more than academic qualifications. True constitutional merit combines knowledge, competence, wisdom, integrity, humility, accountability, demonstrated stewardship. Article 18.15 Constitutional renewal. The periodic renewal of leadership is essential to constitutional health. Stable institutions require fresh perspectives while preserving accumulated experience. Accordingly, constitutional succession should neither produce instability nor permit permanent concentration of authority. The constitutional objective is continuity without stagnation. Conclusion. The procedures established in this chapter transform public appointments from political contests into structured constitutional processes grounded in merit, integrity, transparency, and accountability. Selection becomes independent. Appointment becomes verifiable. Service becomes measurable. Removal becomes lawful. Succession becomes orderly. Collectively, these safeguards reinforce the principle that every constitutional office exists solely as a temporary public trust exercised under the sovereignty of Allah and the authority of the Constitution. The following chapter examines the constitutional rights of citizens and the duties of the state, establishing the reciprocal relationship between government and society and defining the constitutional obligations owed by every public institution to the people it serves. Chapter 19. The constitutional rights of citizens and the duties of the state. Indeed, Allah commands justice, excellence, and giving to relatives, and forbids immorality, wrongdoing, and oppression. Quran 16:90. Introduction. The legitimacy of every constitutional government ultimately depends upon how faithfully it serves its people. Governments are not established for their own preservation. Institutions are not created to perpetuate themselves. Political authority exists solely to administer justice, protect society, preserve public trust, and advance the common welfare. Accordingly, this constitution recognizes that constitutional rights and constitutional responsibilities exist together. The citizen owes loyalty to the constitutional order. The state owes justice to every citizen. Neither relationship can endure without the other. Article 19.1 Constitutional citizenship. Every citizen possesses equal constitutional dignity. Citizenship shall neither be diminished nor enhanced by wealth, social status, tribal affiliation, ethnicity, political opinion, family influence. Every citizen remains equal before the Constitution. Article 19.2 Protection of life. The state shall protect human life through public security, health care, disaster preparedness, emergency response, food security, environmental protection, lawful national defense. Protection of life represents one of the highest constitutional obligations. Article 19.3 Protection of property. Every citizen has the right to lawful ownership of property. The state shall protect private property, public property, charitable endowments, contractual rights, lawful commercial activity. Property may not be unlawfully confiscated except according to constitutional law and due process. Article 19.4 Equality before the law. Every citizen shall receive equal protection of the law. Government officials shall possess no constitutional privilege placing them above judicial accountability. Justice shall be administered impartially. Article 19.5 Access to justice. Every citizen shall possess access to independent courts, impartial judges, lawful legal procedures, appeals established by law, timely administration of justice. Justice delayed should not become justice denied. Article 19.6 Right to education. Education strengthens both individuals and constitutional society. The state shall encourage literacy, scientific education, professional training, technological advancement, ethical scholarship, lifelong learning. Knowledge strengthens constitutional resilience. Article 19.7 Public health. The state shall strive to provide policies promoting preventative health care, medical services, disease prevention, public sanitation, emergency medical preparedness, health research. Healthy citizens contribute to a stronger constitutional society. Article 19.8 Economic opportunity. Government shall promote lawful economic opportunity by encouraging entrepreneurship, innovation, industry, agriculture, responsible investment, Honest commerce. Technological development. Economic prosperity should arise through productive enterprise rather than political privilege. Article 19.9 Security and Stability. Every citizen has the right to live within a secure constitutional order protected by professional law enforcement, independent courts, national defense, emergency services, constitutional institutions. Security shall always remain subject to constitutional safeguards. Article 19.10 Duties of citizens. Citizens likewise assume constitutional responsibilities. These include respecting the Constitution, obeying lawful authority, protecting public property, paying lawful public obligations, assisting lawful investigations, promoting honesty, contributing to public welfare, respecting the rights of others. Strong constitutional government requires responsible citizenship. Article 19.11 Duties of government. Government exists to serve society. Accordingly, every constitutional institution shall administer justice, protect public resources, preserve constitutional rights, maintain transparency, exercise authority lawfully, promote public welfare, remain continuously accountable. Government possesses duties before it possesses powers. Article 19.12 Public service. Every public servant shall remember that authority is temporary, stewardship is permanent, public office is an Amanah, service outweighs status. The measure of constitutional leadership is faithful service rather than personal prominence. Article 19.13 Constitutional trust. Public confidence represents one of the nation's greatest constitutional assets. Accordingly, constitutional institutions shall continuously strive to earn public trust through integrity, competence, transparency, fairness, accountability. Trust cannot be demanded. It must continually be earned. Article 19.14 Intergenerational responsibility. Government owes constitutional responsibilities not only to present citizens but also to future generations. Public policy should therefore consider sustainable development, responsible financial management, environmental stewardship, infrastructure maintenance, scientific advancement, educational investment. Stewardship extends beyond one generation. Article 19.15 Constitutional Society. The purpose of this constitution extends beyond establishing governmental institutions. Its broader purpose is to cultivate a constitutional society characterized by justice, responsibility, mutual respect, stewardship, knowledge, compassion, public service. The strength of a nation ultimately depends not only upon its institutions but also upon the constitutional character of its people. Conclusion. The Constitution establishes a reciprocal covenant between citizens and the state. Citizens undertake responsibilities toward society. Government undertakes responsibilities toward citizens. Each strengthens the other. Together they form a constitutional community founded upon Amanah, stewardship, ADL, justice, Shura, consultation, Muhasabah, accountability, and Maslahah, public welfare. The next chapter introduces the proposed economic constitution, examining the constitutional principles governing Bayt al-Mal, zakat, waqf, public procurement, responsible taxation, sustainable public finance, and long-term economic stewardship in a manner consistent with the objectives of Shariah and the fiduciary nature of constitutional government. Chapter 20. The Economic Constitution. So that wealth does not merely circulate among the rich from among you. Quran 59:7. Introduction. Economic systems shape the prosperity, stability, and moral character of every civilization. Throughout history, nations have prospered not merely because they accumulated wealth, but because they administered wealth with justice, transparency, accountability, and long-term stewardship. Likewise, many societies possessing abundant natural resources have nevertheless suffered poverty, corruption, inequality, and institutional decline due to weak financial governance. This proposed constitutional framework therefore treats economic governance not simply as fiscal administration, but as a constitutional trust. Public wealth is neither the property of government nor the privilege of political office. Rather, it is an Amanah entrusted to constitutional institutions for the benefit of the entire society and future generations. Accordingly, the economic constitution seeks to establish a framework that promotes productive enterprise, protects lawful private ownership, safeguards public resources, encourages innovation, and prevents the misuse of national wealth. Article 20.1 Constitutional Principles of Economic Governance. Economic governance shall be founded upon the principles of Amanah, stewardship; Adl, justice; Maslahah, public welfare; transparency; accountability; sustainability; responsible private enterprise. Economic policy shall serve society rather than political or private interests. Article 20.2 Bayt al-Mal. Bayt al-Mal shall serve as the constitutional treasury of the nation. It shall receive and administer public revenues, constitutionally authorized taxation, zakat where assigned by law, public investment income, lawful natural resource revenues, constitutional reserve funds. Every transaction affecting Bayt al-Mal shall remain fully auditable. Article 20.3 Stewardship of public wealth. Public wealth belongs collectively to the nation. Government administers public wealth solely as trustee. Accordingly, public assets shall not be treated as political property. Constitutional office shall never confer ownership of public resources. Unlawful enrichment shall constitute a serious breach of constitutional trust. All public assets shall be subject to independent constitutional audit. Article 20.4 Lawful private property. The Constitution recognizes lawful private ownership as an important component of economic stability. Government shall protect private property, commercial contracts, lawful investments, entrepreneurship, intellectual property established by law, inheritance rights in accordance with applicable law. Protection of private ownership strengthens both economic confidence and constitutional stability. Article 20.5 Free and ethical enterprise. The Constitution encourages productive economic activity through entrepreneurship, innovation, manufacturing, agriculture, scientific research, technological development, international trade, investment consistent with constitutional principles. Markets should remain competitive, transparent, and governed by fair legal standards. Government should regulate to protect justice and the public interest, not to suppress productive enterprise. Article 20.6 Responsible taxation. Public revenues shall be collected only according to constitutional law. Taxation should be guided by fairness, transparency, proportionality, administrative efficiency, accountability. Public revenue exists to finance legitimate constitutional responsibilities rather than unnecessary governmental expansion. Article 20.7 Zakat. Where assigned by constitutional legislation, zakat shall be administered transparently and independently. Its administration shall emphasize integrity, accountability, accurate record keeping, lawful distribution, protection against misuse. Zakat serves both spiritual and social purposes and shall therefore remain protected from political manipulation. Article 20.8 Waqf. The Constitution recognizes the importance of charitable endowments, waqf, as independent institutions serving the public good. Government shall Protect lawful waqf property. Respect donor intentions within applicable law, encourage responsible charitable development, ensure transparent administration. Waqf institutions strengthen civil society independently of government. Article 20.9 Public Procurement. Public procurement shall observe the principles of open competition where appropriate, transparency, documented evaluation, value for money, conflict of interest prevention, independent review. Procurement systems should maximize public benefit while minimizing opportunities for corruption. Article 20.10 Natural resources. Natural resources constitute part of the nation's constitutional trust. Accordingly, their development shall seek responsible stewardship, environmental sustainability, transparent licensing, equitable public benefit, long-term national prosperity. Resource extraction should create enduring national value rather than short-term political advantage. Article 20.11 National reserves. The Treasury Cabinet shall maintain strategic reserves appropriate to the nation's needs. These may include financial reserves, food reserves, energy reserves, strategic materials, emergency contingency funds. Resilience represents an essential component of constitutional economic stewardship. Article 20.12 Public borrowing. Borrowing by the state shall occur only where constitutionally authorized, fiscally sustainable, transparently reported, demonstrably beneficial to the public interest. Every borrowing decision should consider its effects upon future generations. Government shall avoid imposing unnecessary financial burdens upon those who do not yet participate in present political decisions. Article 20.13 Innovation and knowledge economy. Long-term prosperity increasingly depends upon knowledge rather than natural resources alone. Accordingly, the state shall encourage scientific research, engineering, advanced manufacturing, aerospace, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, renewable energy, digital industries, higher education. Investment in knowledge strengthens both economic resilience and national independence. Article 20.14 Economic transparency. Public confidence requires transparent financial governance. Accordingly, annual public financial statements shall be published, procurement records shall remain auditable. Constitutional audits shall occur regularly. Public investment activities shall be documented, budget implementation shall be independently reviewed. Transparency reduces opportunities for financial misconduct. Article 20.15 Constitutional prosperity. The ultimate objective of the economic constitution is not simply increased national income. Rather, constitutional prosperity consists of justice, responsible stewardship, productive enterprise, financial integrity, public confidence, sustainable development, intergenerational responsibility. Economic success should therefore be measured not only by wealth created, but also by how faithfully that wealth serves society. Conclusion. The economic constitution establishes a framework in which public finance, private enterprise, charitable institutions, and national resources operate together under the principles of stewardship, accountability, transparency, and justice. It rejects both unchecked concentration of economic power and irresponsible public administration, seeking instead to create a balanced constitutional economy that advances the Maqasid al-Shariah while encouraging innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainable prosperity. The following chapter examines the national development and knowledge strategy, proposing a constitutional framework through which education, scientific research, technological innovation, industrial development, and human capital become long-term pillars of national strength and civilizational advancement. Chapter 21. National Development and Knowledge Strategy. Say. are those who know equal to those who do not know. Quran 39:9. Introduction. Throughout history, civilizations have risen not solely because of abundant natural resources, military strength, or geographical advantage, but because they invested in knowledge, innovation, education, and human capability. The greatest strategic resource of any nation is not found beneath its soil but within the minds and character of its people. Accordingly, this proposed constitutional framework recognizes education, scientific research, technological innovation, and human capital development as constitutional priorities rather than optional public policies. National development shall therefore be understood as a long-term constitutional responsibility extending beyond political terms and administrative cycles. Article 21.1 Constitutional Objective. The state shall pursue sustainable national development through education, scientific research, technological innovation, industrial development, responsible infrastructure, environmental stewardship, ethical entrepreneurship, human capital development. Development shall be guided by the principles of Amanah, justice, public welfare, sustainability, intergenerational responsibility. Article 21.2 Education as national infrastructure. Education shall be recognized as constitutional infrastructure. Accordingly, government shall promote universal literacy, quality primary education, secondary education, higher education, vocational training, lifelong learning, digital literacy, ethical education. Investment in education strengthens constitutional resilience across generations. Article 21.3 Scientific research. Scientific inquiry shall be encouraged as an essential component of national development. Government should support research in fields including medicine, engineering, agriculture, environmental science, information technology, aerospace, advanced manufacturing, renewable energy, water security. Scientific advancement shall always remain consistent with constitutional ethics and applicable law. Article 21.4 Technology and innovation. The Constitution encourages technological innovation that advances public welfare, economic productivity, environmental sustainability, healthcare, transportation, education, cybersecurity, government efficiency. Innovation should strengthen society while preserving human dignity and constitutional values. Article 21.5 Knowledge economy. Long-term national prosperity increasingly depends upon intellectual capability rather than natural resources alone. Government shall therefore encourage research institutions, universities, technology parks, industrial innovation centers, engineering excellence, entrepreneurship, commercialization of research. Knowledge should become one of the nation's principal strategic assets. Article 21.6 Industrial development. Industrial policy shall encourage value-added manufacturing, strategic industries, food security, energy resilience, aerospace, maritime industries, digital technologies, sustainable infrastructure. Industrial development should increase national self-reliance while remaining open to lawful international cooperation. Article 21.7 Human capital. The Constitution recognizes that national development depends primarily upon people. Accordingly, government shall encourage professional excellence, leadership development, ethical public service, skilled trades, scientific talent, entrepreneurship, responsible citizenship. Every citizen represents a potential contributor to national prosperity. Article 21.8 Meritocracy. Appointments within public institutions shall increasingly emphasize competence, integrity, professional achievement, demonstrated capability, continuous learning. Meritocracy strengthens constitutional government by rewarding excellence rather than patronage. Article 21.9 Digital Government. Government should employ secure digital technologies to improve public services, administrative efficiency, transparency, accountability, public access to information, regulatory administration. Digital transformation shall always remain subject to constitutional protections for privacy, cybersecurity, and due process. Article 21.10 Infrastructure. Long-term national prosperity requires continuous investment in transportation, communications, energy, water, healthcare facilities, educational institutions, scientific laboratories. Digital infrastructure. Infrastructure planning should extend beyond immediate political priorities. Article 21.11 Environmental stewardship. Natural resources represent a constitutional trust for both present and future generations. Accordingly, development shall seek environmental sustainability, responsible land management, biodiversity conservation, pollution reduction, renewable resource management, climate resilience appropriate to national circumstances. Economic development and environmental stewardship should reinforce rather than undermine one another. Article 21.12 International cooperation. The Constitution encourages peaceful international cooperation in education, science, technology, commerce, healthcare, environmental protection, humanitarian assistance. International cooperation should strengthen national capability while preserving constitutional independence and sovereignty. Article 21.13 Strategic planning. The Civil Cabinet shall prepare long-term national development strategies extending well beyond individual governmental terms. These strategies should include measurable objectives relating to education, healthcare, scientific research, industrial capacity, technological innovation, infrastructure, environmental sustainability. Long-term planning strengthens constitutional continuity. Article 21.14 Constitutional indicators. National progress should be measured through objective constitutional indicators, including educational attainment, scientific output, technological innovation, industrial productivity, judicial efficiency, institutional integrity, public health, environmental quality, public trust. Economic growth alone shall not constitute the sole measure of constitutional success. Article 21.15 Civilizational stewardship. This constitution regards knowledge as one of the greatest forms of national wealth. Every generation inherits civilization from those who came before and bears responsibility for improving it before passing it to those yet to come. Accordingly, education, science, innovation, and ethical leadership become constitutional responsibilities rather than discretionary governmental programs. A society that continually invests in knowledge strengthens not only its economy but also its justice, resilience, independence, and constitutional character. Conclusion. The National Development and Knowledge Strategy transforms education, science, innovation, and human development into enduring constitutional priorities. Rather than viewing national development as a succession of short-term political initiatives, this framework establishes a continuous constitutional commitment to cultivating knowledge, excellence, and long-term prosperity in service of the Maqasid al-Shariah and the public welfare. The following chapter examines the emergency powers and constitutional continuity framework, establishing carefully defined constitutional procedures for responding to war, natural disasters, pandemics, cyber attacks, and other national emergencies while preserving the rule of law, protecting fundamental rights, and preventing the permanent concentration of extraordinary governmental powers. Chapter 22. Emergency Powers and Constitutional Continuity. Allah intends for you ease and does not intend for you hardship. Quran 2:185. Introduction. Every constitutional order must anticipate circumstances that threaten the security, stability, or continuity of the state. War, natural disasters, pandemics, major cyber attacks, economic collapse, large-scale infrastructure failures, and other extraordinary crises may require government to exercise temporary emergency powers. History demonstrates, however, that emergencies have also been among the greatest threats to constitutional liberty. Many governments have entered states of emergency only temporarily, yet remained under extraordinary executive authority for years or even decades. This proposed constitutional framework therefore adopts a different constitutional philosophy. Emergencies shall strengthen constitutional discipline rather than weaken it. Extraordinary authority shall always remain constitutionally limited, independently supervised, transparent where practicable, proportionate, temporary. The Constitution itself shall remain supreme even during national emergencies. Article 22.1 Constitutional Principle. Emergency powers exist solely to protect human life, constitutional government, national sovereignty, public order, essential public services. Emergency powers shall never become instruments of permanent political authority. Article 22.2 Definition of national emergency. A constitutional emergency may be declared only where the nation faces exceptional circumstances such as external armed aggression, natural disasters, pandemics, major cyber attacks, catastrophic infrastructure failures, widespread civil disruption beyond ordinary governmental capacity, other circumstances specifically defined by constitutional law. Political disagreement alone shall never constitute a constitutional emergency. Article 22.3 Declaration of Emergency. A declaration of constitutional emergency shall specify its legal basis, define the affected geographical area where appropriate, identify the constitutional powers temporarily activated, specify its anticipated duration, state the reasons supporting the declaration. Emergency declarations shall be documented and publicly recorded except where limited by lawful national security requirements. Article 22.4 Constitutional Oversight. Every emergency declaration shall remain subject to independent constitutional oversight by the Constitutional Judiciary, the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission, other constitutional institutions as provided by law. No single institution shall exercise exclusive authority over emergency powers. Article 22.5 Preservation of the Constitution. The declaration of an emergency shall not suspend the Constitution itself. Judicial independence, constitutional accountability, fiduciary obligations of public office, financial auditing. Emergency administration remains government under the Constitution, not outside it. Article 22.6 Temporary nature. Every emergency declaration shall automatically expire after the constitutionally prescribed period unless lawfully renewed according to constitutional procedures. Renewal shall require independent constitutional review demonstrating that the emergency continues. Extraordinary powers remain necessary. Ordinary constitutional administration cannot yet safely resume. Emergency authority shall never become indefinite. Article 22.7 Protection of fundamental rights. Even during emergencies, constitutional institutions shall seek to preserve fundamental rights to the greatest extent compatible with the protection of life and public safety. Any temporary limitations shall be lawful, necessary, proportionate, non-discriminatory, Subject to judicial review. Emergency powers shall never become a justification for arbitrary government. Article 22.8 Financial accountability. During emergencies, emergency expenditures shall remain subject to constitutional accountability. Accordingly, emergency appropriations shall be documented, procurement records shall be maintained. Post-emergency audits shall be mandatory. Extraordinary expenditures shall be independently reviewed. Urgency shall not eliminate accountability. Article 22.9 Defense responsibilities. Where emergencies involve national defense, the Defense Cabinet shall coordinate lawful national security operations within its constitutional mandate. Military assistance to civilian authorities shall remain temporary, proportionate, constitutionally authorized, subject to civilian constitutional oversight. Military necessity shall not displace constitutional government. Article 22.10 Civil administration. The Civil Cabinet shall maintain continuity of healthcare, emergency services, food supply, transportation, communications, education where practicable, essential public administration. Continuity planning shall form part of ordinary constitutional preparedness. Article 22.11 Treasury. Responsibilities. The Treasury Cabinet shall preserve fiscal stability, emergency reserve management, transparent emergency financing, constitutional accounting. Public funds expended during emergencies remain public trust assets. Article 22.12 Digital and cyber. Emergencies. Recognizing modern technological risks, constitutional emergency planning shall include cybersecurity, digital infrastructure resilience, communications continuity, protection of constitutional records, restoration of essential digital government services. Cyber resilience becomes part of constitutional resilience. Article 22.13 Constitutional continuity. The Constitution shall establish continuity plans for every constitutional institution. Such plans should ensure succession of leadership, preservation of constitutional records, continuity of judicial operations, continuity of Treasury operations, continuity of national defense, continuity of public administration. Government shall remain operational under all reasonably foreseeable circumstances. Article 22.14 Post-emergency review. Following every constitutional emergency, the Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission shall conduct an independent review examining legality of emergency actions, financial stewardship, institutional performance, effectiveness of response, protection of constitutional rights, lessons learned. Recommendations shall strengthen future constitutional preparedness. Article 22.15 Constitutional resilience. The objective of this emergency framework is not merely to survive crises. Its purpose is to ensure that constitutional government itself survives every crisis. A resilient constitution preserves justice, accountability, institutional independence, stewardship, public confidence, even under extraordinary circumstances. Constitutional strength is measured not only during times of peace and prosperity but also by the nation's ability to preserve lawful government during its greatest challenges. Conclusion. The emergency powers and constitutional continuity framework completes another essential safeguard within the proposed constitutional architecture. Rather than concentrating extraordinary authority within a single office, emergency governance remains distributed across the tri-pillar government, the Constitutional Judiciary, the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission, and other constitutional institutions. This approach seeks to ensure that even in moments of national crisis, the Constitution remains the supreme law of the land and that emergency powers remain temporary instruments of stewardship rather than permanent instruments of power. The following chapter examines foreign relations, international cooperation, and peaceful engagement, establishing constitutional principles for diplomacy, international commerce, treaty-making, humanitarian assistance, and peaceful coexistence while preserving national sovereignty, constitutional independence, and the ethical principles underlying this proposed governance framework. Chapter 23. Foreign Relations, International Cooperation, and Peaceful Engagement. Allah does not forbid you from dealing kindly and justly with those who have not fought you because of your religion nor driven you out of your homes. Indeed, Allah loves those who act justly. Quran 60:8. Introduction. No nation exists in isolation. Modern states participate in a complex international community characterized by diplomacy, commerce, scientific cooperation, humanitarian assistance, environmental stewardship, security partnerships, and cultural exchange. Accordingly, this proposed constitutional framework recognizes that foreign policy should neither be driven by ideological hostility nor by unconditional dependence upon external powers. Instead, international relations should be guided by constitutional principles of justice, adl, stewardship, Amanah, public welfare, Maslahah, peaceful cooperation, national sovereignty, mutual respect. The purpose of foreign policy is to advance the legitimate interests of the nation while contributing positively to international peace, stability, and human dignity. Article 23.1 Constitutional Principles. Foreign relations shall be conducted according to the principles of justice, peaceful coexistence, respect for treaties, mutual benefit, national sovereignty, international responsibility, lawful cooperation. The state shall seek friendship with nations while preserving its constitutional independence. Article 23.2 National Sovereignty. The sovereignty of the nation shall not be surrendered through unlawful treaties, foreign political domination, economic coercion, military dependency, external interference in constitutional institutions. International cooperation shall strengthen not diminish the constitutional independence of the state. Article 23.3 Peaceful Relations. The state shall seek peaceful relations with all nations willing to engage respectfully and lawfully. Diplomacy shall always remain the preferred method for resolving international disputes. The use of force shall remain limited to circumstances recognized under constitutional and applicable international law, including lawful self-defense. Article 23.4 International Agreements. Treaties and international agreements shall be consistent with the Constitution, preserve national sovereignty, promote public welfare, undergo constitutional review according to law, be transparently documented unless confidentiality is lawfully required. No treaty shall supersede the Constitution. Article 23.5 International Commerce. The Constitution encourages lawful international trade based upon honesty, transparency, mutual benefit, fair competition, contractual integrity. Trade should contribute to economic prosperity, technological advancement, employment, industrial development, peaceful international cooperation. Article 23.6 Scientific cooperation. The state shall encourage international cooperation in education, medicine, engineering, agriculture, environmental protection, scientific research, technology, aerospace, humanitarian innovation. Knowledge should unite nations in solving shared challenges. Article 23.7 Humanitarian assistance. Where resources permit, the state shall participate in lawful humanitarian assistance including disaster relief, Medical assistance. Food security initiatives. Refugee support in accordance with constitutional law, reconstruction assistance. International humanitarian cooperation. Humanitarian assistance represents an expression of constitutional stewardship and compassion. Article 23.8 International justice. The state shall support international efforts that promote peaceful dispute resolution, lawful diplomacy, protection of civilians, responsible environmental stewardship, suppression of transnational crime, protection of legitimate international commerce. Justice remains a constitutional principle both domestically and internationally. Article 23.9 National security and diplomacy. Diplomatic engagement shall never compromise constitutional sovereignty, national security, territorial integrity, constitutional independence, fiduciary obligations owed to citizens. Likewise, national security considerations shall not unnecessarily obstruct peaceful international cooperation. A balanced constitutional approach shall seek both security and constructive engagement. Article 23.10 Foreign investment. Foreign investment may be welcomed where it complies with constitutional law, respects national sovereignty, promotes economic development, protects public interests, preserves environmental responsibility, maintains financial transparency. Strategic national assets shall receive additional constitutional safeguards as prescribed by law. Article 23.11 International representation. Representatives of the state serving abroad shall act as constitutional stewards. Their conduct shall reflect integrity, professionalism, respect, honesty, constitutional loyalty. Diplomatic service represents an extension of the nation's constitutional character. Article 23.12 Peaceful resolution of disputes. The state shall seek peaceful settlement of international disputes through negotiation, mediation, arbitration, lawful international mechanisms, diplomatic dialogue. War shall never become the preferred instrument of foreign policy. Article 23.13 Global stewardship. The Constitution recognizes that many contemporary challenges transcend national borders. Accordingly, the state should contribute responsibly to international efforts concerning climate resilience, pandemic preparedness, food security, cybersecurity, scientific advancement, responsible technological development. Stewardship extends beyond national borders where common human interests are involved. Article 23.14 Protection of citizens abroad. The state shall make reasonable efforts to protect the lawful rights and welfare of its citizens residing, traveling, studying, or conducting lawful business abroad. Consular assistance shall be administered impartially and professionally in accordance with constitutional law and international obligations. Article 23.15 Constitutional character of foreign policy. Foreign policy shall ultimately reflect the constitutional values of Amanah, stewardship, adl, justice, Shura, consultation, Maslahah, public welfare, respect for human dignity, peaceful cooperation, national sovereignty. The objective of diplomacy is neither domination nor isolation. It is responsible engagement founded upon justice, mutual respect, constitutional independence, and the pursuit of peace. Conclusion. Foreign relations form an essential extension of constitutional governance. A nation that governs itself with justice should likewise conduct its international affairs with integrity, responsibility, and respect for lawful cooperation. By balancing national sovereignty with peaceful engagement, the proposed constitutional framework seeks to contribute not only to domestic stability but also to constructive international relationships grounded in mutual benefit and ethical statecraft. The following chapter examines the constitutional amendment process, establishing how future generations may refine, improve, and modernize the proposed institutional mechanisms while preserving the enduring constitutional principles of Hakimiyyah, Amanah, Shura, Muhasabah, and Maslahah that form the foundation of this proposed governance model. Chapter 24. Constitutional Amendments and Institutional Evolution. And consult them in matters of public concern. Then when you have decided, put your trust in Allah. Quran 3:159. Introduction. No constitution can anticipate every circumstance that future generations will encounter. Scientific advancement, technological innovation, demographic change, environmental challenges, economic transformation, and geopolitical developments continually reshape the environment within which constitutional institutions operate. A durable constitution must therefore achieve two objectives simultaneously: preserve its permanent constitutional principles, and allow its administrative institutions to evolve responsibly. This proposed constitutional framework distinguishes carefully between immutable constitutional principles and amendable institutional mechanisms. The Constitution should remain stable. Government should remain adaptable. This balance protects both constitutional continuity and institutional innovation. Article 24.1 Constitutional Permanence. The Constitution exists to provide enduring stability across generations. Accordingly, constitutional amendments shall never become instruments of temporary political convenience. Every amendment should strengthen justice, accountability, stewardship, constitutional integrity, public welfare. Constitutional change should occur deliberately rather than impulsively. Article 24.2 Immutable constitutional principles. This proposed framework distinguishes between constitutional values and institutional arrangements. Illustratively, the following constitutional principles are regarded as foundational: Hakimiyyah, ultimate sovereignty of Allah; Amanah, stewardship; Adl, justice; Shura, consultation; Muhasabah, accountability; Maslahah, public welfare; equality before the law; judicial independence; constitutional supremacy. These principles form the philosophical foundation of the Constitution. This manuscript does not prescribe the legal entrenchment mechanism. That question would be determined by the adopting constitutional process. Article 24.3 Amendable institutional mechanisms. Administrative institutions may evolve through constitutional amendment where experience demonstrates better methods of implementing constitutional principles. Illustrative institutional mechanisms include the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the Rotating Constitutional Public Jury, AI-assisted constitutional administration, constitutional commissions, ministerial structures, administrative procedures, reporting systems, technological infrastructure. Institutional improvement should remain a permanent constitutional objective. Article 24.4 Initiation of amendments. Constitutional amendments may be proposed through procedures established by constitutional law. Illustratively, proposals may originate from the Constitutional Council, the Civil Cabinet, the Constitutional Judiciary, constitutionally authorized public initiatives, other institutions designated by the Constitution. Every proposal shall include the text of the proposed amendment, constitutional justification, anticipated institutional effects, implementation requirements. Article 24.5 Constitutional Review. Before adoption, every proposed amendment shall undergo comprehensive constitutional review. Such review should evaluate consistency with constitutional principles, effects upon institutional balance, effects upon judicial independence, financial implications, Impact upon constitutional rights. Long-term national consequences. The purpose of review is constitutional prudence rather than procedural delay. Article 24.6 Public consultation. Major constitutional amendments should ordinarily be accompanied by meaningful public consultation. Consultation may include publication of proposals, scholarly review, professional consultation, civic participation, constitutional commentary. A constitution gains strength when citizens understand the reasons for its evolution. Article 24.7 Supermajority. Requirements. Ordinary legislation should not possess the power to alter the constitutional structure. Accordingly, constitutional amendments should require enhanced approval thresholds established by the Constitution. Supermajority requirements encourage consensus, stability, careful deliberation, institutional continuity. Fundamental constitutional change should never depend upon narrow temporary majorities. Article 24.8 Constitutional transition. Where amendments alter governmental institutions, implementation shall occur through orderly constitutional transition. Transition planning should preserve continuity of government, legal certainty, administrative stability, protection of public services, institutional records. Reform should strengthen governance rather than create instability. Article 24.9 Periodic constitutional review. The Constitution should undergo periodic institutional review at intervals prescribed by constitutional law. The purpose of review is not continuous amendment. Rather, review provides opportunities to determine whether institutions continue to advance justice, stewardship, accountability, transparency, public welfare. Stable constitutions remain capable of thoughtful self-improvement. Article 24.10 Constitutional commentary. Official constitutional commentary may accompany amendments explaining constitutional objectives, legislative intent, institutional implications, implementation guidance. Such commentary promotes consistent constitutional interpretation while remaining subordinate to the Constitution itself. Article 24.11 Protection against opportunistic amendment. The amendment process shall not be used to concentrate authority, undermine judicial independence, weaken constitutional accountability, diminish transparency, create permanent emergency powers, exempt institutions from constitutional oversight. Constitutional reform should strengthen constitutional government, not weaken it. Article 24.12 Constitutional innovation. Future generations may develop administrative institutions superior to those proposed in this manuscript. Such innovation should be welcomed where it better advances constitutional objectives, preserves justice, strengthens stewardship, improves accountability, reduces corruption, enhances public welfare. The Constitution should encourage responsible innovation while preserving enduring principles. Article 24.13 Constitutional memory. Every amendment shall become part of the permanent constitutional record. Historical documentation should preserve original constitutional provisions, amendment history, explanatory commentary, implementation reports. Institutional memory strengthens constitutional learning across generations. Article 24.14 Constitutional stewardship across generations. Each generation inherits the Constitution from those who came before. Each generation bears responsibility to preserve, improve, and faithfully transmit it to those who follow. Constitutional stewardship therefore extends beyond present political circumstances. It becomes an intergenerational trust. Article 24.15 Living institutions. Enduring principles. The proposed constitutional framework rests upon a simple distinction. Principles endure. Institutions evolve. Justice remains permanent. Stewardship remains permanent. Accountability remains permanent. Consultation remains permanent. The mechanisms through which these principles are implemented may improve as knowledge, technology, and experience advance. This balance enables constitutional continuity without constitutional rigidity. Conclusion. The constitutional amendment process completes the framework through which future generations may responsibly refine the institutional architecture proposed in this manuscript while preserving its foundational constitutional philosophy. By distinguishing immutable constitutional principles from amendable administrative mechanisms, the Constitution remains both stable and adaptable, capable of preserving justice across generations while continuously improving its institutions. The following chapter presents the implementation and transitional framework, providing a practical roadmap for how a society could progressively establish the institutions proposed in this manuscript while maintaining constitutional continuity, public confidence, and administrative stability. Chapter 25. Constitutional Implementation and Transitional Framework. Indeed, Allah will not change the condition of a people until they change what is within themselves. Quran 13:11. Introduction. The strength of a constitutional framework lies not only in its principles but also in its ability to be implemented peacefully, systematically, and responsibly. History demonstrates that many constitutional reforms have failed not because their principles were unsound, but because implementation was abrupt, politically driven, administratively unprepared, or socially divisive. This proposed constitutional framework therefore advocates constitutional evolution rather than institutional disruption. The transition toward a stewardship-based constitutional order should proceed through carefully planned phases that preserve governmental continuity, protect public confidence, and maintain national stability. Every reform should strengthen institutions without creating unnecessary uncertainty. Article 25.1 Constitutional Continuity. The implementation of this constitution shall preserve continuity of government, continuity of public services, continuity of judicial administration, continuity of national defense, continuity of financial administration, continuity of constitutional rights. Institutional reform shall never create a vacuum of lawful authority. Article 25.2 Peaceful Constitutional Transition. The transition shall be conducted peacefully. Accordingly, existing governmental functions shall continue until successor institutions become operational. Constitutional reforms shall be implemented according to published schedules. Public administration shall remain uninterrupted, citizens shall continue receiving essential public services throughout the transition. The objective is institutional improvement rather than governmental replacement. Article 25.3 Transitional Constitutional Commission. The Constitution may establish an independent transitional constitutional commission responsible for coordinating implementation. Its responsibilities may include institutional planning, implementation schedules, legal harmonization, administrative coordination, constitutional education, monitoring implementation progress. The Commission shall dissolve upon successful completion of the constitutional transition. Article 25.4 Institutional Readiness. No constitutional institution shall assume responsibility until it demonstrates operational readiness. Readiness should include qualified personnel, documented procedures, secure administrative systems, financial accountability mechanisms, legal authority, independent oversight arrangements. Preparation shall precede implementation. Article 25.5 Legislative Harmonization. Existing legislation shall be reviewed to ensure consistency with the Constitution. Where inconsistencies exist, constitutional provisions shall prevail. Legislation shall be amended through lawful procedures, transitional regulations may be adopted where necessary. Legal certainty shall remain a priority throughout implementation. Article 25.6 Public Education. Successful constitutional implementation requires public understanding. Accordingly, government should encourage constitutional education through schools, universities, public information programs, professional training, judicial education, civil service development. Citizens who understand the Constitution strengthen constitutional government. Article 25.7 Professional Development. Public servants shall receive continuing education regarding constitutional principles, fiduciary responsibilities, ethics, public administration, financial accountability, technological systems. Institutional excellence depends upon continuous professional development. Article 25.8 Digital transformation. Implementation should include secure digital modernization of government, including electronic public records, secure identity management, digital procurement systems, financial transparency platforms, constitutional reporting systems, cybersecurity infrastructure. Technology shall support constitutional integrity while remaining subordinate to human responsibility. Article 25.9 Institutional evaluation. Each newly established constitutional institution shall undergo scheduled evaluations following implementation. Reviews should examine effectiveness, transparency, financial integrity, administrative efficiency, constitutional compliance, public confidence. Implementation should remain adaptive without compromising constitutional principles. Article 25.10 Pilot programs. Where appropriate, selected administrative reforms may first be introduced through carefully supervised pilot programs. Pilot implementation allows operational testing, procedural refinement, institutional learning, reduction of implementation risks. Successful pilot programs may subsequently expand through constitutional procedures. Article 25.11 International best practices. While preserving constitutional independence, implementation may benefit from studying successful administrative practices developed in other jurisdictions. Comparative institutional research should always be evaluated according to constitutional compatibility, Islamic constitutional principles, national circumstances, public welfare. Useful administrative knowledge belongs to humanity and may be adapted where appropriate. Article 25.12 Transitional safeguards. During implementation, judicial independence shall remain protected. Public finances shall remain fully auditable. Constitutional oversight shall remain operational. Emergency powers shall remain constitutionally limited. Public accountability shall continue without interruption. The transition itself shall remain subject to constitutional review. Article 25.13 Constitutional culture. No constitution succeeds solely because institutions exist. Its success ultimately depends upon the constitutional culture of society. Accordingly, implementation should encourage honesty, professionalism, public service, stewardship, responsibility, respect for law, constitutional ethics. Institutional reform begins with constitutional character. Article 25.14 Long-term constitutional vision. This constitution should not be evaluated solely by its first years of implementation. Rather, its success should be measured across generations through reduction in corruption, increased public trust, stronger institutions, educational advancement, scientific development, economic resilience, judicial independence, national stability. Constitutional architecture is designed for enduring civilization rather than temporary political success. Article 25.15 Constitutional Stewardship of the Future. Every generation inherits institutions built by those who came before. Every generation likewise bears responsibility for improving those institutions before passing them to the next. Accordingly, implementation of this constitutional framework shall remain guided by Amanah, stewardship; Adl, justice; Shura, consultation; Muhasabah, accountability; Maslahah, public welfare. The Constitution should remain a living trust continuously strengthened through knowledge, integrity, and responsible institutional evolution. Conclusion. The constitutional implementation and transitional framework provides a practical roadmap for transforming constitutional theory into stable institutional reality. Rather than advocating abrupt political change, this framework emphasizes orderly implementation, professional administration, constitutional education, technological modernization, and continuous institutional improvement. Through careful planning, independent oversight, and long-term stewardship, the proposed governance architecture seeks to ensure that constitutional reform strengthens society while preserving stability, public confidence, and the rule of law. The following chapter begins the concluding section of this manuscript by presenting the constitutional commentary and explanatory notes, explaining the philosophical rationale behind the proposed institutional architecture and illustrating how its various components work together to create a resilient, merit-based, corruption-resistant system of governance. Chapter 26. Constitutional Commentary and Explanatory Notes. These are the limits set by Allah, so do not transgress them. Quran 2:229. Introduction. Constitutions are more than collections of legal provisions. They embody a philosophy of governance, establish institutional relationships, and express a society's understanding of justice, authority, responsibility, and public service. Because constitutional language is necessarily concise, future generations often benefit from explanatory commentary clarifying the underlying objectives of constitutional provisions. This chapter therefore provides interpretive guidance concerning the proposed constitutional architecture presented throughout this manuscript. These commentaries are explanatory rather than legally operative. Their purpose is to assist constitutional interpretation while preserving the authority of the constitutional text itself. Commentary 26.1 Why stewardship instead of political ownership? Perhaps the most fundamental innovation proposed in this constitutional framework is the replacement of the concept of political ownership with constitutional stewardship. Many constitutional systems unintentionally encourage public office to become a prize, a career objective, an instrument of influence, a source of patronage, an avenue for personal enrichment. This manuscript proposes the opposite philosophy. Every constitutional office exists solely as an Amanah entrusted temporarily to an individual for the benefit of society. Authority therefore becomes responsibility rather than privilege. Commentary 26.2 Why separate government into three constitutional pillars? Traditional executive governments frequently combine political administration, public finance, military command. This concentration of authority creates opportunities for institutional capture. The proposed tri-pillar constitutional government separates these responsibilities into civil administration, treasury administration, defense administration. Each institution becomes independently accountable while remaining constitutionally cooperative. The objective is not bureaucratic complexity. The objective is constitutional resilience. Commentary 26.3 Why 40 constitutional scholars? The proposed Constitutional Council seeks to introduce multidisciplinary expertise into national governance. The proposed number of 40 represents an institutional design choice rather than a religious obligation. Future constitutional amendments may adopt different structures should superior institutional arrangements emerge. The essential constitutional principle remains. National leadership should benefit from knowledge, wisdom, integrity, and consultation. Commentary 26.4 Why the rotating constitutional public jury? Governments frequently become disconnected from society. The rotating constitutional public jury seeks to maintain continuous civic participation without reducing governance to perpetual electoral competition. Its proposed role is constitutional verification, community confidence, integrity assessment, civic oversight. It neither governs nor legislates. Instead, it contributes an additional layer of constitutional accountability. Commentary 26.5 Why artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence possesses unprecedented capacity for auditing, documentation, procedural consistency, anomaly detection, transparency. Yet AI lacks moral responsibility. Accordingly, this framework adopts a clear constitutional principle. Artificial intelligence assists governance. Human beings remain constitutionally accountable. Technology strengthens administration without replacing constitutional judgment. Commentary 26.6 Why mandatory rotation? History demonstrates that prolonged concentration of authority frequently weakens institutional integrity. Mandatory rotation seeks to prevent entrenched power, encourage renewal, broaden experience, reduce patronage, strengthen public confidence. Rotation protects institutions from excessive dependence upon individuals. Commentary 26.7 Why continuous accountability? Many constitutional systems rely primarily upon periodic elections or appointments. This framework proposes continuous accountability through audits, judicial review, financial disclosure, ethics oversight, constitutional inspections. The objective is early prevention rather than delayed correction. Commentary 26.8 Why post-tenure accountability? Corruption is sometimes discovered only years after an individual leaves office. Accordingly, this framework proposes that constitutional accountability should not automatically expire when public service concludes. Former office holders remain entitled to full due process. However, where misconduct is lawfully established, constitutional responsibility continues beyond tenure. Public trust deserves lasting protection. Commentary 26.9 Why constitutional meritocracy? Popularity and competence are not always identical. The proposed governance architecture therefore emphasizes demonstrated merit, integrity, professional capability, and constitutional literacy as primary qualifications for public office. This does not eliminate public participation. Rather, it seeks to improve the quality of constitutional leadership through structured institutional safeguards. Commentary 26.10 Relationship between Shariah and constitutional institutions. A central distinction within this manuscript is the difference between Islamic constitutional principles and proposed institutional mechanisms. The principles including Hakimiyya, Amanah, al-Shura, Muhasabah, Maslahah, are presented as enduring constitutional values rooted in Islamic tradition. By contrast, the institutional arrangements proposed throughout this manuscript, including the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the rotating constitutional public jury, AI-assisted administration, and the tri-pillar government, are presented as modern constitutional mechanisms designed to advance those principles. They are proposals for institutional design rather than claims of exclusive religious obligation. Commentary 26.11 Constitutional adaptability. One purpose of this manuscript is to encourage constitutional innovation without sacrificing constitutional stability. Accordingly, principles should remain stable. Institutions should remain capable of improvement. Future generations should feel free to refine administrative mechanisms while preserving the Constitution's ethical foundations. Commentary 26.12 Constitutional Success. The success of this constitutional framework should not be measured merely by economic growth, governmental size, military capability. Rather, constitutional success should be evaluated according to justice, public trust, institutional integrity, reduction in corruption, educational advancement, scientific achievement, stewardship of public resources, protection of future generations. Constitutional prosperity extends beyond financial prosperity. Commentary 26.13 Constitutional Culture. Institutions alone cannot produce ethical government. Constitutional success ultimately depends upon the character of citizens, public servants, judges, scholars, administrators, military personnel. This manuscript therefore seeks to cultivate not merely constitutional institutions but a constitutional culture founded upon stewardship, responsibility, integrity, and public service. Commentary 26.14 Dream Society. The expression Dream Society is used throughout this manuscript as a descriptive term for an aspirational constitutional model. It does not describe a perfect society. Human institutions remain imperfect because human beings remain imperfect. Rather, the objective is to design constitutional institutions that reduce opportunities for corruption, strengthen accountability, distribute authority, encourage knowledge, preserve justice, promote long-term public welfare. The Constitution seeks to make ethical governance institutionally easier and corruption institutionally more difficult. Commentary 26.15 Final Constitutional Philosophy. This proposed constitutional framework rests upon one fundamental proposition. Government should not depend upon exceptional individuals. Government should depend upon exceptional institutions. Individuals change. Institutions endure. By embedding justice, stewardship, consultation, accountability, transparency, and independent oversight into constitutional architecture itself, the state becomes less dependent upon the personal virtue of any single leader and more resilient across generations. Conclusion. This chapter has provided interpretive commentary explaining the philosophical reasoning behind the constitutional architecture proposed throughout this manuscript. It reinforces the central distinction between timeless Islamic constitutional principles and modern institutional mechanisms, emphasizing that the latter are proposed means of implementing the former. The next and final chapter presents the general conclusions and vision for the future, bringing together the philosophical, constitutional, institutional, and ethical themes of this work into a unified statement of purpose and offering a roadmap for future scholarship, constitutional refinement, and peaceful implementation. Chapter 27. General Conclusions and Vision for the Future. Indeed, Allah commands justice, excellence, and fulfilling trusts. Quran 16:90. Introduction. Every civilization eventually confronts the same enduring questions. How should power be exercised? Who should govern? How should public wealth be protected? How can justice outlive individual rulers? How can institutions remain trustworthy across generations? This manuscript has proposed one possible constitutional answer to these questions. It does not claim to be the only model compatible with Islamic constitutional principles. Nor does it suggest that every institutional mechanism presented herein is immutable. Rather, it offers a comprehensive constitutional framework intended to stimulate thoughtful discussion regarding how a modern Muslim society might organize its institutions in a manner that strengthens justice, accountability, transparency, stewardship, and long-term public welfare. 27.1 A constitution built upon principles rather than personalities. History repeatedly demonstrates that civilizations become vulnerable when their stability depends primarily upon exceptional individuals. Great leaders eventually pass away. Political movements rise and decline. Parties change. Governments change. Institutions, however, may endure for centuries. Accordingly, this manuscript proposes that constitutional strength should arise from institutional architecture rather than personal charisma. The Constitution should remain stronger than any individual entrusted to administer it. 27.2 From political competition to constitutional stewardship. One of the central themes developed throughout this work is the transformation of public office. Instead of viewing government as an object to be won, possessed, defended, or inherited, this framework redefines public authority as Amanah, a temporary fiduciary trust. Leadership therefore becomes stewardship rather than ownership, service rather than privilege, accountability rather than immunity, responsibility rather than entitlement. This philosophical transition influences every institution proposed throughout the manuscript. 27.3 Distributed constitutional authority. Another defining characteristic of this framework is the deliberate distribution of constitutional authority. Rather than concentrating executive administration, public finance, military authority, oversight, and constitutional review within a single institutional hierarchy, responsibility is intentionally distributed among multiple independent constitutional institutions. These include the Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars, the Rotating Constitutional Public Jury, the Civil Cabinet, the Treasury Cabinet, the Defense Cabinet, the Constitutional Judiciary, the Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission, AI-assisted constitutional administration operating under human supervision. Each institution serves as a constitutional safeguard for the others. Collectively, they seek to reduce opportunities for corruption through structural design. 27.4 The role of technology. Modern constitutional government now possesses technological capabilities unimaginable to previous generations. Artificial intelligence, secure digital records, cryptographic verification, continuous auditing, and advanced data analysis can substantially improve governmental transparency and administrative efficiency. Yet technology cannot replace moral judgment. This manuscript therefore consistently maintains one constitutional principle. Technology serves institutions. Institutions serve justice. Justice serves society under the sovereignty of Allah. 27.5 Knowledge as national capital. Throughout this manuscript, education, science, engineering, innovation, and professional excellence have been treated not as optional governmental programs but as constitutional investments. The prosperity of future Muslim societies will depend increasingly upon knowledge, research, technological capability, ethical leadership, human capital. Natural resources alone cannot guarantee civilizational strength. Knowledge remains the most renewable national resource. 27.6 Constitutional accountability. Perhaps the strongest institutional theme running throughout this manuscript is accountability. Accountability appears repeatedly through fiduciary obligations, constitutional audits, financial transparency, judicial review, mandatory rotation, post-tenure responsibility, public reporting, independent constitutional institutions. These mechanisms seek to transform accountability from an occasional political event into a permanent constitutional condition. 27.7 Shariah as constitutional foundation. This manuscript has consistently distinguished between Islamic constitutional principles and proposed constitutional mechanisms. The enduring principles derive from Hakimiyya, Amanah, al-Shura, Muhasabah, Maslahah. The institutional arrangements developed throughout the manuscript are contemporary constitutional proposals intended to implement those principles within the realities of a modern state. Future scholars may improve these mechanisms while preserving their underlying objectives. 27.8 The Dream Society. The expression dream society should not be interpreted as a claim of human perfection. Perfection belongs only to Allah. Human institutions will always require continual improvement. The dream society therefore represents an aspiration toward stronger institutions, lower corruption, higher public trust, better stewardship, broader justice, greater knowledge, enduring constitutional stability. Its purpose is not utopia. Its purpose is continual constitutional improvement. 27.9 Future constitutional development. This manuscript should be understood as the beginning rather than the conclusion of constitutional scholarship. Future researchers may expand this work through comparative constitutional analysis, Islamic jurisprudential research, public administration studies, economics, political science, artificial intelligence governance, constitutional law, public finance, ethics. Every generation should contribute to improving constitutional institutions while preserving their foundational principles. 27.10 A constitutional covenant. Ultimately, every constitution represents a covenant. Not merely between government and citizens, but between generations. Those living today inherit institutions from the past. They administer them in the present. They transmit them to the future. This manuscript therefore views constitutional governance as an intergenerational trust. Its success depends not only upon laws but also upon the willingness of citizens, scholars, judges, administrators, military officers, and public servants to faithfully discharge the responsibilities entrusted to them. Final reflection. The constitutional architecture proposed in this manuscript seeks to answer a simple but profound question. Can government be designed so that justice becomes institutionally easier and corruption becomes institutionally harder? The answer offered by this work is cautiously optimistic. No constitutional system can eliminate human weakness. No legal framework can guarantee perfect leadership. However, constitutional architecture can influence human behavior. Institutions can encourage integrity. Transparency can discourage corruption. Distributed authority can reduce abuse. Merit can replace patronage. Stewardship can replace ownership. Accountability can outlast tenure. When these principles are woven together into the constitutional fabric of a nation, government gradually becomes less dependent upon exceptional individuals and more dependent upon enduring institutions. That is the central vision of this proposed constitutional framework. Closing statement. This manuscript is respectfully offered as a constitutional proposal for scholarly discussion, public deliberation, and future refinement. It is neither a claim of finality nor a declaration of exclusive correctness. Rather, it is an invitation to scholars, jurists, constitutional experts, economists, engineers, public administrators, policymakers, and citizens to continue exploring how the timeless principles of Islam may be expressed through constitutional institutions capable of meeting the opportunities and challenges of the 21st century. May Allah guide every sincere effort toward justice, wisdom, stewardship, and the welfare of humanity. And say, My Lord, increase me in knowledge. Quran 20:114. End of manuscript. Chapter 28. Fundamental Rights and Constitutional Guarantees. A Shariah-Compliant Constitutional Bill of Rights. We have certainly honored the children of Adam. Quran 17:70. Introduction. Every constitutional order must clearly define not only the powers of government but also the limits upon those powers. The purpose of constitutional rights is not to weaken legitimate government, but to ensure that governmental authority is exercised with justice, restraint, and accountability. Within this proposed constitutional framework, rights are understood as trusts and protections established under the sovereignty of Allah. They are exercised within the constitutional order and balanced by corresponding responsibilities. This chapter presents a proposed catalogue of constitutional guarantees intended for a modern Muslim society while remaining grounded in the higher objectives of the Shariah, Maqasid al-Shariah. Article 28.1 Human Dignity. Every human being possesses inherent dignity by virtue of being a creation of Allah. The state shall respect and protect human dignity in the administration of justice, public services, and the exercise of governmental authority. No person shall be subjected to arbitrary humiliation, degrading treatment, or unlawful oppression. Article 28.2 Equality before the law. Every person shall be equal before the Constitution and the courts. Justice shall not be denied because of wealth, family status, ethnicity, tribal affiliation, political influence, or social position. Every constitutional office holder remains subject to the same law. Article 28.3 Protection of life. Human life is inviolable except in accordance with due process and applicable law. The state shall make reasonable efforts to protect life through public safety, healthcare, disaster preparedness, food security, and lawful national defense. Article 28.4 Protection of property. Lawfully acquired property shall be protected. No property shall be confiscated except in accordance with law, for a legitimate public purpose where applicable, and subject to due process and any compensation required by law. Article 28.5 Due process. Every individual has the right to know the allegations against them, receive an impartial hearing, present evidence, obtain legal representation, and appeal where provided by law. Article 28.6 Access to justice. Independent courts shall remain accessible to all persons. Justice shall be administered fairly, impartially, and within a reasonable time. Article 28.7 Freedom of conscience and religion. The constitutional order shall protect freedom of conscience and the lawful practice of religion consistent with the Constitution, public order, and applicable law. The relationship between this guarantee and detailed rules of Islamic jurisprudence shall be determined through constitutional legislation and competent constitutional institutions. Article 28.8 Privacy. Every individual has the right to privacy in personal life, family, correspondence, and lawful communications except where lawful judicial authorization permits otherwise. Article 28.9 Freedom of expression. Individuals may express opinions and participate in public discourse within the limits established by the Constitution and applicable law, together with responsibilities respecting the rights of others, public order, and protection against unlawful incitement, defamation, or violence. Article 28.10 Education. Every citizen shall have access to education. The state shall promote literacy, scientific knowledge, ethical education, vocational training, higher education, and lifelong learning. Article 28.11 Public participation. Citizens shall have opportunities to participate in constitutional governance through consultation, civic service, and other lawful mechanisms established by the Constitution. Article 28.12 Protection against corruption. Every citizen has the right to a government that administers public resources honestly and transparently through independent audits, financial transparency, judicial review, and fiduciary responsibility. Article 28.13 Rights and responsibilities. Rights and responsibilities are mutually reinforcing. Every citizen shall respect the Constitution, obey lawful authority, protect public property, contribute to the public welfare, and respect the rights of others. Article 28.14 Constitutional limits on government. Government may exercise only those powers expressly authorized by the Constitution and applicable law. Every exercise of authority remains subject to judicial review. Article 28.15 Protection of future generations. The state owes constitutional responsibilities to future generations by preserving environmental sustainability, fiscal responsibility, educational opportunity, institutional integrity, and responsible stewardship of national resources. Conclusion. This chapter establishes the constitutional guarantees owed by the state while affirming that public authority exists solely as a trust under Allah and the Constitution. It emphasizes that rights are protected through independent institutions, transparent administration, continuous accountability, and the rule of law, while recognizing corresponding civic responsibilities. Appendix A. Constitutional Compliance Agreement, CCA. Constitutional Stewardship Covenant. Preamble. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Recognizing that ultimate sovereignty belongs solely to Allah and that public authority is exercised only as a temporary trust, Amanah, I voluntarily enter into this constitutional compliance agreement as a condition of accepting constitutional office. I acknowledge that public office is neither personal property nor political entitlement. It is a fiduciary responsibility entrusted to me for the benefit of society under the Constitution. By executing this agreement, I accept continuous legal, constitutional, and moral accountability throughout my tenure and, where provided by law, after my tenure has concluded. Part I. Constitutional Declaration. I solemnly affirm that I shall uphold the sovereignty of Allah, preserve the supremacy of the Constitution, faithfully discharge the responsibilities of my office, protect justice, ADL, preserve the public trust, Amanah, exercise authority solely for the public welfare, Maslahah, consult according to the constitutional principle of Shura, and remain continuously accountable, Muhasabah. Part 2. Fiduciary Obligations. Public office creates fiduciary duties toward Allah, the Constitution, the citizens, and future generations. I possess no ownership over public funds, governmental property, constitutional authority, or public institutions. Part 3. Ethical Obligations. I shall not knowingly accept bribery, misuse public resources, abuse confidential information, favor relatives through public office, accept unlawful gifts, manipulate procurement, interfere unlawfully with constitutional institutions, obstruct constitutional audits, or conceal conflicts of interest. Part 4. Financial Transparency. I agree to comply with lawful requirements concerning declarations of assets, liabilities, beneficial ownership, significant financial interests, and conflicts of interest. Part B. Continuous Constitutional Review. My conduct may be reviewed through constitutional audits, integrity inspections, financial audits, judicial review, ethics investigations, and lawful constitutional oversight. Part 6. AI Administrative Oversight. AI-assisted systems may assist with anomaly detection, procurement monitoring, compliance verification, document authentication, and conflict screening. AI never replaces human judgment or judicial process. Part 7. Confidentiality. I shall preserve confidential information except where disclosure is constitutionally required, legally authorized, or ordered by a competent court. Part 8. Post-tenure Accountability. Leaving office does not extinguish constitutional responsibility where lawful grounds exist for investigation or judicial proceedings. Part 9. Constitutional Sanctions. Sanctions may include removal, disqualification, restitution, civil liability, and criminal prosecution where applicable, subject to due process. Part X. Declaration of Stewardship. I seek this office to serve rather than to rule. I accept stewardship rather than ownership, responsibility rather than privilege, accountability rather than immunity, and that every exercise of authority remains subject to the Constitution. Constitutional Oath. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall faithfully discharge the trust entrusted to me, uphold justice without fear or favor, preserve the Constitution, protect the rights of the people, safeguard public resources, neither seek nor accept unlawful personal benefit, and remain accountable before Allah, the Constitution, and the people throughout my service and thereafter where required by law. May Allah be my witness. Execution. Name, underscore 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 underscore. Constitutional Office, underscore 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 national identification, underscore 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 date, underscore 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 underscore. Signature, underscore 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 underscore. Witness 1, underscore 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 underscore. Witness 2, underscore 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 underscore. Constitutional Registrar, underscore 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 underscore. Commentary. This agreement is intended as a formal fiduciary covenant linking constitutional office to measurable legal obligations, continuous oversight, and post-tenure accountability. Appendix B. Constitutional Oaths of Office. Under the proposed constitutional framework. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trusts to whom they are due, and when you judge between people, judge with justice. Quran 458. Introduction. The Constitutional Compliance Agreement establishes the legal obligations of constitutional office. The constitutional oaths establish the moral and constitutional commitment of each office holder before assuming public authority. Unlike ceremonial oaths used in many constitutional systems, these oaths expressly recognize the sovereignty of Allah, the supremacy of the Constitution, stewardship, Amanah, justice, ADL, accountability, Muhasabah, public welfare, Maslahah. Each oath is tailored to the constitutional responsibilities of the office concerned. Oath I. Constitutional Custodian. Head of the Civil Cabinet. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall faithfully discharge the trust entrusted to me. I acknowledge that sovereignty belongs solely to Allah. I accept this office only as an amanah under the Constitution. I shall administer the affairs of the nation with justice, wisdom, humility, competence, and integrity. I shall neither seek nor accept unlawful personal benefit. I shall protect the rights of every citizen. I shall preserve the Constitution above personal interest. I shall remain accountable before Allah, the Constitution, and the people. May Allah guide me and accept this covenant. Oath 2. Constitutional Scholar. Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall provide constitutional guidance with honesty, knowledge, impartiality, and sincerity. I shall never distort constitutional principles for personal, political, or financial advantage. I shall seek wisdom through consultation. I shall preserve justice. I shall discharge my duties solely for the public welfare. I acknowledge that my scholarship is an amanah entrusted to me by Allah. Oath 3. Treasury Steward. Treasury Cabinet. I swear by Allah Almighty that every public resource entrusted to me shall be treated as the property of the nation rather than my own. I shall administer Bayt al-Mal honestly. I shall neither waste nor misuse public wealth. I shall oppose corruption wherever it appears. I shall preserve complete financial transparency according to the Constitution. I acknowledge that I shall answer before Allah for every public resource entrusted to my care. Oath 4. Defense Steward. Defense Cabinet. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall defend the nation, protect its sovereignty, preserve its constitutional order and safeguard its people. I shall never employ military authority for political ambition. I shall obey lawful constitutional authority. I shall exercise military power with discipline, restraint, and justice. I acknowledge that military authority is an Amanah and not an instrument of political power. Oath B. Constitutional Judge. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall administer justice impartially. I shall favor neither wealth nor power. I shall remain independent from political influence. I shall uphold the Constitution faithfully. I shall judge according to law, evidence, and justice. I acknowledge that judicial authority belongs to the Constitution and that I merely administer it as a trust. Oath 6. Constitutional Audit and Integrity. Commissioner. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall investigate honestly without fear or favor. I shall protect public trust. I shall neither conceal corruption nor fabricate allegations. I shall perform every constitutional audit objectively and independently. I acknowledge that public accountability is itself an Amanah entrusted to me. Oath 7. Rotating Constitutional Public Jury. Member. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall discharge my constitutional responsibilities honestly. I shall not allow friendship, family, wealth, or political influence to affect my judgment. I shall protect constitutional integrity. I shall preserve confidentiality where required. I acknowledge that civic participation is a constitutional trust. Oath 8. Senior Civil Servant. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall faithfully serve the Constitution and the people. I shall administer public services honestly, efficiently, and impartially. I shall protect public resources. I shall remain politically neutral while faithfully performing my constitutional duties. I acknowledge that my office exists to serve the people rather than personal interests. Oath 9. Officer of the Armed Forces. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall faithfully defend the nation. I shall obey lawful constitutional authority. I shall conduct myself honorably in peace and war. I shall protect civilians and uphold justice. I shall never use military authority against the Constitution. Oath X. Constitutional Technology. Commissioner. I swear by Allah Almighty that I shall supervise constitutional technology with honesty, competence, and impartiality. I shall ensure that artificial intelligence serves the Constitution rather than replacing constitutional responsibility. I shall protect privacy, transparency, and cybersecurity. I acknowledge that technology exists to strengthen justice, stewardship, and accountability. Universal Closing Affirmation. Every constitutional office holder shall conclude with, I accept this office as an Amanah entrusted to me by Allah and the Constitution. I acknowledge that authority is temporary, stewardship is permanent, and accountability before Allah is certain. May Allah grant me sincerity, wisdom, justice and steadfastness in fulfilling this trust. Commentary. These constitutional oaths are intended to complement, not replace, the constitutional compliance agreement set out in Appendix A. While the compliance agreement creates enforceable legal and fiduciary obligations, the oaths publicly affirm the ethical and constitutional responsibilities associated with each office. Together they reinforce one of the central themes of this manuscript. Public office is not a privilege to be enjoyed, but a trust to be faithfully discharged. Appendix C. Constitutional Organizational Architecture. Institutional structure of the proposed governance framework. And hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether and do not become divided. Current 3:103. Introduction. The proposed constitutional architecture is intentionally designed to distribute authority rather than concentrate it. Instead of placing executive, financial, military, judicial, and oversight powers under a single political hierarchy, the Constitution establishes multiple independent institutions whose constitutional responsibilities overlap only where necessary for accountability. This appendix illustrates the institutional relationships that underpin the proposed governance framework. Figure C1. Constitutional authority Allah. Ultimate sovereignty, Hakimiyya. The Constitution. Constitutional Judiciary Council Audit and of Scholars Integrity Commission. The Constitution remains supreme. No institution stands above it. Figure C2. Core Constitutional Architecture. Constitution. Civil Cabinet, Treasury Cabinet, Defense Cabinet. Constitutional Judiciary. Constitutional Audit Commission. Constitutional Council of 40 Scholars. Rotating Constitutional Public Jury. Every institution remains independently accountable. Figure C3. Tri-pillar Government. Tri-pillar Government. Civil Treasury Defense. Cabinet. Public Services, Public Money, National Security. Each pillar possesses constitutional autonomy. Figure C4. Oversight Relationships. Judiciary. Audit Commission, Council of Scholars. Public institutions. Oversight is intentionally decentralized. Figure C5. Public office selection. Candidate. Professional qualification. Integrity review. AI administrative verification. Council of Scholars. Public jury verification. Appointment. Constitutional oath. Compliance agreement. Constitutional service. Multiple stages reduce opportunities for patronage. Figure C6. Continuous accountability cycle. Appointment. Service. Financial disclosure. AI monitoring. Audit. Judicial review, if required. Rotation. Post-tenure accountability. Accountability never depends upon elections alone. Figure C7. Constitutional flow of public funds revenue. Bait al-Mal. Treasury Cabinet. Approved budget. Civil Cabinet/Defense Cabinet. Audit Commission. Public financial reports. No single institution controls the entire financial process. Figure C8. AI administrative architecture. Government data. Secure AI systems. Eligibility verification. Conflict screening. Procurement monitoring. Fraud detection. Audit assistance. Rotation scheduling. Human constitutional review. Final constitutional decision. Artificial intelligence assists. Human institutions decide. Figure C9. Constitutional separation of powers. Constitution. Judiciary, Civil Treasury, Defense. Independent constitutional oversight. Every institution remains constitutionally limited. Figure C10. National Accountability Network. Citizens. Public reporting. Audit Commission. AI monitoring. Treasury. Civil government. Council of Scholars. Public jury. Judiciary. Multiple independent review paths make systemic corruption progressively more difficult. Figure C11. Constitutional life cycle. Citizen. Education. Merit. Selection. Appointment. Stewardship. Audit. Rotation. Retirement. Post-tenure accountability. Public office is a temporary constitutional trust rather than a permanent political possession. Commentary. The organizational diagrams presented in this appendix illustrate one of the defining innovations of the proposed governance framework, institutional architecture as an anti-corruption mechanism. Rather than relying primarily on the personal integrity of individual leaders, the framework distributes authority among independent constitutional institutions, each capable of supervising or balancing the others. This design seeks to ensure that no individual controls all levers of state power, public finance remains institutionally separate from political administration. National defense remains professionally independent, judicial authority remains impartial. Constitutional oversight remains continuous. Artificial intelligence strengthens transparency without replacing human constitutional responsibility. The architecture is intended to make corruption not merely unlawful, but structurally difficult, thereby reinforcing the manuscript's central principle: justice is best preserved when institutions are designed to restrain power rather than depend upon the virtue of those who hold it. Appendix D. Constitutional workflow and decision processes. Operational architecture of the proposed governance framework. And conduct their affairs by mutual consultation, Shura. Quran 42:38. Introduction. A constitution should define not only institutions, but also how those institutions interact. This appendix illustrates the operational workflows governing appointments, legislation, budgeting, auditing, emergency response, judicial review, and constitutional accountability. The objective is to ensure that every significant governmental action passes through multiple independent constitutional safeguards, thereby reducing opportunities for error, abuse of power, and corruption. Workflow D1. Appointment of a constitutional office holder. Candidate. Professional qualification review. Integrity and background investigation. Financial disclosure. AI administrative verification. Constitutional Council of 40 scholars. Rotating constitutional public jury. Judicial eligibility verification. Constitutional oath. Execution of compliance agreement. Formal appointment. No single institution controls the appointment process. Workflow D2. Legislative process. Policy proposal. Civil Cabinet. Constitutional legal review. Treasury financial impact assessment. Council of Scholars. Public consultation. Judicial constitutional review. Promulgation. Every major law undergoes constitutional scrutiny before implementation. Workflow D3. National budget process. Revenue forecast. Treasury Cabinet. Department budget requests. Fiscal review. Civil Cabinet coordination. Independent audit review. Constitutional approval. Budget implementation. Continuous audit. Financial oversight exists before, during, and after expenditure. Workflow D4. Public procurement. Need identified. Open procurement. AI conflict screening. Independent evaluation committee. Treasury authorization. Contract award. Audit monitoring. Public reporting. Each stage reduces opportunities for favoritism and fraud. Workflow D5. Constitutional audit. Routine monitoring. AI anomaly detection. Audit commission investigation. Evidence collection. Institutional response. Audit report. Corrective measures. Judicial referral, if necessary. Audits emphasize prevention before punishment. Workflow D6. Constitutional complaint. Citizen complaint. Constitutional registry. Initial legal screening. Audit/investigation. Judiciary. Judgment. Implementation. Every citizen has access to constitutional review through lawful procedures. Workflow D7. Emergency declaration. National emergency. Civil cabinet assessment. Defense and Treasury consultation. Constitutional declaration. Judicial oversight. Independent audit. Periodic review. Termination of emergency. Post-emergency report. Emergency authority remains temporary and continuously supervised. Workflow D8. Constitutional amendment. Proposal. Constitutional Council. Judicial review. Public consultation. Supermajority approval. Implementation plan. Constitutional update. The Constitution evolves through deliberate rather than impulsive reform. Workflow D9. Post-tenure accountability. Office ends. Final asset declaration. Audit review. Public record preservation. Future complaint, if any. Investigation. Judicial proceedings. Leaving office does not extinguish constitutional accountability where lawful grounds exist. Workflow D10. Constitutional governance cycle. Merit. Selection. Appointment. Stewardship. Transparency. Audit. Judicial review. Rotation. Renewal. The Constitution functions as a continuous cycle of stewardship and accountability rather than a series of isolated political events. Integrated governance architecture. Allah. Ultimate sovereignty. Constitution. Council of Scholars. Public jury. Civil cabinet treasury defense. Audit commission. Judiciary. Citizens. Continuous accountability. Every institution remains accountable to the Constitution, and every exercise of authority ultimately returns to constitutional review. Constitutional operating principle. The operational philosophy of this governance framework may be summarized as follows. No appointment without independent verification. No expenditure without independent financial oversight. No exercise of power without constitutional accountability. No institution beyond judicial review. No emergency without constitutional limits. No office without fiduciary obligations. No leader without post-tenure accountability. No technology without human constitutional responsibility. No constitutional amendment without broad deliberation. No authority above the Constitution under the sovereignty of Allah. Commentary. This appendix illustrates that the proposed governance framework is process-driven rather than personality-driven. Each constitutional workflow is deliberately designed so that important governmental decisions pass through multiple, independent institutions before becoming final. By embedding verification, transparency, audit, judicial oversight, and structured consultation into everyday operations, the system seeks to make good governance the default outcome of institutional design rather than the product of exceptional individuals. Accordingly, the Constitution functions not merely as a legal document but as a constitutional operating system, coordinating the interaction of institutions in a manner intended to preserve justice, stewardship, accountability, and public trust across generations. Appendix E. Anti-corruption constitutional architecture. A structural framework for making corruption institutionally difficult. And do not consume one another's wealth unjustly or send it in bribery to the authorities in order that you may knowingly consume a portion of the wealth of the people unlawfully. Quran 2:188. Introduction. Most anti-corruption systems concentrate on detecting corruption after it occurs. This proposed constitutional framework adopts a different philosophy. Its objective is to design governmental institutions so that corruption becomes progressively more difficult to commit in the first place. Rather than relying solely upon criminal penalties or the moral character of office holders, this constitutional architecture distributes authority, separates institutional functions, mandates continuous oversight, and creates multiple independent verification points. The result is an integrated system in which corruption becomes increasingly difficult because success would require simultaneous failure across several autonomous institutions. E.1 The constitutional philosophy of corruption prevention. Corruption flourishes where three conditions exist: concentrated authority, weak oversight, low probability of detection. The proposed constitutional framework seeks to eliminate these conditions by ensuring that authority is distributed, oversight is continuous, detection is systematic, accountability survives tenure. The Constitution therefore treats corruption primarily as an institutional design problem, not merely a criminal law problem. E.2 Layers of constitutional protection. The proposed governance model establishes multiple independent layers of protection. Layer 1. Merit-based selection. No constitutional office is obtained solely through popularity or political patronage. Appointments require qualification, integrity review, constitutional review, civic verification, compliance agreement. Layer 2. Distributed government. Authority is divided among Civil Cabinet, Treasury Cabinet, Defense Cabinet. Each remains constitutionally independent. Layer 3. Independent judiciary. Every institution remains subject to judicial review. No constitutional office enjoys permanent immunity. Layer 4. Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission. Continuous auditing replaces occasional inspection. Layer 5. AI administrative monitoring. Artificial intelligence assists by identifying procurement anomalies, financial irregularities, conflicts of interest, unusual transactions, documentation inconsistencies. Human institutions make all constitutional decisions. Layer 6. Public financial transparency. Financial reporting becomes routine rather than exceptional. Layer 7. Mandatory rotation. Periodic rotation prevents permanent patronage networks. Layer 8. Post-tenure accountability. Leaving office does not automatically terminate constitutional responsibility. E.3 Corruption Risk Matrix. Stage constitutional safeguard appointment merit review, AI verification, public jury, council of scholars. Public spending treasury independence, procurement controls. Administration continuous audit investigation independent audit commission judicial review independent judiciary post-service asset review, post-tenure accountability. Every stage contains independent verification. E.4 Institutional independence. Each constitutional institution possesses separate responsibilities. Civil government, Treasury, Defense, Judiciary, Audit Commission, Council of Scholars, Public Jury. The independence of these institutions prevents a single office holder from controlling the entire governmental process. E.5 Why concentrated power produces corruption. Where one institution controls appointments, public finance, military authority, auditing, judicial influence, corruption may become self-protecting. The proposed framework intentionally separates these functions. E.6 Continuous rather than periodic oversight. Many governments rely primarily upon elections, annual audits, occasional investigations. This framework instead provides continuous financial monitoring, continuous compliance review, continuous institutional auditing, continuous constitutional accountability. Oversight becomes permanent. E.7 Mathematical reduction of corruption risk. Although corruption can never be eliminated entirely, independent safeguards reduce systemic risk. Illustratively, if a single safeguard fails, additional safeguards remain. Appointment review. Treasury independence. AI monitoring, audit, judiciary, public reporting, post-tenure review. The probability of sustained corruption decreases as independent verification layers increase. This is a conceptual institutional model rather than a quantified mathematical proof. E.8 Public office without personal ownership. One of the strongest anti-corruption mechanisms is philosophical. Office holders possess authority, but not ownership. Likewise, they administer public funds, but never own them. This constitutional distinction influences every governmental institution. E.9 Financial integrity. The Treasury Cabinet administers Bayt al-Mal, budgeting, procurement, reserves, fiscal reporting. Because financial authority remains constitutionally independent from political administration, misuse becomes significantly more difficult. E.10 Procurement integrity. Public procurement represents one of the highest corruption risks. Accordingly, AI screens conflicts. Procurement remains documented. Treasury authorizes expenditures. Audits remain continuous. Judicial review remains available. E.11 Institutional transparency. Transparency discourages corruption through published reports, financial disclosure, audit findings, constitutional reporting, documented procedures. Opacity creates opportunity. Transparency creates accountability. E.12 Civic participation. The rotating constitutional public jury introduces structured civic participation into constitutional oversight. Its constitutional purpose is community verification, integrity assessment, public confidence, constitutional participation. Citizens therefore become active participants in protecting constitutional integrity. E.13 Ethical leadership. No institutional architecture can entirely replace personal integrity. Accordingly, the Constitution also emphasizes Amanah, justice, humility, public service, accountability before Allah. Institutional design and moral character reinforce one another. E.14 Constitutional formula. The proposed framework may be summarized by the following constitutional equation. Distributed authority. Independent institutions. Continuous audit. Judicial independence. Financial transparency. Merit-based appointments. Technological verification. Post-tenure accountability. Equals institutional resistance to corruption. This equation expresses the philosophy of the manuscript rather than a mathematical theorem. E.15 Final commentary. The principal innovation of this proposed governance framework is not merely that corruption is prohibited. Nearly every constitution prohibits corruption. Its innovation lies in attempting to make corruption institutionally expensive, procedurally difficult, independently detectable, and constitutionally unsustainable. By distributing authority among autonomous constitutional institutions and embedding continuous verification into governmental operations, the framework seeks to transform anti-corruption from a reactive criminal justice strategy into a proactive constitutional design principle. In this model, integrity is not left solely to the virtue of individuals, it is reinforced by the architecture of the state itself. Appendix F. Constitutional Glossary. Definitions of constitutional, Islamic, governance and institutional terms. My Lord, increase me in knowledge. Quran 20:114. Introduction. This glossary provides standardized definitions for the principal constitutional, governance, institutional, legal, and Islamic terms used throughout this manuscript. Unless otherwise specified, these definitions apply consistently throughout the proposed constitutional framework. The glossary is intended to promote clarity, consistency, and precision rather than establish binding legal interpretations. Selected court terms for general readers. The following short glossary is provided as a bridge for non-specialist readers before the full alphabetical glossary. Term short meaning. Amanah trust, stewardship, and responsibility, public offices. Held for society, not personal gain. Maqasid al-Shariah, the higher objectives of Islamic law, used here as constitutional benchmarks for public welfare. Maslahah, public welfare or public interest guiding lawful administrative decisions. Muhasabah, continuous accountability through review, audit, oversight, and correction. Shura, consultation through informed, responsible, and collective deliberation. Siyasa Sharia, human-designed administrative governance that serves Sharia principles without claiming divine institutional form. Tri-pillar constitutional government, civil, treasury, and defense institutions separated to prevent concentration of power. AI-assisted constitutional administration, technology-supported administration that assists audits and procedures but never replaces human constitutional responsibility. A. Accountability, Muhasabah. The continuous constitutional obligation of every public institution and office holder to justify decisions, remain subject to independent review, and answer for the lawful exercise of authority. Administrative independence. The constitutional separation of institutional operations from improper political, military, financial, or private influence. AI-assisted constitutional administration. The use of independently audited artificial intelligence systems to assist governmental administration, auditing, compliance verification, procurement monitoring, and institutional transparency without replacing human constitutional responsibility. Amanah, stewardship. A sacred trust entrusted by Allah. Within this constitutional framework, every public office constitutes an amanah exercised solely for the benefit of society. Audit. An independent examination of financial, administrative, operational, or constitutional activities to verify compliance, integrity, efficiency, and accountability. B. Bait al-Mal. The constitutional treasury responsible for safeguarding and administering public wealth in accordance with constitutional law. Beneficiary. A person receiving personal advantage. Under this framework, constitutional office holders are custodians rather than beneficiaries of public authority. Budget. The annual constitutional financial plan prepared by the Treasury Cabinet governing revenues, expenditures, reserves, and public investments. C. Civil Cabinet. The constitutional institution responsible for civilian administration, public services, infrastructure, education, healthcare, diplomacy, and national development. Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission. An independent constitutional institution responsible for audits, ethics oversight, integrity inspections, and institutional accountability. Constitutional Compliance Agreement. A legally enforceable fiduciary covenant executed by every constitutional office holder before assuming office. Constitutional Custodian. The chief civilian administrator responsible for leading the civil cabinet as a trustee of the Constitution rather than as a political ruler. Constitutional Judiciary. The independent branch responsible for interpreting the Constitution, protecting constitutional rights, resolving disputes, and preserving the rule of law. Constitutional Meritocracy. A system in which appointments are based primarily upon demonstrated competence, integrity, and public service rather than popularity, wealth, or political patronage. Constitutional Office. Any office established under the Constitution that exercises public authority or performs constitutional responsibilities. Constitutional Stewardship. The principle that governmental authority is exercised solely as a fiduciary trust for society under the sovereignty of Allah. Corruption. The misuse of public office, authority, influence, or public resources for improper personal, political, or financial benefit. D. Defense Cabinet. The autonomous constitutional institution responsible exclusively for national defense, military preparedness, and protection of national sovereignty. Due process. The constitutional guarantee that legal rights shall not be restricted except through lawful procedures, impartial adjudication, and judicial review. E. Ethics. The constitutional standards of honesty, integrity, fairness, impartiality, and responsibility governing public office. F. Fiduciary duty. The legal and moral obligation requiring every constitutional office holder to act solely in the public interest with honesty, loyalty, prudence, and integrity. G. Governance. The administration of public institutions according to constitutional principles, laws, and fiduciary responsibilities. H. Hakimiyyah. The principle that ultimate sovereignty belongs exclusively to Allah. Human government exercises delegated authority subject to constitutional limitations. Human dignity. The inherent worth possessed by every individual, requiring protection through justice, due process, and equal constitutional treatment. I. Institutional independence. The constitutional separation of governmental institutions to prevent concentration of authority and preserve accountability. Integrity. Consistent honesty, ethical conduct, constitutional fidelity, and faithful discharge of public responsibilities. J. Justice, ADL. The central constitutional objective requiring fairness, equality before the law, impartiality, and protection against oppression. Judicial review. The constitutional authority of the judiciary to determine whether governmental actions comply with the Constitution and applicable law. M. Maqasid al-Shariah. The higher objectives of Islamic law, including the protection of religion, life, intellect, family, property, and the public welfare. Maslahah. Public welfare or the common good. One of the principal constitutional objectives guiding governmental policy. Merit. Demonstrated competence, knowledge, integrity, and professional capability qualifying an individual for constitutional office. Muhasabah. Continuous accountability before Allah, the Constitution, and the people. O. Oversight. Independent constitutional review designed to verify lawful administration, financial integrity, and institutional accountability. P. Public jury. The rotating constitutional public jury responsible for structured civic verification, constitutional participation, and institutional accountability. Public office. A constitutional trust exercised solely for public benefit. It is never personal property. R. Rotation. Mandatory periodic change in constitutional office intended to prevent concentration of influence and encourage institutional renewal. Rule of law. The constitutional principle that every individual and institution remains subject to the law. No office holder stands above the Constitution. S. Scholar. A member of the Constitutional Council selected according to merit, integrity, and demonstrated expertise. Shariah. The principles and values derived from the Quran and Sunnah that provide the ethical and legal foundation for this proposed constitutional framework. Within this manuscript, the institutional mechanisms are presented as constitutional proposals intended to advance these principles, rather than as immutable religious requirements. Shura. Consultation through informed, responsible, and collective deliberation. Sovereignty. Ultimate constitutional authority. Within this framework, ultimate sovereignty belongs exclusively to Allah. Stewardship. The constitutional philosophy that every public office is exercised solely as a temporary trust for society. T. Technology Commission. The independent constitutional body responsible for certifying, supervising, and auditing governmental AI systems and digital infrastructure. Transparency. The constitutional obligation to conduct governmental affairs openly wherever consistent with law, privacy, and national security. Treasury Cabinet. The autonomous constitutional institution responsible for Bayt al-Mal, budgeting, procurement oversight, fiscal policy, and public financial stewardship. W. Waqf. A charitable endowment established for religious, educational, humanitarian, or public purposes in accordance with applicable law. Closing note. This glossary is intended to provide a common constitutional vocabulary for scholars, judges, public administrators, legislators, educators, and citizens studying this proposed governance framework. Future editions may expand these definitions as constitutional scholarship, institutional practice, and public administration continue to evolve, while preserving the foundational principles of Hakimiyyat, divine sovereignty; Amanah, stewardship; Adl, justice; Shura, consultation; Muhasabah, accountability; Maslahah, public welfare. Together, these principles form the enduring constitutional language of the proposed Dream Society. Appendix G. Comparative constitutional analysis. Positioning the proposed governance framework within contemporary and historical constitutional systems. So give good news to my servants, those who listen to every word and follow the best of it. Quran 39:17-18. Introduction. Every constitutional system reflects particular assumptions regarding the source of sovereignty, the legitimacy of government, the distribution of power, public accountability, economic stewardship, justice. This manuscript does not argue that existing constitutional systems possess no strengths. Rather, it proposes an alternative institutional model intended for scholarly consideration within the context of a modern Muslim society. The following comparison highlights broad institutional characteristics. Individual countries often differ significantly from the constitutional models under which they are categorized. 1. Guarani comparison of constitutional foundations. Constitutional model: ultimate source of sovereignty, parliamentary democracy, constitution/people, varies by jurisdiction. Presidential republic, constitution/people, constitutional monarchy, constitution shared with the crown, varying by jurisdiction. Classical Islamic governance: al-Hakimiyyat, administered through human institutions. Technocracy, technical expertise and administrative competence. Meritocracy, merit and demonstrated competence. Proposed constitutional stewardship model: al-Hakimiyyat, exercised through constitutional stewardship, Amanah. 2. Guarani selection of leadership model: primary selection method, parliamentary democracy, elections, presidential system, direct or indirect election, constitutional monarchy, hereditary succession with constitutional limits. Classical Islamic governance, historically varied, Shura, nomination, allegiance, succession. Technocracy, appointment based on expertise, meritocracy, appointment based on qualifications. Proposed model: multi-stage constitutional merit selection, incorporating professional qualification, integrity review, constitutional review, civic verification, and formal appointment. 3. Guarani's separation of power model: institutional structure, parliamentary, executive and legislature closely linked. Presidential separate, executive and legislature, constitutional monarchy, parliamentary government with ceremonial monarchy in many jurisdictions. Classical Islamic governance, historically varied across periods and regions. Technocracy, administrative specialization. Proposed model: tri-pillar government, civil, treasury, defense, with independent judiciary, constitutional council, audit commission, and public jury. 4. Guarani's public accountability model: primary accountability, parliamentary elections, parliament, presidential elections, legislature, courts, constitutional monarchy, parliament, courts. Classical Islamic governance: Shariah, scholars, rulers, courts, historically varied. Technocracy, administrative review, meritocracy, institutional evaluation. Proposed model: continuous audit, judiciary, AI assisted. monitoring, public jury, constitutional council, treasury oversight, post-tenure accountability. 5. Guarani's economic stewardship. Model public finance parliamentary executive budget with legislative approval. Presidential executive proposal with legislative approval. Constitutional monarchy parliamentary budgetary process classical Islamic governance Bayt al-Mal administered under Islamic legal principles. Proposed model independent treasury cabinet administering Bayt al-Mal under continuous constitutional audit. 6. Guarani's military governance. Model military control parliamentary civilian executive oversight presidential executive commander-in-chief constitutional monarchy civilian constitutional authority classical Islamic governance historically integrated with governing authority in varying forms. Proposed model independent defense cabinet constitutionally separated from political administration while remaining subject to constitutional oversight. 7. Guarani's anti-corruption architecture. Model principle safeguards parliamentary elections, audits, courts presidential separation of powers, courts constitutional monarchy parliamentary accountability classical Islamic governance religious accountability, courts, market oversight, historically varied. Proposed model multiple institutional layers including merit selection, tri-pillar government, independent judiciary, constitutional audit commission. AI-assisted auditing, rotating public jury. Post-tenure accountability, and mandatory fiduciary agreements. 8. Guarani's role of artificial intelligence. Model constitutional role existing democracies administrative use varies by jurisdiction classical Islamic governance not applicable historically proposed model administrative assistance only AI may support auditing, compliance, documentation, procurement analysis, and anomaly detection, but never exercises sovereign decision-making. 9. Guarani's constitutional philosophy. Model primary philosophy parliamentary representative government presidential separation of executive authority constitutional monarchy constitutional continuity with monarchy classical Islamic governance guided by Shariah principles. Historically implemented through diverse institutions. Technocracy expertise-driven administration meritocracy competence-based leadership proposed model stewardship-based constitutional governance. Integrating Islamic constitutional principles with modern institutional design. 10. Guarani's distinctive institutional innovations. The proposed constitutional framework introduces several institutional concepts that distinguish it from conventional constitutional models. These include tri-pillar government separating civil, treasury, and defense functions. Constitutional Council of multidisciplinary scholars, rotating constitutional public jury. Constitutional Compliance Agreement. AI-assisted constitutional administration under human supervision, independent constitutional audit and integrity commission, mandatory post-tenure accountability, constitutional stewardship replacing political ownership, distributed constitutional authority designed to reduce institutional concentration of power. These mechanisms are presented as proposed institutional innovations, not as established constitutional norms. 11. Guarani's areas of shared constitutional values. Despite institutional differences, many constitutional systems share important objectives, including justice, rule of law, protection of public welfare, independent courts, accountable government, financial responsibility, peaceful transfer of authority. The proposed framework builds upon these widely recognized objectives while suggesting alternative institutional arrangements for achieving them within a Shariah-informed constitutional philosophy. 12. Guarani's intended contribution. This manuscript is not intended to dismiss existing constitutional traditions. Rather, it seeks to contribute to constitutional scholarship by exploring whether contemporary institutional tools such as structured merit selection, continuous auditing, secure digital administration, and AI-assisted verification can be combined with enduring Islamic constitutional principles including, Hakimiyat, divine sovereignty; Amanah, stewardship; Adl, justice; Shura, consultation; Muhasabah, accountability; Maslahah, public welfare. To produce a governance model that is simultaneously principled, accountable, technologically capable, and institutionally resilient. Conclusion: every constitutional system reflects its own historical experience, philosophical assumptions, and institutional priorities. The model proposed throughout this manuscript should therefore be understood as one constitutional proposal among many, intended to stimulate scholarly discussion rather than to claim exclusivity. Its principal contribution lies in shifting the focus of constitutional design away from personalities and toward institutions, away from political ownership and toward fiduciary stewardship, and away from episodic accountability and toward continuous constitutional oversight. In doing so, it offers a framework through which a modern Muslim society may explore how timeless Islamic constitutional values can be expressed through transparent, merit-based, technologically supported, and corruption-resistant institutions suitable for the challenges of the 21st century. Appendix H. Proposed Constitutional Model. Model Constitutional Articles. Based upon the proposed stewardship governance framework. Indeed, this is my straight path, so follow it. Quran 6:153. Preamble. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Recognizing that ultimate sovereignty belongs solely to Allah, Hakimiyat, and acknowledging that public authority is a sacred trust, Amanah, we, the people, establish this constitution to secure justice, Adl, consultation, Shura, accountability, Muhasabah, and the public welfare, Maslahah. This constitution establishes a government of stewardship rather than ownership, merit rather than popularity, accountability rather than privilege, and institutions rather than personalities. Part I. Foundational Principles. Article 1. Sovereignty. Ultimate sovereignty belongs solely to Allah. All constitutional authority shall be exercised as a delegated trust under this constitution. Article 2. Constitutional supremacy. This constitution shall be the supreme law governing all constitutional institutions. No law, regulation, or governmental act shall contravene its provisions. Article 3. Public office. Public office constitutes an amanah. No constitutional office shall be treated as private property or personal privilege. Article 4. Rule of law. Every individual and every constitutional institution shall remain subject to the Constitution and the law. Article 5. Equality. Every citizen is equal before the law. No office holder enjoys immunity from constitutional accountability except as expressly provided by law for procedural purposes. Part 2. Rights and responsibilities. Article 6. The state shall protect life, property, dignity, justice, lawful liberty, public welfare. Article 7. Every citizen shall possess equal access to justice. Article 8. Every citizen shall respect the Constitution and obey lawful authority. Article 9. Government shall exercise authority solely for the benefit of society. Part 3. Constitutional institutions. Article 10. Government shall consist of Civil Cabinet, Treasury Cabinet, Defense Cabinet. Each shall operate independently within its constitutional responsibilities. Article 11. The judiciary shall remain completely independent. Article 12. A constitutional council of 40 scholars shall advise upon constitutional matters according to this constitution. Article 13. A rotating constitutional public jury shall participate in constitutional verification according to law. Article 14. A Constitutional Audit and Integrity Commission shall conduct continuous constitutional oversight. Part 4. Public office. Article 15. Every constitutional office holder shall execute the constitutional compliance agreement, take the constitutional oath, disclose required financial interests, remain subject to constitutional audit. Article 16. Appointments shall be based upon merit, integrity, competence, constitutional eligibility. Article 17. No appointment shall be made solely through political patronage. Article 18. Constitutional offices shall possess fixed terms prescribed by law. Article 19. Mandatory rotation shall occur according to constitutional procedures. Part B. Judiciary. Article 20. The judiciary shall interpret the Constitution. Article 21. Judicial decisions shall remain independent. Article 22. Every person shall receive due process. Article 23. Courts may review governmental action for constitutional compliance. Part 6. Public finance. Article 24. Bayt al-Mal shall constitute the constitutional treasury. Article 25. Treasury administration shall remain institutionally independent. Article 26. Public funds shall remain fully auditable. Article 27. Procurement shall be transparent. Article 28. Public resources shall never be used for unlawful personal benefit. Part 7. Accountability. Article 29. Continuous constitutional audit shall occur throughout government. Article 30. AI-assisted constitutional administration may support auditing and compliance. Final constitutional decisions shall always remain human responsibilities. Article 31. Leaving office shall not automatically terminate constitutional accountability. Article 32. Corruption constitutes a serious constitutional violation. Part 8. Emergency powers. Article 33. Emergency powers shall remain temporary. Article 34. Judicial oversight shall continue during emergencies. Article 35. Emergency expenditures shall remain auditable. Part 9. Constitutional amendment. Article 36. This constitution may be amended according to constitutional procedures. Article 37. The foundational constitutional principles of justice, stewardship, accountability, consultation, and constitutional supremacy shall guide every amendment. Part X. General provisions. Article 38. Technology shall strengthen constitutional administration while remaining subordinate to human constitutional responsibility. Article 39. Every constitutional institution shall preserve transparency, accountability, and public trust. Article 40. This Constitution shall be interpreted consistently with its foundational objectives. Hakimiyya. Amanah. Adl. Shura. Muhasabah. Maslahah. Schedules. This Constitution may include schedules governing constitutional oaths, constitutional compliance agreement, institutional diagrams, transitional arrangements, financial disclosure forms, constitutional registers. Commentary. This appendix provides a concise model constitutional text distilled from the broader manuscript. It is illustrative rather than exhaustive and demonstrates how the principles and institutional mechanisms developed throughout the preceding chapters can be translated into constitutional articles. This proposed constitutional model is illustrative rather than exhaustive. Any formal adoption would require jurisdiction-specific legal drafting, definitions, implementation provisions, and harmonization with applicable constitutional procedures. It is presented here as a conceptual foundation for public discussion and constitutional reflection. Appendix I. Asset-backed national currency system. Constitutional principle of tangible value currency. A just and sustainable monetary system should derive its value from tangible national wealth rather than from unrestricted monetary expansion. The objective is to ensure that every unit of national currency represents a measurable claim upon the productive assets of the nation, thereby preserving purchasing power, promoting financial discipline, and protecting citizens from inflation resulting from excessive currency creation. While precious metals such as gold and silver have historically served as reliable monetary standards due to their intrinsic value, durability, divisibility, and universal acceptance, this constitutional framework recognizes that tangible value is not confined exclusively to precious metals. Rather, any independently verifiable productive asset capable of preserving long-term economic value may contribute to the sovereign monetary reserve. Accordingly, the monetary foundation of the state shall be based upon a diversified sovereign asset reserve administered by the Treasury Cabinet under strict constitutional safeguards. The Sovereign Asset Reserve. The Sovereign Asset Reserve shall consist exclusively of tangible and independently verifiable assets owned by the state. Subject to constitutional limitations, such assets may include gold and silver bullion, strategic industrial metals, energy reserves, agricultural commodity reserves, government-owned productive land, revenue-generating infrastructure, public utilities, state-owned industrial enterprises, strategic equipment and machinery, other productive assets approved by constitutional law. All reserve assets shall remain the permanent property of the state and shall not be pledged, hypothecated, or otherwise encumbered except under constitutional procedures approved by the legislature. Constitutional limitation on currency creation. The Treasury Cabinet shall possess exclusive constitutional authority to issue national currency. No currency shall be issued unless supported by a corresponding increase in the independently audited value of the sovereign asset reserve. Currency creation shall therefore reflect actual growth in national wealth rather than fiscal deficits, political expediency, or monetary speculation. This constitutional limitation establishes a direct relationship between the nation's productive assets and its money supply, thereby reducing the risk of inflation arising from uncontrolled expansion of currency. Digital treasury currency. The national currency may exist in both physical and digital forms. Digital treasury accounts and secure treasury payment cards may be issued to every citizen and lawful resident to facilitate commerce, reduce transaction costs, improve tax administration, and gradually eliminate dependence upon physical cash. The digital nature of the payment system shall not alter the underlying monetary principle. Every digital unit shall represent the same constitutional claim upon the sovereign asset reserve as its physical equivalent. Digital currency shall therefore constitute merely a secure method of transferring ownership of sovereign monetary units rather than creating a separate or unbacked financial instrument. Gradual monetary transition. To maintain economic stability, the transition from a fiat monetary system to an asset-backed monetary system shall occur progressively. The Treasury Cabinet shall initially exchange existing paper currency for Treasury-issued digital accounts or Treasury payment cards while maintaining the existing legal value of the national currency. During the transition period, existing currency shall continue to circulate. Government salaries, pensions, and public benefits shall increasingly be distributed through Treasury digital accounts. Businesses shall progressively adopt digital Treasury payment systems. Paper currency withdrawn by the Treasury shall be permanently retired from circulation. Only after sufficient sovereign asset reserves have been accumulated and independently verified shall newly issued currency become fully governed by the constitutional asset-backed monetary standard. This gradual approach minimizes disruption to commerce while preserving public confidence throughout the transition. Independent valuation and transparency. The integrity of the monetary system depends upon complete public confidence. Accordingly, the sovereign asset reserve shall undergo periodic independent valuation by constitutionally established auditing authorities. Annual public reports shall disclose total reserve value, reserve composition by asset class, Currency issued and outstanding. Reserve to currency ratio. Material changes affecting reserve valuation. All reserve reports shall be publicly accessible and subject to legislative scrutiny. Monetary discipline. The constitutional objective of the Treasury Cabinet shall not be to maximize money creation but to preserve monetary stability. Currency expansion shall occur only when supported by genuine increases in the productive wealth of the nation. Similarly, where reserve values decline materially, the Treasury Cabinet shall implement constitutionally prescribed stabilization measures to maintain long-term confidence in the national currency. The monetary system shall therefore operate as a faithful reflection of national productivity rather than as an instrument of discretionary financial engineering. Protection against monetary abuse. To preserve the integrity of the national currency, the following constitutional prohibitions shall apply. No public authority shall create currency outside the Treasury Cabinet. Currency shall not be issued solely to finance government deficits. Reserve assets shall not be secretly pledged or encumbered. Monetary statistics and reserve valuations shall not be concealed from the public. Any intentional falsification of reserve reports or unauthorized currency issuance shall constitute a constitutional offense subject to severe legal penalties. Constitutional objective. The purpose of the asset-backed national currency system is to establish a monetary framework founded upon tangible national wealth, fiscal responsibility, transparency, and intergenerational equity. By constitutionally linking currency issuance to independently verifiable productive assets, the state seeks to protect the purchasing power of its citizens, discourage excessive public indebtedness, promote sustainable economic development, and ensure that national money remains a trustworthy store of value for present and future generations. The system is intended not as a return to any single historical monetary standard, but as a modern constitutional framework in which money derives its legitimacy from real economic substance rather than unrestricted monetary creation. Bibliography. This bibliography is organized by subject to support scholarly review across Islamic constitutional thought, classical jurisprudence, modern governance theory, anti-corruption architecture, public finance, and AI/digital administration. It may be converted into a fully alphabetized bibliography if required by a publisher or academic reviewer. Primary Islamic sources. The Quran. Arabic text. For English reference, select one principal translation for the final edition, such as Mas Abdel-Haley M., The Quran, A New Translation, or Mustafa Katab, The Clear Quran. Abdel-Haley M., M.A.S., Trans. The Quran, A New Translation. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2004. Katab, Mustafa, Trans. The Clear Quran, A Thematic English Translation. Lombard, I.L., Furqan Institute of Quranic Education, 2016. Sahih International, Trans. The Quran, English Meanings. Jeddah, Abul Qasim Publishing House, 1997. Al-Bukhari, Muhammad ibn Ismail. Sahih al-Bukhari. Various editions and translations. Muslim ibn al-Hajjaj. Sahih Muslim. Various editions and translations. Abu Dawud, Sulaiman ibn al-Ashith. Sunan Abi Dawud. Various editions and translations. Al-Tirmidhi, Muhammad ibn Isa. Jami al-Tirmidhi. Various editions and translations. Al-Nasa'i, Ahmad ibn Shu'aib. Sunan al-Nasa'i. Various editions and translations. Ibn Majah, Muhammad ibn Yazid. Sunan ibn Majah. Various editions and translations. Malik ibn Anas. Al-Muwatta. Various editions and translations. Al-Nawawi, Yahya ibn Sharaf. Riyad al-Salihin. Various editions and translations. Classical Islamic Governance, Public Law, and Maqasid. Al-Mawardi, Abu al-Hasan. The Ordinances of Government, Al-Ahkam al-Sultaniyya w al-Wilayah al-Diniyya. Translated by Wafa H. Waba. Reading, Garnet Publishing, 1996. Abu Yusuf, Yaqub ibn Ibrahim. Kitab al-Kharaj. Various Arabic editions and English translations. Al-Ghazali, Abu Hamid. Al-Mustasfa min /ilm al-Yuzul. Various editions. Al-Ghazali, Abu Hamid. Nasihat al-Muluk. Various editions and translations. Ibn Taymiyyah, Ahmad ibn Abd al-Halim. Al-Siyasa al-Shariah fi Islah al-Raiwa. Various editions and translations. Ibn Qayyim al-Yaziyya. Al-Turuq al-Hukmiyya fi al-Siyasa al-Shariah. Various editions. Ibn Qayyim al-Yaziyya. Ilam al-Muwayqtiyin /in Rab al-Alamin. Various editions. Ibn Khaldun. The Muqaddimah, An Introduction to History. Translated by Franz Rosenthal. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1958, abridged editions later published. Al-Shatibi, Ibrahim ibn Musa. Al-Muwafaqat fi Yuzul al-Shariah. Various editions and translations. Al-Juwayni, Abu al-Ma'ali. Gayat al-Imam fi Iltiyath al-Zalam. Various editions. Al-Farabi. The Political Writings. Edited and translated by Charles E. Butterworth. Ithaca, Cornell University Press, 2001. Modern Islamic Law and Constitutional Thought. Kamali, Mohammed Hashim. Principles of Islamic Jurisprudence. Cambridge, Islamic Texts Society, 2003. Kamali, Mohammed Hashim. Sharia Law, An Introduction. Oxford, One World, 2008. Atta, Jasser. Maqasid al-Shariah as Philosophy of Islamic Law, A Systems Approach. London, International Institute of Islamic Thought, 2008. Chapra, M. Umar. The Islamic Vision of Development in the Light of Maqasid al-Shariah. London, International Institute of Islamic Thought, 2008. El-Fadl, Khaled Abu. Islam and the Challenge of Democracy. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 2004. Halleck, Whale B. The Impossible State, Islam, Politics, and Modernity's Moral Predicament. New York, Columbia University Press, 2013. March, Andrew F. Islam and Liberal Citizenship, The Search for an Overlapping Consensus. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2009. Naim, Abdullahi Ahmed. Islam and the Secular State, Negotiating the Future of Sharia. Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 2008. Esposito, John L., and John O. Ball. Islam and Democracy. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1996. Feldman, Noah. The Fall and Rise of the Islamic State. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 2008. Constitutional Law and Comparative. Constitutionalism. Dicey, A.V. Introduction to the Study of the Law of the Constitution. London, Macmillan, 1885. Montesquieu, Charles de Secondad. The Spirit of the Laws. Various editions. Hamilton, Alexander, James Madison, and John J. The Federalist Papers. Various editions. Elster, John. Ulysses Unbound, Studies in Rationality, Pre-Commitment, and Constraints. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2000. Ginsberg, Tom, and Aziz Z. Huck. How to Save a Constitutional Democracy. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2018. Tushnet, Mark. Advanced Introduction to Comparative Constitutional Law. Cheltenham, Edward Elgar, 2014. Jackson, Vicky C., and Mark Tushnet. Comparative Constitutional Law. New York, Foundation Press, 2014. Ackerman, Bruce. We the People. Cambridge, Mott, Harvard University Press, 1991-2014. Waldron, Jeremy. Political Theory, Essays on Institutions. Cambridge, Mott, Harvard University Press, 2016. Raz, Joseph. The Authority of Law, Essays on Law and Morality. Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1979. Dworkin, Ronald. Law's Empire. Cambridge, Mott, Harvard University Press, 1986. Fuller, Lon L. The Morality of Law. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1964. Governance, Institutions, and Public Administration. World Bank. World Development Report 2017, Governance and the Law. Washington, D.C., World Bank, 2017. Kaufman, Daniel, Art Cree, and Massimo Mastruzza. The Worldwide Governance Indicators, Methodology and Analytical Issues. World Bank Policy Research Working Paper No. 5430, 2010. North, Douglas E. Institutions, Institutional Change and Economic Performance. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1990. Asimoglu, Darren, and James A. Robinson. Why Nations Fail, The Origins of Power, Prosperity, and Poverty. New York, Crown, 2012. Fukuyama, Francis. State Building, Governance and World Order in the 21st Century. Ithaca, Cornell University Press, 2004. Fukuyama, Francis. Political Order and Political Decay. New York, Ferrer, Strauss, and Giroux, 2014. Ostrom, Eleanor. Governing the Commons. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1990. Weber, Max Economy and Society. Various editions. Wilson, Woodrow. The Study of Administration. Political Science Quarterly 2, Number 2, 1887 197-222. Osborne, David, and Ted Gabler. Reinventing Government. Reading, Mott, Addison Wesley, 1992. Peters, B. Guy. The Politics of Bureaucracy. London, Routledge, various editions. Hood, Christopher. The Tools of Government. London, Macmillan, 1983. Anti-Corruption, Public Integrity, and Financial Accountability. United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. United Nations Convention Against Corruption. New York, United Nations, 2003. Rose Ackerman, Susan. Corruption and Government, Causes, Consequences, and Reform. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1999. Rose Ackerman, Susan, and Bonnie J. Palivka. Corruption and Government, Causes, Consequences, and Reform. 2nd ed. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2016. Klickjard, Robert. Controlling Corruption. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1988. Johnston, Michael. Syndromes of Corruption, Wealth, Power, and Democracy. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2005. Transparency International. Corruption Perceptions Index. Annual Reports and Methodology Notes. OECD. OECD Public Integrity Handbook. Paris, OECD Publishing, 2020. OECD. Recommendation of the Council on Public Integrity. Paris, OECD, 2017. International Monetary Fund. Fiscal Transparency Code. Washington, D.C., IMF, 2019. Into Psi. Mexico Declaration on Psi Independence. International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, 2007. Public Finance, Bait al-Mal, Zakat, and Waqf. Abu Yusuf. Kitab al-Kharaj. Various editions. Kaf, Manzir. The Islamic Economy, Analytical Study of the Functioning of the Islamic Economic System. Plainfield, in, Muslim Students Association, 1978. Manan, M.A. Islamic Economics, Theory and Practice. Cambridge, Islamic Academy, 1986. Chapra, M. Umar. Islam and the Economic Challenge. Leicester, Islamic Foundation, 1992. El-Gamal, Mahmoud A. Islamic Finance, Law, Economics, and Practice. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2006. Karan, Timur. The Long Divergence, How Islamic Law Held Back the Middle East. Princeton, Princeton University Press, 2011. Abaidullah, Mohammed. Islamic Financial Services. Jeddah, Islamic Research and Training Institute, 2005. Ahmed, Habib. Role of Zakat and Awqaf in Poverty Alleviation. Jeddah, Islamic Development Bank, 2004. Artificial Intelligence, Digital Governance, and Technology Ethics. OECD. Recommendation of the Council on Artificial Intelligence. OECD Legal Instruments, OECD/legal/0449, 2019. UNESCO. Recommendation on the Ethics of Artificial Intelligence. Paris, UNESCO, 2021. National Institute of Standards and Technology. Artificial Intelligence Risk Management Framework, AIRMF 1.0. NIST AI 100-1. Gaithersburg, MD, NIST, 2023. European Union. Regulation, EU, 2024/1689 laying down harmonized rules on artificial intelligence, Artificial Intelligence Act. Official Journal of the European Union, 2024. Joben, Anna, Marcelo Enca, and Effie Veana. The Global Landscape of AI Ethics Guidelines. Nature Machine Intelligence 1, 2019 389-399. Floridi, Luciano, and Josh Cowles. A Unified Framework of 5 Principles for AI in Society. Harvard Data Science Review 1, Number 1, 2019. Russell, Stewart. Human Compatible, Artificial Intelligence and the Problem of Control. New York, Viking, 2019. Binns, Ruben. Fairness in Machine Learning, Lessons from Political Philosophy. Proceedings of Machine Learning Research 81, 2018 149-159. Middlestad, Brent. Principles alone cannot guarantee ethical AI. Nature Machine Intelligence 1, 2019 501-507. Lessig, Lawrence. Code and Other Laws of Cyberspace. New York, Basic Books, 1999. United Nations. United Nations E-Government Survey, Digital Government in the Decade of Action for Sustainable Development. New York, United Nations, 2020 and later editions. World Bank. GovTech Maturity Index and Digital Government Resources. Washington, D.C., World Bank. World Bank. GovTech, The New Frontier in Digital Government Transformation. Washington, D.C., World Bank, 2020. National Institute of Standards and Technology. The NIST Cybersecurity Framework, CSF, 2.0. Gaithersburg, MD, NIST, 2024. International Organization for Standardization and International Electrotechnical Commission. ISO/IEC 42001:2023, Artificial Intelligence Management System. Geneva, ISO, 2023. Human Rights, Rule of Law, and Judicial Independence. United Nations. Universal Declaration of Human Rights. New York, United Nations, 1948. United Nations. International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. New York, United Nations, 1966. United Nations. International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. New York, United Nations, 1966. United Nations Basic Principles on the Independence of the Judiciary. 1985. International Commission of Jurists. The Rule of Law and Human Rights, Principles and Definitions. Geneva, ICJ, various publications. Bingham, Tom. The Rule of Law. London, Allen Lane, 2010. Raz, Joseph. The Rule of Law and Its Virtue. Law Quarterly Review 93, 1977, 195-211. Comparative Politics and Political Theory. Aristotle. Politics. Various editions. Plato. The Republic. Various editions. Machiavelli, Niccolò. The Prince. Various editions. Locke, John. Two Treatises of Government. Various editions. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques. The Social Contract. Various editions. Huntington, Samuel P. Political Order in Changing Societies. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1968. Dahl, Robert A. Polyarchie, Participation and Opposition. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1971. Leifart, Arend. Patterns of Democracy. New Haven, Yale University Press, 1999. Pierzewski, Adam. Democracy and the Market. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1991. Migdal, Joel S. State in Society. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2001.